Madam Clerk. The time is now 4:37 p.m. on Tuesday, May 28th. I call this Special Affairs Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. L. Alleman.
Present.
Ms. Lewis.
Present.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns.
Present.
Ms. Mashat.
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Present.
Mr. Jarrett. We have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. I will take any requests for agenda changes or additions. Seeing as how there are no requests for agenda changes or additions, the Law Department has asked to go into a closed session. Attorney Kim.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The Law Department requests closed session for the purpose of discussing 3 damage claims as pending litigation for the reason that discussing these matters in an open meeting would compromise the settlement or negotiating posture of the city.
Thank you, City Attorney. I'll entertain a motion about going into
Madam
closed session.
Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
I make a motion that we go into closed session.
There's been a motion made that we go into closed session. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the
Through you
floor.
to Attorney Kim, what are the items that we're going in for?
These are 3 damage claims brought by Val Skripnik, Simone Price, and Samuel Cole.
Okay, those are ones that are on the agenda, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? Seeing as how there's no one else, roll call, Madam Clerk, to go into closed session.
Mr. L. Alleman.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy's not in. Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett. Yes. Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that number?
8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. We will now go into closed session.
chilly in here now. It's a little chilly in here. I sprayed weed killer. Hopefully it got an hour in before it rained. Oh my God, no way.
All right, the time is now 4:58. I would like to call this Special Affairs Committee meeting back to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alaman?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? We have 9 members present.
We have 9 members present. It's now time for the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting that meeting, the individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from meetings. It is now time for public comment. Our first public comment, please, Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is Jonathan Weyrauch.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to come up and give a little bit of comment on what Reroot Flint is. My name is Jonathan Weyrauch. I'm the founder of Reroot Pontiac, the founder of the Reroot Environmental Network, and a co-founder of Reroot Flint. Reroot is focused on teaching people about how we're all connected to our environment and how a healthy environment is a foundation for a healthy community. A lot of the things that we work on include just cleaning up and restoring some lots. I am actually the Green Infrastructure Certification Trainer for the National Green Infrastructure Certification Program, NGICP, for the state of Michigan. And as we install green stormwater infrastructure, it helps to reduce water bills. Most people don't realize that 80% of water bills are stormwater and sewage waste treatment. Overflows, fines from EPA because of those overflows, and so forth. As the proposal that we had brought before the council today is largely to do with installing green stormwater infrastructure and native plant gardens that will facilitate the formation of green infrastructure in the city of Flint. One of the largest costs to green infrastructure installation is the plants needed to fill out those infrastructure installations. We've been working with Keep Genesee County Beautiful, and we just installed this willow structure over at Kearsley Park. And even with the rains that we've had over the past couple weeks since the willows have been installed, the pathway has not flooded. Reroot Pontiac has about 14 acres of land in the city of Pontiac, and we have installed many of these willow structures that are growing into living, interactive spaces to teach people about how integrated we are with our environment and how the health of our environment directly impacts our health. So I'm just wanted to clear up a little bit about the environmental education focus of Reroot Flint. And while we do a lot of gardening, the gardening is really just a tool to bring people's interest towards the environmental health of their community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next public speaker, please, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Natalie Marchi.
Hello, City Council. I'm Natalie Marchi. Thank you for having me. And I'm also here with Reroot Flint and wanted to continue off of what John was saying about the flooding update from the Kersley Park project in Kersley Park. So on May 8th, we have documentation of flooding of this path, which is a accessible path into the park for people with mobility issues. That's one of the only ways that they can enter that side of Kersley Park. And so May 8th, I have photos of it being flooded, and we all know, whoever's been out that way, if you've seen it flooded or unfortunately slipped over there. So it was flooded then, and then May 11th, we planted the willow structure. And yesterday I went out there after the recent rains, and like John said, it's not flooded at the moment, so we'll check after this rain and see how it does again. So that's just an example of a green infrastructure project that is helping and will continue helping as the willow trees grow. And then with that project and how Reroot Flint worked with the community to implement that, I wanted to speak on the community engagement that the community engagement events that we hosted. We did a design process where we invited community members from the Kersley Park neighborhood and then anyone who was interested in the surrounding areas to join. And we had open comment on any concerns that anyone had seen or any suggestions that the community would like to see in the park. And we incorporated these suggestions and concerns into responses, PowerPoints, and future info sessions to work with the community and respond to what they would want to see there. And hope to continue doing that with future projects and see what the community we're working with wants, and then use our team in networking with anyone else that wants to partner to implement those projects in that area. Currently, we're looking at Kersley Park and surrounding areas of that sort. So thank you for listening, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next public speaker, please, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Melissa Zaremski.
Hi, my name is Melissa Zaremski. I live in the First Ward. I've watched the City Council on my TV or on my phone at home, and a lot of you are just nasty. I mean, serious. But you don't want to help the residents because we're beggars, right? But here we got people coming from different cities coming asking for ARPA money, and we're not getting the roofs done, home improvements, anything that the resident needs help with. I mean, hell, we just paid for, was it 2nd and 7th Ward to go to Iowa, and we paid for their trip. Holy shit! I need a job that will sit there and pay for me to take a trip and enjoy, obviously, a water park. I mean, hell, my kid, they would love that. I mean, just saying. And so when is anyone going to pay any of this money back? Because the residents in that should not have to pay for anybody's little field trip that has nothing to do with the city. I mean, we all know, Candace, you don't ever look at anybody. I mean, that's just you. I'd like to hear more from you, Leon, and more of talking of what you want for First Ward, not yes, no, I abstain. I mean, you're supposed to be representing First Ward. I mean, isn't that why you ran for that, got asked to get put in that seat after Eric Mays passed? I mean, put in the work. You got ARPA money, or some of it, whatever it was. Again, how many people need homes, roofs on their homes? who needs help with their porches. Because I could tell you what, I bet you there's a lot of elderly people in this city that definitely need the help. So that way they don't lose their home. Because that's what it sounds like what the mayor wants to do. You know, I'm guessing that's probably why, you know, he didn't get backed for Dan Kildee's seat, right? I mean, because he ain't doing the city right. The water's not clean. We got crime. We hear shootings all the time. I mean, I couldn't tell you this past week how many shootings there have been. But according to him, crime's down, right? I mean, I just sat there and had to put a filtration system in my house, a whole house filtration system, so that way I could try to keep my health a little bit down and not worry about things.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Shirley Wilson Johnson.
Good afternoon. I am here from the 9th Ward to welcome our new councilman, Mr. Jared. Thank you for stepping up to the plate. Now, council, I have a strong feeling about taking care of home before we go anyplace else. So remember that when it comes to the funds you are approving. And I know most of all, you all are God-fearing people. And you know charity begins at home. So please, take care of home before you go anyplace else. Our city is in disarray. And we need you to get it back together. That's why we elected you, to do your job in taking care of this city. So do that. We are depending on you. Let's not go any further in the hole. Don't do that. And most of all, I know you all are civil people. Treat each other with respect. You don't have to like each other, but you are commanded to love each other. So you should respect each other. Don't act like that. And I'm an old Southern girl. I have a problem with women acting like that. We were not raised to do that. We were raised to be kind. And you need to do that. And remember this city's heritage. Don't stomp on the Black heritage in this city. We all are here for a purpose. And most of all, don't forget where you have come from. Because when you go up in steps. But when you fall, remember, it's a hard fall. And again, welcome, Jonathan.
Thank you. Next public speaker, please, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Good evening, America. I'm R.L. Mitchell. Over the last week, a couple of days ago, Memorial Day, I decided to come downtown at the ever-burning torch and sit down with the mayor where I can hear him speak against. But he called in and said it's an emergency. He got to go leave town. He wants somebody to pull his plate. So the chief of police had to come. He stepped up. But while I was sitting there, people act like they won't. Like the soldiers from another city had to come and represent the dead soldiers. I think, Owasso. They shot 8 rifles at the same time in honor of the dead soldiers, but it went, and then the kids from Murphy Ward took their time coming. We were just finna leave, and they come up, but they done a nice job sung to America, and Murphy didn't show up. But on the closing, I decided to take Wolverine Trail back, but I got this eerie feeling, like the people said from Pontiac, it ain't rained yet, we don't know if it's gonna flood or not. Like I was invited to Bluebell Beach at Crossroad Village, I got this eerie feeling walking down on that long road from Carpenter Road, because I might get senile. I don't know what senile is. I feel like I got back on the bus. But anyway, I decided to take my chances walking down Saginaw Street, like I usually do. But I stopped in front of the high rise to take a break and sit down and reminisce, and people stopped in the middle of the street. Man, what you doing? Get in the truck, we'll take you home. Wait, I said, just take me up on Pearson Road and drop me off, sir. They don't want me to walk down Saginaw Street no more. Because I seen on Flint River, they be taking stuff out of the river, bikes and stuff, and putting it on the bridge. Every bridge in Flint, it's corroding, and people they don't want to tell nobody about it. I seen that with my own eyes. Right down, the acid rain or the salt in the street, it's corroding the bridge. And I tried to push the thing, but people thought I probably gonna jump in mid-suicide, so I just kept on walking like they watched me walk from the burning torch. And anyway, America, stay tuned, because they go in the back room talking about giving the lawyers Flint money and don't want the public to know about it. The lawyers get more money than the people's got poison, and Ms. Priestley is the head of it. It was over on the east side, the same thing. They dropped me off over there. And they said, they go that dark again in our neighborhood. We told them to get out of here, but Julio just stopped. I don't know, somebody tell them to get out of the neighborhood. If Julio was in here, tell you to think it. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Next public speaker, please, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Jan Marie Arbor.
Good evening, Council. Jan Marie Arbor, 7th Ward Council candidate. I want to first speak to an item on the City Council agenda, as I won't be staying for the full evening. It's resolution number 240181 regarding moving the videographers to a location other than where they are. That is a most unfortunate stance that some of you are taking because you choose not to be visible, completely transparent before the public. Of course, when the cameras are in the back, it's not easy to see your facial expressions nor hear the remarks that you make under your breath. I know that some of you have been quite embarrassed by what has been caught by, for instance, 810 News Media Group and the fine videography they have been amassing over the many months. And we're grateful for what they do, and we're grateful for what all independent journalists, and I'm using that word loosely, but they are independent journalists, and they provide the public with information that, sadly, oftentimes our mainstream media is remiss at providing. I think that you should drop that, as it is petty. It is, it's just petty, and you should be strong enough to be willing to be videotaped and audio taped. If you're standing on your truth, don't be ashamed of what you're saying or what you're doing. Allow the videographers to do their work for the public. The next thing I'd like to speak to is my sincere appreciation for the fact that Tanya Burns, Councilwoman for the 6th Ward, won her lawsuit. That is a victory not only for the councilwoman, but for the 9,000 people whose democracy was assaulted. Disenfranchisement of the public is not acceptable. It was not acceptable when Mr. Eric Mays was First Ward Councilman, and he was suspended for 30 days and subsequently for 90 days. Nor was it acceptable for Councilwoman Burns to have been removed from her seat for 30 days. You owe her and all individuals within the 6th wards and the 1st wards an apology for your ignorance, for your lack of consciousness. And Attorney Kim, I told you I wanted you to lose, and you did.
Thank you. Is there any more public speakers, Madam Clerk?
The next speaker is Brian Miller.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Miller. I'm with Cascade Car Solutions. I'm here along with Matt Mays, my colleague who flew in from Minnesota. Just wanted to take the opportunity, I was here 2 weeks ago as well for the council meeting. I want to take the opportunity to introduce myself. Say I'm here to answer any questions regarding City Council Resolutions 240157 regarding trash and recycling carts for the city of Flint. So, Cascade Car Solutions, we're a manufacturer out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. We're the only cart manufacturer in Michigan. I've had the unique opportunity to be doing this for 25 years and work with over 100 communities to do roll cart expansions for blight on the trash side and also recycling to enhance the recycling rate in the state of Michigan. And Flint's got a unique opportunity here to get both trash and recycling carts paid for 100% for grant funding from the state of Michigan as well as the recycling partnership. I've had the opportunity to work with both on grant funding, and this is unique. Something I haven't seen in the industry in 25 years. So just wanted to take the opportunity to introduce myself and say I'll be here for the council meeting if there are any questions regarding the resolution. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
My name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I'm in the 3rd Ward. Liddell, how dare you get on Facebook and call my grandson a murderer? How dare you get on Facebook? That Linda Pendleton is you. Everybody know it's you, because every time somebody comment, you come back with a comment. But how dare you get on Facebook and say, I might have a murderer. I might have a murderer. I might have a baby that's gone, but I bet you I ain't got nobody retarded. Because you are one retarded sister. You have no dignity about yourself. You need to go get a perm and take that wig off and start trying to be truthful with the people. You know you're not right. We want you out, and we can't wait to get you out. You are sad. And carmel, where in the Bible do you see carmel? You don't. So that means you don't know the word. And that's why I say, don't pray for me, because y'all don't know what to pray for me for. God has my back, my front, my side. He has me covered all over. And to have a baby to die, it's a shame that you would get on there and say anything. While you clean up Savage Park. Clean up your park. Clean up your park. Sweep around your own front door before you try to sweep around mine. Because I know the word. You gotta get it. I know the word. I know the word. You are ridiculous. You are ridiculous. Thanks, Quincy, for cutting that grass. Don't think I have nothing against you. I don't have anything against you, but you with the devil. And until you wake up and see that you with the devil, you ain't gonna never move over in this area. We're gonna recall and recall and recall. I'm gonna recall until I'm in the grave, because you five are not right. You are not right. And until you get it right, I'm gonna be on your ass.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Keys.
I'm so mad. I'm so mad. And I come to council, I listen, I laugh, and I shake my head at how our city is being dragged into the ground. I never speak because it's always messy and chaotic. However, today is different. I lost my 2-year-old grandson on the 15th. And to get calls and text messages about a Linda Pennington page on Facebook. And I get on there and the first thing I see is our Flint Council President being tagged. 4th Ward Judy Priestley being tagged. The cameraman, Paul Heron or Herman, whatever his name is, being tagged. Oh God, I can't even get my words out.
Take your time.
For you guys to allow yourself to be tagged in a post that's taking pleasure in the death of a 2-year-old left me speechless. The post stated that my grandson dying is my mother's Beverly Biggs Levy karma for how she behaves at the city council meetings. I understand there are several council people that do not like my mother because her words do cut deep and she can go low. However, to allow yourself to be included in such vile activities speaks volumes about you guys. Yes, it does. Liddell, you stated in my post today that you're never behind a fake page. That's not your style, and you have a full agenda of transforming things to do in the city, and posting negative comments about the bereaved is not one of them. If posting negative comments is not what you do as a mother, as a black mother that was just on the city council crying about protecting your child and how scared your child was when someone came to your house, why would you allow yourself to be tagged in such a negative post?
That's right.
Why would anyone working with the council allow themselves to be tagged in this post? When you guys didn't remove yourself from this post, it shows that you approve, accept, and condone the behaviors.
That's right.
You guys shouldn't have any position in these city council chambers. Some members of this council like to throw rocks and hide their hands, but I want you to know in your face, not behind a fake page, that anyone participates and takes pleasure in a child's death, that you are sick, you are evil, you are twisted, you are miserable, you are low life, bottom shelf, twisted, rotten to the core, bottom of the barrel, scum of the earth. You can laugh, you can joke, and you can make light of my grandson's death, but I want you to know, I take comfort in knowing that my grandson is resting in the arms of God. Right. And you better hope and pray that you make it there.
That's right.
Amen. Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The last speaker is Baby Doll.
What do you mean last speaker? For this meeting? Second meeting, okay.
Good evening, everybody. I do want to speak about the little baby. Y'all grown people, but y'all speak a lot of shit in here. Priestley and Liddell, y'all ain't got no business saying nothing about that baby's death. Beverly Biggs is my godmother. That's wrong as hell. Y'all be tagging yourself. Y'all talked about Dennis people, his wife and kid, and then you come on here, Mashak, in 7th Ward. You say y'all don't condone inactivity and bullshit, but y'all do. At the end of the day, get y'all shit together. Take care of the city of Flint first before you start getting these people money. These people, y'all starting their business up. Y'all letting them come to get money to start their business up. When a lot of people in motherfucking Michigan, in Flint, been from 1978 all the way going down to this year, been coming to the city hall, even black owners, been trying to get their business taken care of. You guys deny them. But when they come, Judy Priestley, you know this couple too, because you escorted them out the last time. My thing is, get y'all shit together, because what comes around, come back to you. Karma is a B-I-T-C-H. And at the end of the day, I don't give a damn if y'all don't listen to me, but at the end of the day, you got to answer to God, Liddell, Priestley, Murphy, and Marchette. Y'all got to. With your evil ass. When you pray in here, I'm going to walk my ass out the door, because I don't need to listen to none of y'all pray, because you devils. Because you can worship two people. Know who the hell you worship. And then y'all, Judy, you was wrong as hell with that 12-year-old daughter that was in here. You disrespected her, you and Liddell. Y'all thought it was a grown person, but that was a baby. So that let me know y'all don't give a fuck about nobody's kids in Flint. So won't y'all just help us out and get the fuck out of here? Real talk. Because at the end of the day, I don't give a damn. I don't never give a damn about if you like me, because you be going to the back room telling the police about me. I ain't scared of them fuckers back there. Let me tell you that. Because, see, I worked in the sheriff department years ago when I got out of school, so you better watch who you messing with. Governor Whitner, she need to come in here and remove y'all motherfucking ass out the chair. Since y'all gave Tanya and him some money, gave Mr. Mays 90 days, y'all killed him because you took away what he represented for. That's why he left here. You motherfuckers talked it good, and then the next day you talked bad about him. Y'all ain't shit. Now threaten me like y'all threaten everybody else, because, baby, I'm in town 24/7. Liddell, you went in the barbershop, talked about these people that trying to say the part. You didn't know who you was talking to, and that was the whole family up in there, and they all chewed your ass out in that barbershop. So at the end of the day, Marchette, you need to watch what you say, because you always talking that shit.
Thank you. With that being the last public speaker, this is the end of public speaking. It is now time for council response. Is there any council people that wish to speak at this time?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the first ward, you have the floor.
I would just like to say I would like to thank the members of the audience for coming up and speaking and sharing their thoughts and concerns. And in regards to the comment about the ARPA funds, my organization has not received any funds. And if we do receive some funds, it was prior to me becoming on council. So let's get that understood and corrected. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during council response? Councilwoman in the 6th ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wrote something else. Nell, I did not see you out there. I did not. I was there at the house with you that night. Your mom called me. I didn't let her get out 2 sentences because your mama never called me after 12:30, so I knew it was an emergency, a.m., because I answered my phone. My heart goes out to you because it just didn't affect your son. It affects your entire family. The children that were there in the house kept the little girl who's the national junior, she's on the National Junior Honor Society, kept her knees pressed up to her chest because they were grieving for the loss of their little cousin, a toddler. When we allow ourselves to be tagged in vile, hurtful, and it's over and over and over again, post, it's giving the A-OK to do it. Same was done to my daughter. They called her Monkey. For 2 years, that person has been making these posts. That person also sent the post to the concerned pastors who sits on this council. So when we go through this, my heart, we cannot bring back your grandson, Miss Biggs' great-grandson. We can pray for you, and I know y'all don't want everybody praying for you, and I'm not mad at you. But whatever I can do for the family to support you through this process, that's what I'm supposed to do as a mother has nothing to do with my elected seat that I've had to fight for to keep, but to support you because you are a part of our community. I don't eat at many people's house, but I eat at your mama house because it's like home when I'm there. I support you and I'll continue to support you, and I'm sorry.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Oh, wow. First, I would like to thank all of the public speakers. Thank you for being engaged in the process. I want to say to Nell, Miss Beverly Biggs, and to your entire family, my heart goes out. My thoughts and prayers are with you all. And you guys know, if there's anything you need, you can always call me. It's sad.
It is.
It's sad that we have immature people here on this council. And I've been saying, yeah, that Linda Pendleton, it's Liddell Lewis. She got several faces, several personalities. She's sitting up here today with a different personality. And it's bad as an elected official to behave in that manner. It's unbecoming. It's unbecoming of a council person. And yeah, if you were tagged in something, you know you're tagged because Facebook will tell you when you're tagged. You should have went and untagged yourself, Judy. It's ridiculous. I'm appalled. I'll speak on the other things during the council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would
Chair.
like the floor? Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
It's a somber day, that's for sure. And, you know, I thank God every day that something tragic hasn't happened to my family because we were, I would say, threatened many of times. But I will say that there is a God because that vile councilwoman in the 9th Ward that is thank God she is gone. Because she said in not so many words that they deserved what they got because they were recording up here. That your grandson, Ms. Beverly Biggs, was recording up here and recording her mischiefs and her corruption and her bullshit. And she said, oh, they got what they deserved. That is vile, and I thank God that we have Mr. Jarrett here that can bring some kind of that can bring honor and dignity back to that seat. Because for 6 years that she, I would say, was less than, I'm going to say she's just less than. Every word that you can think of, she was less than. So, Miss Beverly Biggs, your daughter, your whole family, you're all in our prayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during council comment at this time?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
You know, when I heard about the tragedy that affected Ms. Biggs' family, my heart broke. But I thought, excuse me. My heart broke for you, but I didn't feel that my sympathy would be appreciated. But honestly, the whole tragedy made me cry. You not only lost a great-granddaughter, you lost a grandson for this as well, and your son and your granddaughter. Your son and grandson. I'm sorry about the sex. But honestly, it's a tragedy that no one should have to live through. And regarding Miss Linda Pendleton, who I have no idea who is, I don't pay any attention to anything she posts. She tags me, I don't remove her tag. I don't remove her tag on anything because a lot of people tag me on things.
Please stop the time. Please stop the time. Madam Clerk, please stop the time.
I'm calling her
Please
to
stop
order.
yelling out.
I'm calling.
You have been called to order. Stop yelling out. Please start the time, Madam Clerk.
I get tagged on a lot of things. I don't look at them all. Matter of fact, her I ignore. Those posts I ignore. So if I was tagged in a post that affected your child, I am deeply sorry. I do not pay attention to that person. I just want to let you know that. And I don't agree with going public bashing anybody for a tragedy in a family. It's not right, especially such one that you are living for. But let me assure you that you have had my prayers, and you will continue to have my prayers as you go through this situation, because it didn't affect just one person. It affects.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Yes.
Councilman in the 3rd Ward, you have the floor.
To Beverly and your family, my heart go out to y'all. That's it. I'm done.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you so much. So just wanted to address the accusations again. My name is Liddell Lewis, and I stand behind Liddell Lewis. One thing I'll never do, I will never hide behind a fake post or fake page name, because that's not who I am. I don't throw rocks and hide my hand. I throw a rock and show you where I got it from. That's not how I'm cut. So it is definitely an unfortunate tragedy, but what's even more unfortunate is the fact that somehow things keep coming back to being blamed on me. Just like you tagged me earlier. Anyone can tag anyone. Anyone can tag anyone. I didn't remove the tag at all. But see, I'm out here in the community doing things such as the Cloud Road cleanup, getting partnerships and leveraging resources so we can do some things on that forgotten north side. So I don't have time to talk about people's loved ones, nor do I have time to talk about colleagues and talk about their mental status. See, ma'am, again, so before I bring you to order, I don't see everyone's tag. I don't even see everyone's post. The fact that, ma'am, you're being brought to order. So the point is, regardless of what you may say, and contrary to what my colleagues are saying, it's unfortunate that we have colleagues blaming other colleagues, talking about their mental status. What we need to talk about is what we're doing in our ward. Let's start there. Because it's not a place to try to mentally evaluate anyone, especially when we have colleagues talking about stabbing colleagues' tires. This is not a place. So what we need to do, we need to continue to do the work. As you continue to lie and say, I'm Linda Pendleton, okay, let's lie and talk about the great things I'm doing in the 2nd Ward. But not just that, let's see what you're doing in your ward. Let's stay focused.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like the floor, I will entertain a motion about the consent agenda. Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I make a motion to send the consent agenda to council.
There's a motion to send the consent agenda to council. Is there
Support.
support? It's been moved and properly supported by the
Madam
councilman
Chair.
in the 1st Ward. Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
Yes, I'd like to separate 240120.
Madam Chair.
Is that the only one that you would
Yes.
like separated? Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have
I'd
the
like
floor.
complete separation.
Councilman in 8th Ward has separated our entire agenda.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I make a motion to send 240120 to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send 240120 to council. Is there support? There's a motion on the floor to send 240120 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
Yes, I'd like to make a substitute motion to send table 240120 till our next special affairs meeting on, I believe it's June 10th. They are, Ernst & Young are unable to attend tonight, but they will be here on June 10th.
There's a motion on the floor to table Resolution 240120, which is the contract for Ernst & Young management of ARPA funds revised fiscal year 24, because they cannot attend tonight, but they will be in attendance on June 10th. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alaman?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 1 no. Resolution 240120, contract Ernst & Young, management of ARPA funds, revised fiscal year 24, has been tabled until June 10th. Moving on to Resolution 240140, ARPA contingency funds and earned interest, Flint Downtown Development Authority, DDA revenue replacement funds, parking revenue loss during COVID-19 pandemic. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
I move to send this to council.
It's been moved to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
Yeah, like I said last time and the time before that, I will not be supporting this. I will not support, the DDA hasn't done anything but cause chaos in this downtown. Can't tell me one thing that they do that can't be wrapped up into snow plowing that the city does. It just taxes poor folks from coming downtown, and they still haven't given us a copy of this alleged check that the money that's squandered and spent erroneously has been paid back. And the fact that our city attorney hasn't brought charges is telling. Because the city attorney has the ability to prosecute any misuse of public funds, but yet there's no charges, and they're going to be allowed to repay allegedly with no harm, no foul. And there's different rules for different folks, and I won't stand for it.
All right, would anyone else like the floor during discussion on this resolution item?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, and so while you're walking,
Mr. Moore, will you please join us at the lectern? Thank you.
Mr. Moore, I spoke with you when I went to the back in regards to having a copy of the check. One thing I will not do is take anybody's word, because we know that the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward stated this money was paid back, when in fact it wasn't. She also stated it was okay for people to use government cards and charge on the credit card, which is not true. So until we see a check, and I know you stated, you gave us this is not a check. I like to see the check number, the check date, who's the check from, because that's just being responsible. We can no longer allow and trust people who are liars. They come to this council and they're like, not calling you one because you're very upfront. I appreciate it. You have not been. But miraculously, a $20,000, $20,336.75 check appeared. That's ludicrous to me. And then we're supposed to say to accept it back. That's like robbing the bank and then going back and putting it back in the bank. And if we aren't more responsible to question this, I've been questioning this for over a year. It started at $35,000, it was dropped down to, said no, it's $7,000. Then it came out, it's $20,000. Why? Because they need $560,000. You can't, this has got to be the worst. For me, it looks like a cover-up. When you are doing something in the day of light, this is government money. This isn't our money. This isn't our money. And when we talk about, doing our due diligence, the city and city council has to. When the council member stayed in the second ward, she knew for a fact they paid it back, as if we were supposed to take her word. And then we get that letter, the nice letter that came, and Brandy was very straightforward, which said it had not been paid back to date. So here it is. We can't even trust the word of the Flint City Council president. She's supposed to give us information, good information, and disseminate it to us. It didn't happen. She gave us fraudulent information. It had not been paid back. It was not $7,000. And we still don't have a copy of a check number. That's just basic accounting. You don't even have to be an accountant or a CPA for that. That's basic accounting. I would like to see.
Excuse me, Madam Clerk, can you please pause her time? I'm going to ask the audience to please stop yelling out so that we can conduct this meeting in a professional manner. Please let the councilwoman in the 6th Ward get her words out. Everyone, please stop yelling out. Thank you. Please start her time again.
Audience, I'm actually fine. You're not bothering me. You're not bothering me at all. Neither are the tripods in the cameras. They don't bother me. This is part of the deal when you run. When you run for your seat and you're elected.
Madam Clerk, please stop the time. Per the disorderly person subsection, please stop yelling out. Please start her time.
Okay, so now you're going to be punished because you can't talk. They want to measure how high you talk on that resolution that failed. I guess they're going to be in here with a decibel meter to see how high you're talking. And we don't even own those. We don't even own them. So it gets to be a bit much. So in the words of Councilman Mays, it's a bit much. But Mr. Moore, I would like to see a copy of the check. Because when someone takes funds from the city, I'm not taking anybody's word because we have been already lied to for over a year. When we look at families here in the poverty rate, $20,000 for a family is a whole lot. A whole lot. $20,000 could be 1.5 roofs. So we have to be careful. And when someone jumps out and says, I know she's paid it back, and I know, how do you know? And comes back, that was a lie. We got to start calling these liars out for the lies that they stand on. So I would like to see a copy of that check. I know as well as my colleagues, because they're asking for $560,586, and they're asking in ARPA funds. And ARPA funds is a whole thing. And it was funny, I was watching the Congressman Kildee. He wasn't happy, really like he was talking about our water, our ARPA funds. He got that money for us. And we have to make sure we're being frugal and being diligent in how it's being spent. And I want to see where the check came from, who wrote it, and the amount. I want to see it. So if you could please get that from them, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 1st Ward.
Through you to Attorney Kim. In regards to, I know this has been brought up several times, has there been any confirmation with some hard, concrete evidence that the check has been repaid or not?
Yes, there has.
And can that be brought forth to the council and brought here tonight?
I believe so. I'd need to confer with staff to make sure it's available, but I believe it could be produced fairly quickly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will not be voting on this resolution. Like I said last week, week before last, when this came before us, it seems to me that the DDA, they have a history of financial instability. And I'm just, I don't think we should be using our ARPA funds to bail them out. I'm sorry. Mismanagement, there seems to be mismanagement and lack of accountability.
Yep, 1 second, Ms. Winfrey Carter, what's your request?
You mean, Ms. Winfrey Carter, this isn't the first bailout that they've given?
Mr. Pfeiffer. Ms. Winfrey Carter, please continue.
Look, when I look at the history and I look at someone using a P card to buy mink lashes and hotel rooms down in Detroit and Lord knows what all else. That's right. You know, to me, that's just mismanagement. Mismanagement. Lack of accountability. And I'm sorry, I will not be voting to send this to council. And if it does go to council, I will not be voting to approve this. Bless your name. I'm sorry. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor during this discussion?
Yes.
Councilman in the 3rd Ward.
Thank you. So, through the chair to, what, he went to the back?
Mr. Moore?
Or maybe the attorney could answer this question. Who is fiscal responsible for the DDA finances if they go bottom up? Is it city responsible or who does it lie on? Who can answer that?
I can take the first stab. If the DDA goes belly up, the state's going to ask the city to try to clean up the act. Because we are the organization that created the DDA, they're going to expect us to clean up the DDA if they go belly up.
So at the end of the day, we responsible for the financial flow.
The
even though it's been jacked up over the years, probably, it falls back on us.
We're the primary government, and they are a component unit of the city. And because the city council appoints the board members of the DDA, they'll expect us to exert our authority to clean up the DDA problem.
And even though a person was a DDA director and they may owe some money or didn't pay or still owe, this is bigger than that.
That's right. This is a problem that the city of Flint will, if the DDA goes belly up, the city of Flint will have to step in and somehow solve the problem.
Because what I had to do is get out of personal. Because I was personally, emotionally caught up in it because of the meters. I didn't like and still don't like the meters. So therefore, I was going this way because I don't like the meters. But then when it come down to, if we clear the books, would they be able to start fresh and be able to move forward as far as sustaining themselves? Or would they still be short?
If the DDA is running short of money, and they have some funds right now, but those funds are supposed to go to repay their debt. And if the money's not there for the debt, then the city of Flint is responsible for the debt.
But they had not been bringing in the revenue that they probably would have brung in due to the Ragley meters,
right?
Due to the bricks being replaced in the construction,
right?
So that has hindered them from being able to generate the revenue that they killed for the last two. I don't know. When will we be done with the bricks?
When will we be done with?
When will we be done replacing the bricks downtown?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm
You
sorry.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Oh, okay.
I'm not done. I want to know if someone could speak on the replacement. When would they be finished replacing the bricks? Is there anyone in the administration that could speak on?
The closest we're probably going to get is Clyde, and he's going to tell you he
Say
don't
that
know.
again?
I said the closest we'll probably get is the city administrator, and he might not know. It's up to you.
We can bring them up.
City administrator, will you please join us at the lectern?
I got 25 seconds left. I know you know how to joke. No, I'm just playing. Are you there yet, sir? Yeah.
The project is scheduled to be completed in August.
In August?
Yes.
Okay. So this will, if we gave this money, this will clear the books for them, and they'll be okay now.
I'm sorry. That's.
Thank you. Councilwoman in the second ward.
All right, so you can proceed to answer it on my time.
If the project is done, we're hoping that the parking revenue will pick up and recover to where it had been. That's the vision right now.
All right, thank you for that. Madam Chair, so through you to Attorney Kim. So Attorney Kim, so would you be able to provide the requested information requested by the councilman in the first ward? Would you be able to provide that before the council meeting?
Yes, I believe that we could definitely provide that before the council meeting.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so with that being said, I want to go ahead and just touch on a few things. The first thing is I would like for individuals to remember what the American Rescue Plan Act is. It is a rescue plan signed into law March 2021 that provides $350 billion nationwide of funding for state and local governments to build an equitable economic recovery from the devastating economic effects caused by COVID-19. Unfortunately,
1 second. Ma'am, that is your first warning. All right, that's your second warning. Please leave this meeting. Please leave this meeting.
Madam Chair,
yes.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
All right, the ruling of the chair has been appealed. Is there a second?
I'll support that appeal.
It's been moved and properly supported. Ms. Burns, you have the floor.
My point is, you have to allow people, you're so quick, Madam Chair, immediately, they don't get a next breath to say something before that's your second warning. You know, don't allow, there's a lot going on, and you have to consider the trauma that the Flint residents have been through. You have people in here this evening who have went through trauma, and you're ruling with the iron fist. You know, she took the first warning. You gave the second warning immediately. That shouldn't have been done. That shouldn't have been done. Allow her, because you went back with her, you become combative. Very combative. Yeah, you do. So that look, you become combative instead of saying, okay, let me, as the chair, understand. You understand how Miss Gladys is. Give her a moment to, calm down. It's the same we do with RL. Give her some grace like we give RL some grace. So that's all I'm saying.
All right, thank you. So when she was given a warning, and after her warning, actually, I've asked the audience a couple of times not to stop yelling out. She yelled out a profanity. I gave her a warning. She immediately yelled out another profanity, and she got a second warning. There was nobody being combative. There was no back and forth. She did what she did the first time, received her warning, did it again, and got her warning. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Murphy.
Could you explain what the yes and the no vote is?
Absolutely. The yes vote overturns the ruling of the chair. The no vote sustains the ruling of the chair. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Nope.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alleman?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
And the vote is 5 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no. Ms. Gladys, please exit our meeting. You are being removed. Please leave. Officer?
When she sits up and you blame everything on COVID, you got a lot of nerve blaming everything on COVID. Because I'm going to tell you what, COVID didn't walk and have legs. That was you guys. That was our government. Don't. Oh, it was COVID. No, you spent all that money because you got a chance. All this is my stuff. Crummy politicians. And you know what? If I wanted to, I'd have said something to you.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? We are in the first round of discussion on Resolution 240140. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time?
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. Yep.
Okay, so thank you.
I believe she had time left. I'm sorry. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
For the record, I did announce the roll call backwards. For the record, the ruling still stands. However, the vote was 4 yes, 5 no. The ruling stands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anyone, I'm sorry, did you want to continue your time, Councilwoman in the second ward?
Thank you. And so, again, the American Rescue Plan was to help with the economic recovery from the devastating economic effects for COVID-19. Unfortunately, our DDA was affected by COVID-19. The lack of businesses, on top of other things, but the lack of business downtown affects the bottom line. And so just like our council member in the 3rd Ward, just like he asked, it all falls back on the city. So it's either we deal with it up front or we deal with it later. I reached out to the DDA, it's been several weeks ago, to determine where we stood in terms of these funds. And I was told, I was advised that these dollars were paid back. And so I'm not going to belabor that point. We're just going to wait. I'm going to vote yes. So we can get out the evidence that Attorney Kim said that's at hand, that we have to provide that says that the money has been paid back. I hear a lot of emphasis on the council president, the council person, the 2nd Ward. Yes, the council president reaches out to these different departments to see what's going on and do my work before I get to this meeting. And so, unfortunately, That's what I was told. The letter last week, it stated something different. But today, we're going to be presented with the evidence so we can see where we stand so we can move forward. Either we can vote it up or down. That's what we can do once we receive the evidence from our attorney. Again, we can definitely tackle this, get our evidence during the break, and we can put our final decision on this during council. And let's not try to pinpoint this on anyone. The point is that we received a letter stating that money was not paid back. I was told that money was paid back. And now, right now, we're about to get the receipts today to see if this money was paid back so we can move on. Too often, people move on with misinformation. And so today, we won't be misinformed. Either we have proof that the money was repaid or the money was not. But at the end of the day, the DDA is the responsibility of this city. That's the way that it's set up. Am I happy with the meters? No. Am I happy with the situation? Too bad that we're here. But since we are, as a legislative body, we must deal with this. And as we deal with this, we will determine what's factual and what's not. So thank you so much, Attorney Kim. We look forward to receiving that information. I know I do. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
Through you to Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore, will you join us at the lectern, please?
And I think we may also need our administrator as well.
Mr. Edwards, you've also been requested. Please join us at the lectern.
So, Mr. Moore, with the DDA, I understand you say it was created by City of Flint, and I understand you to say ultimately the City of Flint may be responsible.
That's correct.
Okay. Has there ever been a time that DDA turned profit?
I've only been here for about 8 months, so.
Okay. So, Mr. Edwards, to your knowledge, has there ever been a time that DDA turned a profit?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And to either of your knowledge, if DDA did turn a profit, in that to a measure they're their own entity created by City of Flint, who would control that revenue, us or them?
They approved their own budget.
So they would control their revenue.
Correct.
So we're paying a bill that we created, but don't get to control what happens when the revenue is generated. That's just yes or no. You can just.
The control that the city council has is you control who gets appointed to the board of the DDA.
Okay. So I understand there was a confluence of issues that created this loss. In the documents that were provided to us, I see year 2020 to 21, year 21 to 22. What was the reporting for 22 to 23? Was there, because this 560 only goes up until 2022. What is projected or realized in loss or profit from 22-23?
That was it. There was an audit report, which I believe you received. They had a loss in 2023, and it's getting worse in 2024 from what I understand. But
so that's not included in this 560, though?
No.
So there's more money?
You do have an audit report which talks about that. So.
And that doesn't include 23-24?
That's correct.
And that was a loss, too?
And I haven't seen any 2024 numbers yet.
Okay. So I guess another question maybe to you, Mr. Edwards, in that we do understand COVID, there was impact there, but there also, as I heard from, I believe, one of my council peers, that there has been a negative impact of the brick replacement. Now, if I understand correctly, that wasn't our fault. Is that correct? The need to have to redo the bricks, that was not fault of the City of Flint.
That's correct. The need to have to redo the bricks was not the fault of the City of Flint, but it was an unforeseen, at least from the engineering standpoint,
okay.
It was an unforeseen outcome.
So is City of Flint solely gonna bear the economic or the financial impact of somebody else's unforeseen. So are we getting reimbursed, rebate, something from the contractor?
First of all, the project itself was a joint project.
Okay.
That's an MDOT. Saginaw Street is actually an MDOT road, so activity on the road was primarily MDOT's. A portion, a smaller portion, was paid by the city. Our biggest liability in that road and the development of that road was doing the water infrastructure underneath. We bore the brunt of that piece, not the road surface itself. But to your point, there is a cost that will be attributed to the city of Flint, but our portion of the project, percentage-wise, we're a smaller portion of that project when it comes to the road surface.
So I guess my final question, going back, is there any type of relief that the city of Flint is going to receive from any of those persons responsible for the project having to be redone, delayed, meters down, and all of that, that might can help us soften this $560,000 deficit?
I would ask Councilman relief. Who exactly would you?
That's what
be
I'm
talking
asking.
about
Any of those that may have had
All right,
a
thank
hand
you.
in that. But,
Is there anyone else who would like to, Councilwoman Priestley, you and I are the only two left in the first round to have discussion. Would you like your time?
Absolutely.
You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I did look at the audit report from the DDA, and I do think it could be a chronic problem. I don't know in the past. The DDA was formed in 1975. That's when the bylaws were. I wasn't even a voting citizen at the time, although I was a citizen. And has it served its purpose? Should it continue? I don't know. But that's the reality that we're dealing with now. And if one way or the other, we're going to have to foot the bill to cover the cost of a bond payment. And if we can use ARPA dollars to do that by going this way, that's the way we should do it. Otherwise, it's going to have to come out of the general fund. One way or the other, we're going to have to cover any obligation of the DDA, one way or the other. And this is coming out of the city's revenue replacement portion of the ARPA funds. It's the amount of money that the city can take for itself. That's what we've agreed on. That's where that money's coming from, correct?
That's correct.
It's not coming from any other line item of that plan that we approved, except for the city dollars. So we either take it now and put it to the DDA, or we take it down from the general fund in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing as how that was the last speaker in the first round of discussion, we now move on to the second round of discussion. Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
Through you to our CFO, how much money have we got from interest from the COVID or from the ARPA funds?
Over the course of that we've had ARPA funds, it's been about $2 million.
$2 million in interest? Do you know, because we are replacing revenue, what do they actually need to pay these bonds? Because why are we replacing the full loss of revenue and not just what they actually need to pay the bonds?
I guess trying to get ahead of the situation because they have been having some problems that they need to have some working capital in order to.
But this money is for the lost during the COVID years, so we're not trying to set them up for the future.
No.
The future is what it is. So what do they actually need to pay these bonds versus the total loss of a random year before?
I'm not sure that the purpose was solely to for the bonds. I think
Well,
part
the bonds is all the city of Flint is vouched for.
the bonds is the only thing that we're obligated for.
Correct.
But I think the dollars were also for making sure that.
So if we want to jump in and help them pay the bonds, what would that dollar value be?
I believe it's around $360,000.
So why are we just jumping in on what we are fiscally responsible for and tell them to make cuts or do whatever they got to do to fix their own financial situation? If we're not responsible for their daily dollar, we're responsible for what we vouched for in the bonds. So if you're saying that bond payment is basically what we're on the hook for, why are we giving them twice that payment?
The argument would be is that you'd want to keep the DDA operational, and this would help make sure that they stay operational.
For what, another year before they come back and say that they're out of money again?
Well,
I mean, until we get a true fiscal report on where they're spending their money, because their bylaws on their website says that the city council has to approve their budget. Now I'm saying that bylaws was not even approved, so now you're going back to 77 bylaws. So how can we say that the residents are on the hook for something when they could be mismanaging and have no show jobs that they're paying for?
Well, I didn't hear the last sentence. No?
I don't understand how we can put this on the backs of the residents
Okay.
when we don't have control of what they pay.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy.
So, to Pfeiffer's point, is it possible that we could take a portion of this funding and pay off the bond, and that'll clear that book, and they won't have to be making that payment, and that'll give them money in-house to be able to wiggle and sustain themselves?
This would be enough to make a bond payment. It wouldn't pay off the bonds.
Say that again?
It would be enough to make a bond payment, but not enough to pay off the bonds. The bonds
I thought you just said the bond payment to pay it off is $350,000.
That's the annual payment.
That's the annual?
Right.
Oh, never mind. How much is the total bond itself? Oh. That's what I thought he was asking.
Okay, that's quite a bit more. That's in the millions. I want to say it's like $2 or $3 million. I don't know the exact amount off the top of my head.
You don't know what that is?
I can get that for you, but I don't know it off the top of my head.
What's your request, Mr. Pfeiffer?
Are you aware that it was 8, and I believe originally it was 8, and now it's around the 6-ish million?
6 million?
Yeah. Oh. That sounds right.
I have that point of information.
Go ahead, Ms.
I actually, according to the audit, as of June 30th, 2023, the balance was $6,067,203.
Yeah.
That's what is owed that's the long-term debt.
Thank you.
Current debt was 1.3.
So let me ask you this. If we give this money to the DDA, will that also include replacing the meters?
No, I don't believe so.
That contract.
So I thought we was getting out of some contract, and then we was gonna replace the meters. So if we give this money, we still gonna have to deal with these messed up meters, and people still gonna be complaining. And we about to give $500,000 to the DDA for some raggedy meters that people been complaining about for the longest. Now that right there might make me change my vote, because I thought if we gave some money, we was gonna get these meters replaced. And this was to get out this contract. So let me know something. I got 1 minute, and I would like either my colleagues or somebody to answer that question. Because why is we finna give $500,000 to the DDA and turn around and have to still deal with these raggedy meters that keep on giving people tickets?
I believe the meters are a separate contract.
Say that again?
The meters are a separate contract. The DDA would have to have, and I'm not sure when that contract ends, but they'd have to get a different company or a different system in place to do that.
Well, I'll move this to council, but between now and council, if I don't get no clarity that these meters are getting replaced, I don't know if my vote gonna be for it, so y'all gonna have to fend for yourself. I'm not voting to give no $500,000 and then they ain't replacing no meters. We gotta get some out the deal.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the
Thank you.
floor.
The DDA not showing up for budget hearings, that was a problem. They want us to pay and bail them out and to vote, but they couldn't show up for budget hearings. These questions that my colleagues are asking could have been answered at budget hearing. And they're,
Hey, excuse me. Can you pause her time? I would ask my colleagues to keep it down just a little bit. Thank you. Go ahead.
let that one go on. No, it's good with that
Please
one.
start her time.
So, not having them come, and we requested them as a callback, and they did a no-show. That is they didn't come, they did a no-show.
Miss Priestley,
It was
you don't have the floor, Miss Priestley.
Okay, it was on a callback day. They were scheduled. The last day was a callback day on Thursday. But Judy, they didn't show up. That's a fact. Whatever, I'm not gonna argue. Whichever, they did not show up. I asked you to have them here. And if they didn't come here, then that's a problem that you did not have them here. Because it was requested to have them here. Now, I can pull up my agenda before this meeting is over, but the DD was on there. And I'm pretty sure I saw that. Or was it a Monday? Whatever that last call, because you weren't here. I think it was the day you weren't here, Judy? But they did not show up. So you need to take a look at that, because I know I ain't totally crazy. So when we look at, I'm really concerned with, I understand the fact, the business of it, that we're responsible, but we also have to look at how they function. And are they functioning? And what is the reason to have them there at the meeting, so we could talk about what are their goals, how much you're receiving in from those meters that don't work, how much you're getting from the ramp, are you sustainable on your own? Do you take in enough? Which obviously, according to you, Mr. Moore, you do not, they do not. And that to me is a problem. And I got a problem why our city attorney, he want to prosecute everybody else. Why didn't you prosecute the DDA who took that money? That's what I want to know. So I understand that the DDA needs to be here to answer questions. And before we give $560,000, and are they functioning? That was the purpose to have them. Tell us what your goals are. What are you doing downtown? I mean, they could have came here and it was on our agenda. It was on there. It was an amended agenda, and they didn't show up. So if you're saying I'm not showing up, that's really saying to us, look, just give us the money and shut up. And that to me is a problem, because it serves, downtown can be, you can always improve. I'd like to know what they're doing. What is their plan? We don't know. I'm not.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like the floor. Okay, Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Yes, in regards to the DDA budget hearing, yes, they were asked to attend. And then they were asked not to, because our role is not to have a hearing on their budget. We just approve it. We cannot make any changes.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Who asked them to not attend?
This was done in consultation with our city attorney and our city clerk. So, and they were not on the callback list. They were added to a Thursday. So I wanted to clarify that. And you know what, I'm having real hard time, Madam Chair.
Can we please pause the time? I would ask that the audience would please keep their comments low. Thank you.
Thank you. So because we do not approve their budget, we have no input into their budget. There was no need for us to have them as part of the budget hearings.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Through you to Councilwoman Priestley, are we not bailing them out with $560,000 into their budget?
Please continue, Ms. Priestley.
So according to their bylaws, we just, and our own Home Rule Cities Act, we approve their budget, but we have no input into that budget. So we will be approving their budget tomorrow. And and when I was at a conference for the Michigan Municipal League, that seems to be standard across the state. And that was 2 weeks ago that I was at that conference. So I was willing, that's why I put it on there, to satisfy Ms. Burns' questions. And then when I found out that we didn't need to, I removed it.
Request for information.
Please pause the time. What is your request for information, colleague in the sixth?
To Ms. Priestley, it would have been do you think it would have been a courtesy to let me know that they had been taken off?
I thought that had been
Please continue with her time.
Happened. So anyways, I'm going on with this. In regards to the meters, the parking meters, we all know that they're a pain in the butt. But they did come before us. Who is the lady's name? Who's not the director?
Brandy?
Brandy, yes. That she came here and she said that they were going to do a new contract. We don't approve that contract. We have no part of that bidding process. They have their own bylaws and rules on how to handle that. We just approved their final budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in this second round?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
So I can understand us not maybe having input to change, but to have to approve a budget and not be able to question how funds are being utilized, that part just really doesn't make sense. I mean, again, not necessarily changing, but even being able to ask, what is this? Why is this? Is this the only or the best way? If we're approving it, if I'm approving something, I want to be able to at least ask the question. And to be mute on a budget or something that we're approving, are we more than a rubber stamp? And I don't think any of us came to these seats
Request
to
for
say.
information.
Please pause this time. What is your request?
Are you aware that this council has never approved a DDA budget ever before? Are you aware of that?
Please start his time again.
I would have thought that if we're approving one today, there was a yesterday where we did. And
We have no
so,
say.
no, that's, wow. So why are we approving it now? I mean, if
Chair?
they're gonna do what they wanna do anyway, pay money back or not pay
Madam
money
Chair?
back or whatever, police them,
You-
not
you-
police or not
He
police
has the floor.
themselves.
It's his time.
What, I'm sorry?
No, go ahead. He was talking, and I said, you have to, it's your time.
You have something to add?
The city council doesn't approve their budget, they approve their own budget.
Okay. But it's gonna be tied into, I heard something about tomorrow's budget.
Right. We've never approved their budget, and that's because the DDA approves their own budget, and we don't really have a say over their budget.
Request for information.
Please pause his time. Please pause his time.
Are you aware that the 4th Ward council person has given out misinformation that we're approving the DDA budget tomorrow?
Please continue his time.
So, again, they are their own entity. They approve their own budget. They get into a deficit. We bail them out. They make their money. They do what they want to do with their money. But when they have a deficit, we bail them out. This is one of those make it make sense to me.
Councilman, I think this is one of the circumstances where you probably need to be able to take a look at the state legislation on DDA, because
Okay.
it outlines quite a bit of control, outlines of a lot of the rules and regulatory aspects as they relate to cities.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Yes, Madam Chair, through you to Councilwoman Priestley. Councilwoman Priestley, so did you meet with the DDA? And did you look at their budget? Councilwoman Priestley?
No.
You never looked at their budget?
No.
Okay. All right. Yeah. It's interesting, but like I keep saying, lack of accountability, mismanagement, a history of financial instability. I'm not. No, I'm not gonna waste my vote on this. I will not be supporting this at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? 1, 2, and 7 are the only ones who have not spoken in this round. Would 1 or 2, like Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. All right, so hearing the sentiments of our colleagues, we have concerns over the check, which will be addressed before we vote during council. In addition to, we have concerns over the meters. And so we will have that addressed before we make a vote on council. So again, I support sending this to council. We will get our receipts, and then we will judge accordingly. Again, I don't want to lose sight of what this money is for, but colleagues do raise some great points. And so, and that's one thing that we're here to do. We are here to do the work. So the work is being done. So we want to make sure that we get the receipts that we need so we can move on to see if we support this. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Was anybody else like the floor in the 2nd round? Councilman in the 1st Ward, you're the only one who has not exercised.
Madam Chair, I
Okay.
was Madam Chair,
Yes, you have the floor.
I'm still just waiting on to receive that information I had requested earlier.
All right, thank you. With that said, I will take my time. Mr. Moore, Mr. Edwards, would you please join us at the lectern? So it seems there are a couple of things at play here. There's a question about the meters that we all seem to recall being told that those meters would be replaced so that the issues that are happening with the meters would stop. Is that information that you will have to us by the time that we get to council?
Yeah, we can get that information for you. Those meters were under contract, and just for clarification's sake, in order to break that contract, it was almost $1 million to get out of that contract.
So we are out of that contract, and you will have the information we're requesting by the time we get to council?
Yeah, I can get you the information on the contract.
All right, and then the
Request for.
What is your request? Please pause my time.
All right, so are you aware that the contract is over June the 24th of this year?
I don't know. I believe it.
All right. Thank you. And then there was a second piece of information that we requested to have as well. City Attorney, between the three of you, I'm sure we will get that second piece of information as well. Is that correct?
What is the second piece? I'm
The
sorry.
second piece of information, I believe my colleague requested the check proving that this
Yes.
debt was indeed
That's-
paid off. Please stop yelling out.
That's a yes, Councilwoman.
All right, so council is going to start shortly, so you all are on a short time window to get us this information that we are requesting. Please note that we are emphatically stating that if we do not get that information, this will not pass, as long as we are all clear on what's happening here. Okay, and then another thing, my colleague in the 9th Ward raised some excellent points, but my colleague in the 4th Ward also raised the point of the fact of that this happens across the state with downtown development authorities. It is no secret that a lot of us up here are not fans of downtown development authorities and how they are able to maneuver within cities, almost being a government unto themselves. And so now that there's time for that government, when that government needs help, it comes to the actual government because it can't bail itself out. I want us all to take a very deep note of that. Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to send 240140, ARPA contingency funds and earned interest, Flint Downtown Development Authority, DDA revenue replacement funds, parking revenue lost during COVID-19 pandemic to council.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Earl Alleman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I missed Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no. Resolution 240140, ARPA contingency funds and earned interest, Flint Downtown Development Authority, DDA revenue replacement funds, parking revenue lost during COVID-19 pandemic has been sent to council. We are now on to 240158, reallocation of ARPA funds, Reroot Pontiac alternate use for vacant lots. Is there a
Madam
motion?
Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
I make a motion to send 240158 to council.
There has been a motion to send 240158 to council. Is there support?
Support.
Has been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
Yes, through you to our guests from Reroot Pontiac.
Will our
and
guest from Reroot
Flint.
Pontiac please join us at the lectern? Was there another request? I didn't hear you.
And Reroot Flint.
Just Reroot Flint? Okay, please.
Both of them, both of them.
Well, they're
John
technically
and
both.
Natalie.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. As you know, you and I have had several conversations in the past week and a half since the last council
One
meeting.
second, please. Can we pause the time? I would ask the audience to please keep their conversations low as we have a bit of a full house, and so your voices are carrying. Please start her time.
For background information, Reroot Pontiac is actually going to be the fiduciary for Reroot Flint. And this project takes place in the 4th Ward as it states now. And that they are looking at 3 properties in order to get a lease option on with the land bank. Go ahead, could you explain what's going on?
Yes, it is 4 properties. If you want to pull the map out. That is right across the street from Kearsley Park, where we had just installed the Willow installation. We actually have some documentation here from the land bank and the development plan.
Do you have copies of that documentation?
I went into the land bank to get this. I only have one, but we do.
So
have
that's
insurance.
documentation that you want to provide for the council. Madam Clerk, will we get copies of this documentation, please?
While we're getting those copies made, I want to say that we have approved several projects that take place on the land bank owned property without having a verification that anything had been connected or communicated with the land bank. We didn't even ask. But we did have a project that was not well thought out and well planned, and we did request that information from that gentleman to do that. But your plan that I've read and that I've seen documentation from, which did you get that? Okay. It's very well thought out, and that you've been very successful in Pontiac, and you're trying to establish that here in Flint. And it's a $25,000 contract with the city for ARPA dollars that would only be paid if you are able to find the property and actually come to an agreement with the land bank. And I don't see any problem with the land bank giving you the access to this property, because it's not going to be developed where it is. So, I mean, I'm 100% in favor of it. I'm glad that you've considered the 4th Ward for your area. And is there anything, can you explain exactly what you're going to be doing here so that people can understand that weren't here last time? We have 2 minutes. Go ahead for 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah, the ideas for that property that we spoke of is the creation of green space that's low maintenance, ideas involving a small willow structure or arches or walkways that, one, they'd be aesthetic in that area where there is nothing on that land currently. It would help with remediation of the land and stormwater runoff in that area, which is a very large intersection and near the highway. We could also use that green space for native plant propagation anywhere throughout the rest of the city where green stormwater infrastructure installations would want to be implemented, whether by us or by other organizations that we work with. This could be an area to propagate these native plants. Sometimes these plants, especially when they're at like an aesthetic stage, you know, they've grown up a little bit. They're not little small plants. They, how to word that?
More mature?
So a lot of the installations with green infrastructure, when it's seeded, it takes 3 to 5 years to become aesthetically pleasing, and it takes a lot of effort to maintain, to remove the weeds. So to be able to have a location where we can have mature established plants is going to very much help the ability to install green infrastructure. And the most expensive thing in a green infrastructure installation is plants.
So networking with organizations to get these native plants and then propagate and grow them would be able to implement these green stormwater infrastructure installations very quickly for whether it's us or any other organization that would want to implement them.
Which also gives a lot of opportunities for workforce development trainings.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor for the first round of discussion? Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
You were here a couple weeks ago, and I like what you're doing. I just think it's in the city of Flint, it's a misguided. And the 4th Ward, I seen a video a few days ago. That's a third world country in the 4th Ward. It needs lawnmowers before it needs more streets planted. I mean, if this was an application for lawnmowers, I think that it would be more suited to what the 4th Ward needs. I don't think it needs more planting. It's despicable what it looks like. So planting more things, I don't see how does that, with a 3 to 5 year turnaround before it's aesthetically pleasing. It needs to be aesthetically pleased yesterday. So I don't take this the wrong way. I like what you guys are doing, but I think the $25,000 probably needs to go for lawnmowers and blight versus planting things. So help me, convince me on that.
So that's why we were saying we were trying to establish this area so that we can take established plants from that we have been growing in Reroot Pontiac to bring to Reroot Flint to be able to grow and rapidly propagate. They expand rapidly once they're established. We can take established plants to grow out very rapidly into an aesthetic area.
But we're talking about a few properties, right? A lawnmower could potentially attack hundreds of properties. So we're going to spend $25,000 on a few properties when, like I said, we need hella lawnmowers to going on because it's overgrown, it's a mess, you got blighted properties. I mean, that's throughout the city, but a 3 to 5 year turnaround on a few plants, that is less than a Band-Aid on a bullet hole.
Well, I also sent a couple emails about the water.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't hear you.
I also sent some information over earlier about the need to include green stormwater infrastructure in the water resource redevelopment plan from 2020. And any municipality not including green stormwater infrastructure in their water infrastructure support plan is at risk of losing all water funding starting in 2025. So I feel like it's a really important thing to decrease water bills by decreasing stormwater overload, as well as installing the ability to develop green stormwater infrastructure plans and support for the city of Flint to maintain proper water funding into the future.
So, and I'm just going to circle back. You want us to give you $25,000 to plant native plants or trees or whatever on property that you don't own. And it won't increase the taxable value of that property. Is that a true statement?
So I've applied to lease the properties and it is pending with the land bank, and I don't see why it wouldn't increase the.
Well, because an empty lot gets taxed at a certain value, where if we put $25,000 towards a roof of a house, that would get increased property value. That empty lot is not going to be taxed higher to help the citizens or improve comps for the neighbors around that said property.
I'm just going to say that I support these people. I live on the east side. I look out
I'm
the
sorry,
window.
I'm sorry. We're only these two were called up to the lectern.
I just wanted to state that when we applied for the grant, there were different categories in which funding would be utilized for. So my understanding was that there is funding for housing and there is additional funding separated into different categories for public health, increased food access, or blight elimination, grants for alternative uses of vacant lots. So I wouldn't want any funds to be taken from a housing aspect. This is grant money that was designated for alternative vacant lot use.
People are begging every time this council convenes to put more money towards home restoration, and we're not. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the first ward.
through you to the representatives from Reroot, a question I have is, have you guys reached out to any local organizations that's here that do similar work to partner with you on this?
Could you repeat the end of what you said? Local organizations that are doing what?
Have you guys reached out to any local organizations to?
Ma'am, can you please stop yelling out? Ma'am, please stop yelling out. Please continue the time.
Yes, my question was, have you guys reached out to any local organizations that's here in Flint that do similar work?
One second, we're getting some feedback. Does everybody have their mic off up here? Okay, go ahead.
Have you guys reached out to any local organizations to partner with you on this project?
We've reached out to Edible Flint for seed banks. We've reached out to Osbury Farms for use of property, and we've reached out to Mott Middle College for the use of like volunteer time, and access to resources that they have in that sense. We've reached out.
And to be more specific, more like organizations who actually put the work, do the work with you, not organizations necessarily with additional resources, but actually do the work, the planting the trees and so forth.
Okay, yeah, we're working on a program with Middle College to implement like a volunteer hour program. Each student at Middle College has to complete 60 hours of community service hours to graduate from their dual enrollment college program, and we're working on creating that connection. And they have already been participating in the planting of the living willow structure, and there are a few interns that we want to be working with that are going to dedicate their full 60 hours to this, along with other leadership organizations within that Middle College, and that's leading into Mott Community College, student organizations, and environmental groups there as well.
We've also reached out and spoken with the Flint River Watershed Coalition and Keep Genesee County Beautiful, that have been participating with these our talks about these situations, and the Kearsley Park installation.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. I know some people may have thought Councilman Pfeiffer's words. I get where he was coming from, because we're looking plants over people. And that is really a serious concern. And I think that ward has a lot more challenges. I think with her ward it may be more challenging than any other ward. My biggest concern is you don't own the property. You just applied to get a lease and you haven't been approved yet. So I would say come back. You're putting the cart before the horse, and you can't, nobody improves a property you don't own or even have a contract with. You don't have a contract with this. So I would say, to come back. They did state that in 45 days with the land bank, and this was dated today. And so they said come back in 45, or we will contact you within the next 45 days and let you know what the next steps are in leasing these properties. You have to first have and seek ownership, and even with the lease, there's only so much with the lease because you're not actually the property owner. So once you get your lease, you still have to make sure you follow the rules and the guidelines by the land bank. You don't have a lease yet. And for any of us to enter into this, to me, it's ill-advised. You don't have a lease. I mean, if you want to come plant trees, there's some people, maybe their personal yards, if they gave permission, but you don't have a lease. You don't have, and technically, if you're on the land, you're technically at this point trespassing. And so that we have to be careful on. Your project, I get the trees, and Judy's passionate about this project with the willow trees, and I listened to when you said they would grow into like 25 bundles, and they would wind up together. And I don't even know what that looks like. I wish it had been a picture that you could have showed us of what they would look like. But I think that at this time, it would be recklessly irresponsible for any of us to be voting to give you ARPA funds and you don't own the land. When you hear back from them with the lease, then I would say to please come back then, because then that way we know that we can say, okay, you can plant on this, because if the land bank says, we didn't give you permission, that $25,000 can be pulled up and placed in the garbage bag. And we don't have money to just throw away here. We don't. We don't. So I understand the idea, but and trees are great. I believe in trees. I believe in saving Oak Park, the historical Oak Park. So I believe in green spaces. They want to turn Oak Park into a parking lot. And General Motors didn't have any problem for 100 years, 3 shifts, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, making sure they had cars to park. And they did that for 100 years. But they want to historical Oak Park into a parking lot. So I would say get ownership or a lease, and then once you get your lease, you have to have, your terms of what you can do in that lease. We can't and should not be voting on this till we can see what the land bank is going to allow you to even do on this property, because you don't have any contract which is legally binding. And see, we got to quit missing the legal step here, and this council runs into that. That's why they removed me. They didn't understand the legal step. So I want you to, I love trees, I love green spaces, but when you get within that 45 days, and they say you have a lease or ownership, I don't even know if they're still selling land for $1 anymore, because they were doing some, or $25. I would say then please come back. Your ideal is a great idea, making sure we keep green spaces like historical Oak Park. That should not be a parking lot. And when you get a contract, a legal contract, then I would consider support this. But right now, this is putting the cart before the horse. Thank you for coming.
All right, is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Okay, and I do concur with my colleagues on this, as far as, $25,000. It is a lot of money, and this money, in my opinion, can go towards home improvements. But my first problem with this is the fact that your fiduciary for this project is Reroot Pontiac. Okay? None of our ARPA funds should be going to Pontiac, period. I don't care if it's $100, $50, or $5. None of our ARPA funds should be going to Pontiac. I think I asked you guys the last time, were you able to find a fiduciary here in the city of Flint? An organization that could, help you guys as far as your funding. I mean, I'm sorry, I will not be supporting this. I don't care if you get your lots or not. I just will not be supporting this. If you can find a fiduciary here in the city of Flint, our money is for the residents of the city of Flint. Our money is for the city of Flint. And that's all I'm saying. So I'll be voting no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Go ahead. Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th Ward?
Okay, so help me or share with me sort of the budget breakdown of this 25,000. What's going to admin, what's going to program cost and staff for the program, and what's going to seeds, trees, and that type of thing?
The majority of the cost of this project is going into land forming. As we're doing green infrastructure, we need to make sure that the stormwater has the ability to stay on site and infiltrate into the ground. And moving soil is a very large cost.
Okay, so when you completed your application, when you filled out the budget on the application in dollars and cents, help me understand, because the majority of what does that look like in dollars and cents?
So the Flint Innovative Solution Hub hosted an assistance program for people of the city of Flint to have accessibility to fill out the applications. So I worked directly with people in the Flint Innovative Solutions to fill this out. We filled out the budget to their recommendations, and I don't have it printed off right now, but I can email it to you. And we were waiting for a response back, and the idea was that when we got the response back, we would then give more detail on everything, because it was a big pool of who was going to hear back.
Okay.
We have it written out, but then to give the extreme detail pinpoint of every single thing with the prices and where we were buying them, that was going to be a response back. So we can work on getting that to you.
Okay, so question, when you filled out the ARPA application, was there a budget that you attached to it?
There was a budget in the application that we sent.
And you submitted that, right?
We submitted a budget when doing the application.
What did that look like? How much did you say for what with that?
I can pull it up.
Okay, I tell you what, we'll do that in a moment. So,
Okay.
John, I heard you say something about 3 to 5 years for, is that how long it takes for the tree to mature, or what?
That's how long it takes native plants to grow to adults.
Okay.
When seeded from seed.
All right.
That's what we were saying. We were going to be planting mature plants that can spread instead of avoiding using seed so that it becomes established immediately.
That sounds good. So tell me this, what type of maintenance for those plants or trees will be required in 12 months? What are you just get the plant and go, or do you have to come back and do maintenance?
For the first year or two, maintenance will be required to make sure weeds don't overwhelm the site.
Okay.
After it's fully grown out, then that site will be able to suppress itself.
So it will require some additional maintenance. So tell me this, if I understand correctly, you are newer in Flint. I know you've been in Pontiac for a while, but newer in Flint. So for this Flint project, what revenue streams or documented funding streams do you have past 2024 that's going to allow you to maintenance them after we give you the $25,000 that I'm assuming will be entirely for this first year of activity? What do you have in place for year 2, 3, and 4 of your project?
So with the resources we have with professors and professionals in the environmental field, year 2 and 3 and 4 to come, even within year 1, we would be hosting educational workshops and seminars and teaching students and community members about these native plants and how to maintenance them.
Okay.
And then
Does that come with a contract and a dollar amount?
That's the program that we're working with Mott Middle College on.
Do you have a commitment for how much they're going to give you to ensure that after we give you this $25,000, the program doesn't have to end? That's what I'm trying. What's the sustainability financially for your program? And do you have those things already in place, or is this seed money hoping something will grow out of it?
We're working on that contract now. It has not been confirmed because it's the chicken and the egg. They're waiting for us to have a big project for them to give us the students to work on. So we're working on all of this at the same time. And whenever we have the projects with the Willow structure, they're going to be giving us interns that will be working on it for a 5-year period per student.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you all for creating Reroot Flint. Thank you for wanting to do something great in the city of Flint. And I apologize for you being shamed for coming up here to do something great in the city of Flint. It is sad that you have to defend it like you've done something wrong. What you all did, you applied for a specific category because this council voted to set a budget for the ARPA funding. And a part of that budget was for vacant lots. Because unlike many people's wards, I can speak for wards 1, 2, and 3, and 4, we have a lot of vacant lots. And they're not pretty to look at. And so the fact that you are coming, that you filled out ARPA resources, and you apply specifically. You didn't apply under the category home repair. You applied under the category blight and vacant lots. And you're bringing your project here to help tackle vacant lots. Because what we see a lot of blight take place on vacant lots. We see couches, we see a whole lot of rejected
Madam
things.
Chair.
I'm sorry, can we please pause the time? Can we please stop yelling out over there? Thank you.
You know, this is becoming just too.
Absolutely. Would you all please keep it down over there? Thank you. Stop yelling out. Go ahead.
Thank you. So you all are doing something with the lot to help decrease the amount of blight that we have on the lot. But not just are you decreasing blight, you're doing something in line with nature to beautify and also to create sustainability on the lot, correct? Okay, want to make sure I heard what we're hearing. So when you applied for the $25,000, you applied to do something great for the lot. I want to make sure I hear that. Yes. Okay, and you used your fiduciary, Reroot Pontiac, because you've been working with them and doing great things in Pontiac, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you're transferring the great things that you've done in Pontiac, and you created a subsidiary branch in Flint, so we have our own Reroot, so we can do some great things in Flint. Want to make sure I'm hearing this.
Correct.
Okay, so you did everything properly. So you saw a need in Flint. You went through your fiduciary that's currently doing the work. You applied through the process in a timely fashion. I just want to make sure I'm clear. Did all of that happen?
Yes.
Okay, you're standing before us today. Okay, very well. And so we shouldn't talk to you about anything else besides vacant lots and blight and what you're trying to do. So the only deal that we do have is the fact that as of right now, you all do not have ownership of the lot right now in terms of purchasing or lease. That's the only small impediment that we have. And according to this paper that you passed out, you will be contacted with at least, I say at the longest, 45 business days, correct?
Correct.
All right, so it can be tomorrow that they send you, a verdict as far as this go. Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page right now. All right, so what I would like to do, and I'm just letting you know what I would like to do just going forward, I think it'd be a great idea if we let this stay in special affairs, okay? So if we let it stay in special affairs, it'll continue, it'll give you the time, because we asked for you to, we asked for you to produce something from the land bank that said that you had ownership. They didn't get back with you in a timely fashion as we thought. However, they let you know that they're going to get back with you. So in all fairness to you and fairness to them, if we leave it here in special affairs, we'll give them an opportunity to either say whether they approve you using the land or not approve you using the land, correct? All right. All right, great. So with that being said, I just want to thank you again for doing something great in the city of Flint, because a lot of people that are yelling out and saying that you don't deserve it, they're not doing what you're doing, okay? They never have done what you're doing, and they don't look to do what you're doing. So we want to continue to support the people that are actually doing less talk and more work, and we appreciate your work that you're doing in the city of Flint. We need all hands on deck, all collaborations in order to make this place a better place. So thank you so much for your work, and don't be discouraged.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else? I'm not gonna have to ask you to please stop yelling out, please. Please stop yelling out.
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, for those who may not understand what's going on, we got a climate change crisis going on worldwide. So, a lot of funding is being used to convert vacant land into nice, cool lot, climate change sort of exactly what you guys are doing. We just did 2 projects. We did one on Austin and Saginaw at the Catherine Price lot where we just planted trees. We didn't do fruit trees or nothing like that. And what a flower bed is that they going to be planting some flowers there that come back every year. And we just did another project on Edmond and Wesley Street where we planted trees. Those 2 projects I know for sure was a $4,000 project each. And I think you guys did one in the 2nd ward. You guys did one in the 1st ward, the Brownell Homes. So to my colleagues, y'all understand what is taking place and what they are doing or what they're trying to attempt to do on the east side. You heard the young lady that was frustrated in the back that sound as if she lived on the east side and they really ain't getting anything on the east side. So to be able to see some work done on the east side, and I know on the east side in the 3rd ward is horrific for my area. My other areas are bad, but the east side is really toe up to the floor up. So we got to start somewhere. And I think what it is we not used to these kind of changes in the community because we used to doing things the traditional way, or we used to not understanding what climate change looked like, what cool lots look like, those kind of things, because we may not be as educated as, because it took me a long time to even understand what.
Can we please pause the time? Would you all please stop yelling out while he is speaking? Please allow him his time, allow him his opportunity to get out his points and ask his questions. The audience is being disruptive. Please stop being disruptive while he is speaking. Please start his time.
And I know the land bank is really good with working with you guys. They got way more properties than they can maintain. So if y'all willing to take $25,000 and invest into converting vacant lots into pilot projects where y'all can educate the community and make the neighborhood look better, I'm all the way down with it. Judy, you already been talking about you ain't really getting nothing on the east side. This is an opportunity for you to be able to see some projects go on the east side. We have funded projects all over the city of Flint, but we have not really put no money in the 4th ward. You talked about that. I don't want to see us get to the 4th ward and we get to trying to put up all this red tape for $25,000. I'm not willing to keep this in special affairs. I'm willing to move this to council. I'm willing to vote for this tonight if we can get 5 council members to go on and look beyond. They don't have a lease agreement with the land bank. I've emailed the land bank, asked them if they could expedite y'all lease agreement, because y'all have a $25,000 grant on the line that y'all would like to invest in some property that they own and see what they can do. I know when we did projects, we didn't have to go through all of this.
Point of order. Point of order.
What is your point?
The point of order is Mr. Ariel Mitchell, he's yelling out.
It stopped me from my train of thought.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's yelling out derogatory things. And he needs to be brought to order.
No, this is not a back and forth with the audience. Will the audience please come to order? I've asked several times. Everyone, please stop yelling out. Please stop yelling out. I can't hear you. That's why I'm looking at you, because I hear you. Please stop yelling out. All right, so. Ariel, that includes you as well. Please stop yelling out.
Can I get my 10 seconds back?
Can we please get his 10 seconds back on the clock? You don't have to, but you
Okay.
have to stop yelling out.
I'm willing to move this forward. I'm not willing to wait any longer. If it don't move, it's not gonna be because of my vote. I'm gonna support you, Judy, in your ward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's it for the first round. Is there anyone who would like to speak in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
You know, last fall, we approved a project for the 5th Ward with Carriage Town, where they're going to put a playground. And the description of the property that was put into our packet is land bank-owned property. And we approved that, and the contract is pending. So, you know, we have done, that is not going to add any taxable value. This is not going to add any taxable value, but it is going to help improve the appearance of property in the 4th Ward. The 4th Ward needs a lot of help. We do not have people interested in helping the residents of the 4th Ward. I cannot seem to get anything happening, and I have tried, and I have looked. And you know what, Madam Chair? This corner is
Right.
needs control.
Can we please stop yelling out over
How
there in
many
that corner?
times
Thank
do we
you.
have to give them warnings before we actually issue an official warning?
All right, thank you.
So I've been to the Willow project. I'm impressed with that. There's also needs some more work down at Kersley Park to make the bridge safe, which that's coming.
It's done.
It got done.
Oh, it got done. Thank you very much. That's good to know. And I do have some other projects that I'm speaking with other people on to help clean up the 4th Ward. People didn't use the tool shed that was located on the east side. So putting mowers over there wasn't going to help anything because they weren't going to use the project. This transforms 4 vacant lots. And I, as a gardener, I am 100% behind you on this. If they aren't, that's okay. They can be against the 4th Ward. But I am rooting for Reroot Flint. So, as I said before, we've approved projects for $25,000 throughout this city. The only ward who hasn't gotten one is the 8th Ward. So, but it's gone, there's been multiple projects approved for the 5th Ward, 6th Ward, the 2nd Ward, the 3rd Ward. Let's do something for the 4th Ward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? Please stop hollering out.
Madam Chair.
I'm talking to you. I'm glad you're waving because I'm speaking to you. Stop hollering out. That is your first warning. You asked for the floor?
Yeah.
Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
So for me, this isn't about wards 1 through 9. It's about doing best I understand it to be my fiduciary responsibility to ensure that the programs that we fund are sustainable. And I guess, I don't know, Madam Clerk, or through you, Madam Chair, to Madam Clerk, if I can request a copy, maybe I'll get more information from seeing the actual grant application. Could I request a copy of this grant application so that I can maybe see in better detail
Point of
what?
information.
Go ahead.
Please pause his time.
I will be glad to email you the list of all the applications for ARPA.
Is that going to provide
It's an Excel spreadsheet we've received from, that's what we've got everything.
not just, but does it provide their grant request, their submitted request?
It's every grant.
Good, good.
I'll email that to you right now.
Good, because, you know, again, for me, it's not about that, not valuing what work you desire to do, but ensuring that we are not just, I mean, again, to give you seed money to plant a seed is good, but I want to make sure that come time for that crop, you have all you need and have put things in place to where now you're not having to come back to say, hey, you know, I don't have money to harvest this crop. Can you help me harvest the crop also? So I want to ensure that if you haven't given thought, you are giving thought, and that you have put a plan together to ensure, because again, this is who I am going to be with Reroot, Reboot, Retoot, whoever come through. I want to know that the plan itself supports and identifies that we have a sustainable model. I would hate to think that we granted any organization money and all it did was got them started. Go ahead.
So in running a nonprofit, you often need to have successful projects in order to gain funding, to have a track record of success. Reroot Pontiac does have a track record of success. We receive $50,000 every year from GM. We receive money from Kroger. We just received $292,000 through NIFWIF for green infrastructure installation.
That's good. Thank you. And I trust that would have been part of an approval factor that our committee used to say, what other leverage funds or opportunities have they already identified?
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like
Madam
the floor
Chair.
in the second round? Councilman in the 8th Ward?
See, the councilwoman in the 4th Ward's got this wrong. Nobody's against the 4th Ward. This is about, is planting something on 4 lots the best use for once-in-a-lifetime dollars? Or could it be used in another facet to help the 4th Ward? Like, I don't understand why everybody wants to take it so personally that it's not, like, and that's the problem with this whole council, is you gotta be a friend and you gotta be in the clique or whatever else. And the problem is some of my colleagues have lost the mindset and the ideals that we have a fiduciary duty to make sure that these dollars are spent to the best capabilities. You know, when we first got on this council is, oh, we're not going to approve anything unless it's multiplied by somebody else. And now we're approving stuff that doesn't have any goals. And I'm not saying you don't. I'm not putting you in this column, but we approve stuff every single day, and within 2 years, we have no idea if that's going to be a successful project. And they're not even checking to see if it's a successful project. At no point in the 2 years that we've been processing ARPA dollars has anybody came back before us and saying, we're doing a hell of a job, look at these results, X, Y, and Z, help us out some more, and we can do any of that. People are coming before us, they're getting their money, and we never hear from them again, because even the The Ernst & Young were supposed to be checking on them and getting reports and whatever else, but now we've been told that the administration had taken that away from them. So now we have 0 reports on whether or not things are successful or not. And once again, you guys haven't even started, so this is me on my soapbox. But we think that helping out a colleague or telling them we support your project, to be friends with them, but it's not helping the community. It's not.
You done? Okay. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round?
Yes.
Councilman in the third ward.
Thank you so much. So, for some of us that is understand or learning the process of what climate change is, understand the work that you guys are trying to do. The third ward is open for business for those who want to come and bring in new ideas around reuse, around vacant lot. The category for blight dealt with reuse of vacant land. They applied for $25,000 because that category in which they applied for was able to they was able to apply for it, and that's what they did. They didn't go over here to another area or go over here to another area to apply for $25,000. And then to even go further, on Baltimore, Marengo, Lamida, between North and Saginaw, we got $250,000 of a consumer energy grant that we are getting ready to implement because we are working with climate change. You think I'm gonna be like, no, when they came to me, you think I was gonna say, no, I don't want $250 because I can't see how it's gonna sustain this stuff. We gonna do all we can to make sure that we make our neighborhood look better than what it looked like. And maybe because you guys don't live in the hood like we do, you don't understand what we have to look at when we go outside our doors and look at.
Can we please pause the time? Can we please pause the time?
Request for information.
One second, Mr. Pfeiffer. I'll get with your request. Please, audience, stop yelling out. Mr. Pfeiffer, what is your request?
Are you aware that you should get on that lawnmower and go mow some lawns?
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
What is your point, Dr. Lewis?
That was entirely inappropriate.
That's okay.
And misused. No. We're going to stand on council rules because we're going to stand on council rules.
So what rule was breached? One second, Dr. Lewis. What rule was breached?
She did not even ask for the floor.
She did.
I didn't hear her. She started
It's called
talking.
point of order.
No, she did not. I heard her and I gave her the floor.
No.
What is your point, Dr. Lewis?
Point of order.
What she did say point of order. What rule has been breached, Dr. Lewis?
My point of order is if that was a request for information, that was an improper request for information, and if that was not a request for information, that was being disorderly. Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. So what I'm saying and the point that I'm trying to make is I support what you guys are trying to do. Judy, I support what you're trying to do in the 4th Ward. You got a lot of blight over there. If you want to decide and you think that taking vacant land and converting them into nice, beautiful.
Please pause the time. Mr. Mitchell, that is your first warning. Go ahead. Continue.
Request for information.
What is your request? I'm sorry. Go ahead. What is your request?
Through you to the speaker, would this be an appropriate use for like the $30,000 we were talking about last week?
I'm sorry. 1 second. We still need to pause the time because Ms. Burns now has the floor.
I'm gonna take that back.
Okay.
But what I am asking, I'm gonna send a request. We do know that Ariel has a disability, so I'm gonna go out and talk with him so we can just.
The warning stands, but absolutely, I would appreciate you going to speak with him. Go ahead. Finish your time.
The point that I'm trying to make is some of us are trying to take all this vacant land that's been blighted and do something with it besides do nothing with it. Leon Elamine with May Institute has done a great job over there on Parkway Linden, taking vacant lots, converting them into nice, beautiful green space. If my colleague wants you guys to come in on a 4-4 and convert vacant land into nice, beautiful green space where y'all plant trees and native plants that will last longevity, I'm down with it by all means necessary, because some of our wards makeup ain't the same. I'm not gonna go get the 9th ward or the 8th ward over in the 3rd, 2nd, 1st, and 4th ward.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
thank you. There's a lot of passion. I understand what's going on both sides, but there is a first order of business, and it still stands. You don't own the land. You don't. And the councilwoman should have told you before you applied. Whoever you talked to should have said, because we had another gentleman up here, and he didn't get it because he didn't own the land. And he was told to come back, get his stuff together, you know, basically, you know, so we need to make sure what
Point
we're
of
doing.
information.
Please pause her time. What is your point of information, Ms. Priestley?
From you, through you to the speaker. So should we go ahead and cancel the, rescind the resolution that we did for Carriage Town for their playground? Because they don't own the land either.
No, I'm not.
Please
gonna,
continue
I'm
with
not
your
giving-
point. Please continue with your time.
I'm not going to do her
Please
pettiness.
start her time.
I don't even know. We're not rescinding anything, but they probably had a lease at Carriage Town. They just applied today. Big difference. Don't come for me today, Judy. So when
Can I
we
direct
talk about this,
respond?
that's what I said. Who do you think you're talking to?
Point of order.
Oh
think you're
gosh,
talking to?
please pause the
She's over
time.
here
What is
talking.
your
Please
point
get her-
of order?
bring her to
What
order.
rule has been breached? What rule has
Please
been
bring
breached?
her to order.
What rule has been breached, Dr. Lewis?
None.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, Dr. Lewis has the floor.
We are not having proper decorum. This is not a back and forth. This is debate time. And so we don't need colleagues to disrespect one another. Again, this is
And-
where being disorderly comes into play.
Okay, this is my discussion time. And
Please-
so you,
please start the
Are you
time,
done?
Madam Clerk.
This is my discussion time, Liddell Lewis, in case you don't understand who has the floor. I have the floor, okay? Perfectly clear, okay? She was talking to me. So you talked decorum to her, and she's still over there mumbling. Back to the order of business. I'm not against your project. I'm not, but you have to own the property. Just like you take it and say, I'm gonna go build a house here. You can't do that. And so when you come back and say, hey, you know what? In 45 days, and Land Bank moves a little slow on this. It may be 3 months. But until you bring your proper documentation back, it would be irresponsible for any of us. And they need to cool their heels. Everybody's not saying they're against this project. Plants over people. I'm always choose people first, though. But get your business in order so we can make at that time an effective decision. So when they talk about cool lots, they should not be voting to get rid of Oak Park, because that's all kind of trees. If we're talking about climate change.
Can I direct respond?
So cool lots and trees and climate change is convenient to them. And the realness is not one of us is a climatologist or environmental scientists who sit on this council. None of us. And so no one should be speaking to Tanya Burns doesn't know anything about climate change. Don't do that, because I can spell climate change and
Point of
environmental.
information.
Please pause the time. We have 33 seconds left on her time. What is your point of information?
Through you to the speaker, are you aware that the Genesee County Conservation District looked at the trees at the Oak Park district and said that those trees was old and on a last life and was getting ready to fall down? Are you aware of that?
Don't get snazzy and zesty
okay,
with me, because
please
I'm gonna
start our
get you
time.
together.
Please
You're
start
open
our
for
time.
business in the 3rd Ward, which means you took a lawnmower for $11,000, another $4,750.
Point of order.
So when you're open
Please
for
pause
business,
the time.
as you stated during
Please
this
pause
debate,
the time.
don't come for me.
Excuse me,
We're not-
excuse me, Councilwoman Burns, please pause. Dr. Lewis, you have the floor. What is your point of order? What rule has been breached?
Again, we're not using proper decorum, and we're not staying focused on the specific topic of this Reroot Flint. We don't need to talk about any other park, any place. We're not talking about lawnmowers. We're talking succinctly about Reroot Flint.
Thank you.
And whether we're
Thank
going
you,
to vote it up or
Dr.
not
Lewis.
down.
Thank you. Please continue with her 23
Succinctly,
seconds.
The councilperson in the 2nd Ward is out of order.
Please continue with her-
Because
okay.
if he continues to talk to me, I'm going to address him. I'm not against your project. Have your business in order. 6th Ward is not open for business. I don't take money from Ashley Capital or anybody else. I want your project to be sustainable, as the gentleman stated in the 9th Ward. And there's some things, the basic business of it. Come back when you have your lot, please. When you have you can have.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the 2nd round? Seeing as how there is no one else who would like the floor.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
All right, so thank you, Madam Chair. We must be clear on a few things, and one of the things that we need to be clear on is we have approved projects in wards 5 and above with not as much pushback as we're getting in Ward number 4. And it's very unsettling to hear individuals tell a colleague what she need to have
Request
happen
for
in her
information.
ward.
Please pause the time. What is your request for information, Ms. Burns?
Thank you. Does the person in the 2nd Ward understand that the projects in the 6th Ward, they own or had a lease? They legally had a right to be on the property.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Please continue her time.
And so we are doing things and approving things in the best interest of the city of Flint. When we start talking about sustainability, you know, for those that have been out in the community doing the real work, we have an understanding that that there's funding that comes from many different areas. And so for those that don't know or participated in it, because before we got on this council, we were writing those grants to help out our neighborhoods. We have plenty. And so, Councilman in the 9th Ward, I encourage you to take a look at the Community Foundation Small Grants Program. You can get $1,000, $5,000, $25,000, all that's in February. Then we can start talking about the different priorities of the Ruth Mott Foundation. Their priorities are the north side of Flint. And so by their priority being the north side of Flint, they support substantive and beautification projects on the north side. They are currently funding those things. And then next, we also have the Department of Oceanic Affairs, the federal agency, a federal agency where they are giving money for these cool lots and different projects. And they are earmarking, targeted specifically first, second, and third, and they're looking to fund the fourth next go round. There's money out here.
Can we please pause the time? I will ask the audience member with the point of order sign to stop blocking others from behind you from seeing as you're walking back and forth along the aisle. This is not a request. I'm telling you to stop walking back and forth because you're blocking audience members behind you. Please continue with your time.
Thank you.
That is your first warning. Continue.
Thank you. And so we must realize that we must realize.
What is your point of information?
Information from you, Chair, to the Speaker. For the grant opportunities that you're referencing with these other organizations, do you know that this group has been led to those agencies as well?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Well, this is the first step. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll let you speak for yourself, please.
So we do have awareness of all of these things and have reached out to a few of these organizations and applied to some of them, but we need to have something moving in order to show that we are doing this. So yes, we have reached out to and applied to some of these organizations, but we also have to have an example of completed projects in the area in order to do that effectively. We now do have one at Kearsley Park and can do so again.
And for that one, we did supply a very extremely detailed budget that we stuck to and are working with the brand grant for. So we are able to
But-
supply that.
Hold on, so question. Oh, never mind, we go ahead and go. So the point is, when they see that you're receiving funds and doing the work, then it opens you up to receive more funding.
Thank you. Seeing as how everyone has taken their time. Sorry, colleague in the Fifth Ward, did you want to speak? Okay, seeing as how everyone has taken their time, I will now take my time in this second round. I do thank you both and commend you both for staying here through the different personalities and disagreements that are happening when we should be sticking to this agenda item about this ARPA allocation for you. So thank you so very much for standing here. I have a couple of questions specifically about why you are standing here before me. So you are planting mature plants because this will help with the impact of flooding right now. This will help with the mitigation of flooding right now, correct?
Yes, it will help
All
with
right.
the mitigation of flooding and the the look of the site as well.
I'm focused on the aesthetics, that's cool, but I'm focused on the impact that it's having as far as the flooding in that area. I know that we've had colleagues who talked about some mowing that needs to be done there. Mowing cannot be done in that area because of how deep the flood waters run, correct? Mowers often get stuck. There's often issues with people being able to even get their riding mowers or their walking mowers out of the water that raises over there. Also, Reroot Flint is an organization, correct? Correct.
We are
It
an
is an
organization.
organization that is a branch of Reroot Pontiac, meaning that organization might have started there, but it is now branched out, and there are Flint residents who are actively living in the city of Flint, in Kearsley Park area, who are part of Reroot Flint, which is a branch of Reroot Saginaw.
Pontiac, but yes, correct.
Correct. I mean, I'm sorry. Yes, Reroot Pontiac. Correct. So the people, Reroot Pontiac has now branched out to Reroot Flint. The mission is now happening here in Flint.
Yes.
We are all clear that organizations have hubs all over the country, that this is not anything new that you are doing. This is not anything peculiar that you are doing, but there are residents who actively live in Kearsley Park who thought that the mission that they saw from this other organization was so great that we needed it here. And therefore, your fiduciary is the organization that you are branching off from, because you're branching off from them. You're using their name, so it only makes sense for them to serve as your fiduciary, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Also, when we talk about the flood mitigation, and while we're saying that right now, any land that you lease, it won't have any taxable value on that land right now, but we are clear that any flooding that you mitigate around there, the homes that are surrounded there, it will have an impact on their taxable value, correct? And all mitigating of flooding that you are doing, that helps those who cannot get insurance because they are in a flood zone, or those who pay extremely high insurance because they are in a flood zone with no resolve, correct?
Request for information.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer. What's your request?
Are you aware that that Reroot Flint is a DBA and they're not registered in the Michigan Corporation?
Thank you very much, which is why they're using a fiduciary. I appreciate you. DBA means they're doing business as Reroot Flint in Flint. Got it. I understand exactly what DBA means. I understand exactly what a fiduciary means and why a business doing a DBA would need a fiduciary. I understand every bit of that, and I'm glad you brought it up so that everyone can understand it with me. Thank you for the work that you're doing and trying to mitigate flooding in the city of Flint, for helping the residents in the 4th Ward. Thank you for the impact that you're trying to help on insurance and property values. On roll call, Madam Clerk, this is to send Resolution 240158, reallocation of ARPA funding, Reroot Pontiac, alternate use of vacant lots to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk. You can sit down. You guys can sit.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you for your time, everybody.
No.
I'm sorry, you talked so fast, I could not even hear you.
I'm sorry. Okay, we're sending this to council. This is the resolution. We're in the middle of a roll call to send Resolution 240158, reallocation of ARPA funds, Reroot Pontiac, alternate use of vacant lots to council.
No.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alleman?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no. That resolution fails to move the council.
Madam
Is there a
Chair.
second motion? Yes.
I would like to move that we keep this resolution of special affairs.
All righty.
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported to keep this resolution in special affairs. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Yes, sir. There is no debate. Oh, wait.
To keep in committee, it's no debate.
This is a second motion. Madam Clerk, do we debate this? There's no discussion on this, correct?
No debate.
There
We'll
is-
send it
I
to
know-
committee.
I know there's no discussion.
Point
Can
of
we
order.
roll call? Go ahead.
She spoke out of turn.
She did. Please do not speak out of turn. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
I abstain until I find the rule that there's no debate. Do you know which one it is?
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alleman.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. Resolution 240158, reallocation of ARPA funds, Reroot Pontiac, alternate use for vacant lots, stays in special affairs. Moving on to Resolution 240182, reallocation of ARPA funds, emergency water relief funds. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I move that-
Councilwoman in the second ward.
I move that we send this resolution to council.
There is a motion to move this resolution to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by my colleague in the first ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. So through you to maybe, I don't know who can answer the question about the specifics of the water relief funds. Anyone can answer the specifics about the water relief funds? So my question is,
I'm sorry, Mr. Moore, would you please join us at the lectern?
okay, we're gonna do this again. Through you, to you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, so can you tell us exactly what the plan is for these emergency water relief funds?
The plan is that, let's start up. The funds are, it's only $250,000. That will just be a start of the problem, solving the problem. So the idea is to target low-income people, so you have to be below the poverty threshold.
Okay.
You have to own your home, or it has to be the name of the property owner.
So you said low income, own your home.
Have to be current on property and income taxes. The city will then contribute $250 towards reducing the amount that you owe. We'll establish a payment plan, and then if you honor that program for 6 months, we'll match it with another $250.
You said you're an established payment plan, and if you do the payments for 6 months, what happened?
Then we'll match it with another $250.
Okay, so they're going to start off with $250, and if you sustain that, continue to sustain that payment for 6 months, then you would get another $250?
That's correct.
But that $250, that's contingent on your match?
That's right.
Okay, and so when you say low income, do you know exactly what do you mean? Is it like 200% of poverty, 300% of poverty?
Must be, the way it's currently drafted is you must be under the federal HHS poverty guidelines for 2024.
Say it one more time.
You must be under the federal HHS poverty guidelines for 2024.
Okay, so is that 300%?
Pardon?
Is that 300%?
No, I believe that's just, you have to be below the poverty threshold.
Okay, so okay, so you're not familiar with the percentage?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, so you must own your own home, have low income, and then you must also you said establish payment.
You must be current on your property taxes and income taxes.
Did you say current on your property taxes?
That's correct.
Okay, so current on your property taxes. Okay. All right, and so they will receive matches. So after the second 6 months, you know, after they've been doing good, paying their fees, paying their bill, will their bill be at a fixed rate? Like, okay, you have to pay $30 a month. Will it be something like that, or will it be their actual bill that they receive?
I believe that the idea is that you have to pay your current bill plus 10% of the amount that's past due.
Okay, so your current bill plus 10%. Okay, so if you pay your current bill plus 10%, then, okay. All right, well, thank you so much for that. Did you want to say something?
No, that's it.
Oh, okay, sounds good. All right, so after the second 6 months, do you match the monies again?
After we'll pay the first $250 after the property owner meets the criteria for 6 months, then we will match it with another $250.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor for the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the first ward.
And you might have just said this, Mr. Moore. If this is approved and we move forward, will this protect residents who are currently facing liens on their homes and so forth from not paying water and the sort?
They have to be current on their property taxes and income tax. We understand they're going to be late on their water bill.
Okay. For water damage, you said?
Water and sewer bill they'll be late on that, delinquent on that.
Okay, and this will only cover like recent residents who may be having that hardship. It won't go beyond. Will this help protect those like beyond, say for instance, this year or the current year? How far does this go back?
We have only $250,000, and so this won't go far. Won't affect, won't help everybody, but it will help some people in need.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fifth ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, do you know how many residents or how many households have come forward to take advantage of the payment plan?
I do not know that, so I'm sorry.
Amanda might be able to help you.
Is Amanda, are you? Oh, Amanda.
Amanda, thank you for joining us.
Yeah. We probably only got less than 50 people that came forward to make payment arrangements.
Really? So go over the arrangement again. I know that if you pay 10% of your past due plus the current bill, is that still the case?
Yes, I mean, you pay your current bill plus 10% of your past due balance to avoid a shut-off. For the lien notice, are you talking about the lien notices?
Yes.
So the lien notices, we're asking 10% down, and then we'll make arrangements on the remaining balance up to 2 years.
Okay. So they have 2 years. Now, I missed something. You said something about $250. Are we?
That's for this resolution here. When anyone that comes in and applies, that they would get initial $250 applied to their account. We'll make their arrangements. They pay their bill for 6 months. If they pay what is required, then after that, we'll give them the other $250. So they'll get a total of $500.
And this is for the people with the liens, or for everyone?
This would be people that potentially would be on receiving a lien.
Pardon me?
They haven't received the lien yet, but this would be in lieu of, this would prevent them from receiving the lien.
Okay. All right, I'll have to think about what it is that I'm gonna do, because I don't know. Before liens were sent out, I would think that the mayor and his administration would have done something before they actually sent the liens out. You know, and then you come to us because you probably got a lot of complaints, and now you want to save the city. You want to save the city with the $250,000. You want to be the hero, you know. And it's a shame that you couldn't help the people beforehand. We should have put money towards the overdue water bills. You give them $300 and you thought that was something great, and you used it as a campaign ploy. We should have put more money into it. Water liens should not have gone out without trying to help the people first. I'm done, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there
Madam
anyone
Chair.
else, Councilman in the 8th Ward? You have the floor.
Is there a written documentation of this policy?
I believe it was included in your agenda packet called the staff review form.
And I'm sorry, I don't think that you have the same one as I do, because this
Okay.
doesn't tell us the policy on.
I can make sure you get a copy of it.
Yeah, I don't know. What are you referring to that is the written policy of how this program will work? Where are you reading that at?
I'm not, I guess I'm not sure whether this was in the,
I'm sorry, you're mumbling, I can't hear you.
I had this before the agenda came out. I had highlighted it for the meeting. I'm not 100% sure it's in the agenda packet, but we can make it available to
So
council.
the extent of what I have says the water, or the remaining balance, 174,000 will, of revenue replacement, 30,000, revenue replacement at 30,000, 25,000 contingency fund, and the administrative budget of 20,405 will be used for this resolution. Nowhere in here does it say that anything of what the treasurer said at all. So is there a written policy on how this program will be implemented?
I'm not sure the updated one received was in the packet. We can make a copy of this for you.
Madam Chair, can we pause time until we get this? I think it's
what do you mean?
detrimental. Till he's got a written policy, can I?
So what we can do is, the only thing that we can do is you can get copies and you wait till your second round. I mean, can we get copies of this? Is all I got for you.
Okay. I think that this has been here for 2 weeks, and we still don't have a written policy of the exact same questions that we asked 2 weeks ago.
Point of information.
Please pause the time. What is your point of information, Ms.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Priestley?
you could table until the end of the meeting.
Yeah.
What did you say?
I
What
heard
did you
it.
say?
I heard it.
It has to be his motion.
Yeah.
Please continue his time.
So I'm just wondering why at the last minute you have something that we still don't have 2 weeks after we're asking these very same questions. I mean, this is the reason it's still here. We all want to help the residents. We're just asking questions on how it's going to be implemented, the same questions we asked 2 weeks ago, and now you have a document that we don't have, and you're saying it's going to spill out everything that we need to know. And I'm like, well, why didn't we get that the day after the last council meeting?
It wasn't drafted then.
So we throwing money at something that we didn't even have a policy even thought about. Is that a correct statement? If it wasn't drafted yet, we're just literally taking $250,000 and throwing it at the wall, hoping that it's going to be a PR benefit because it's not going to help the residents. I don't understand our thinking. If we want to help the residents, why don't we come out with a program in definitive on how that's going to help the residents? I'm sorry. This is not directed at you. This is just frustration of everyone on this council. Help us help you. If it's going to be something that helps the residents, then why aren't we given full information on what we need so that we can move this program forward? But now we got to delay this to get a photocopy of a new resolution that we should have had 13 days ago. And that's why I say that this whole lien thing was a fabricated idea to draw attention from something else, and then magically come out as a savior that, oh, I retracted the liens, and now here's $250,000 to help you out. I'm the good guy, when they caused the problem to begin with. And then we bring forth, this is how incompetent this administration is. And then we bring forth resolutions that have zero information on them to say, this is going to help. I don't understand it. If it's going to help, tell us how it's going to help. And I hope that I'm not the only one up here frustrated, because this is ridiculous. This money was sent to help the residents, but if you think that this council member, myself, is going to just willy-nilly say, oh, it sounds like a great idea, I don't know how it's going to be implemented, go ahead, it's not going to happen today.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Could you repeat that, Madam Chair?
Absolutely. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, go ahead.
I'll yield to Councilman Murphy.
Go ahead.
Amanda, so if we approve this funding, how will the residents be eligible to come and apply? Is it just only for people that got liens? Or, yeah, how that works?
Has that been decided on that? I don't know. Okay. No. To me, it's for anybody that has a lien.
I can't hear you.
Oh, is that on? For me, if anyone to come in and apply, is this on? If anyone comes in and applies and they qualify, if they have a lien or if they have just a bill that they owe, I want to help them.
So they don't have to have a lien.
There have to be a homeowner according to this, but if they have an active water account, the mayor has said that we're not going to transfer those to lien, only the inactive ones. So if they have an active water account and they come in and apply and they qualify, they'll be part of the program.
So they have a water account.
For instance, I know we had a discussion about someone who bought a house and the water from the previous owner was transferred onto their property, would they be eligible to apply for funding, and would this funding help them even though the water bill was the previous owner water bill?
Well, I would have to say no on that, because at this point.
I can't hear
Oh,
you.
I'm sorry. The bills, if the water is inactive, and those are gonna be transferred, if they haven't made payment arrangements, they'll be transferred to the property taxes in June. So, I mean, it's not gonna be on there, so to apply for this, it's gonna have to be for something that's an active water account.
So, for just a regular person who have been paying a bill, will they be eligible to apply, or this just for those
If they
who are
qualify-
struggling?
No, if they qualify under any of the requirements that we have, if they have the income level and they qualify,
So if you've been paying your water bill, you can go to the water, if we approve this money, they could go to the water department and you guys will help them up to how much?
it's up to $500.
So they can apply and just be like, okay, I need some assistance, long as they current on their property taxes.
According to this, yes, correct.
So this is,
Request for information.
Please pause the time. What is your request?
How many people that are current on their property taxes are current on their water bills? I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Right?
is the current on your taxes just part of the ARPA requirement for those who receiving ARPA dollars? Is that why y'all putting that stipulation on there?
Using ARP dollars requires that we have an income eligibility test. From what I understand, when we talked to Ernst & Young, that's what they advised us.
Anyways, so this is not just for people who have been sent liens. This will help. I mean, and that money will go so quick. Because if everybody know that they can apply, I mean, why not help the person who been paying too? Maybe they could take their money and move it towards getting them some prescription or buying some food, because inflation is high. So I think what's gonna happen is, if we approve this, we gonna run into competition of a whole bunch of people running down here applying for funding to get help with their water, and we ain't gonna have enough for everybody. But
No, I said it's only gonna, but the amount of money, and we're allocating $500, it's only gonna be 500 households that would be helped.
Thank you. Would anybody else like the floor this time? Oh, Councilwoman Burns.
Yes, thank you. Here's the thing, the $250,000, we need to be truthful, did not come about until Mayor Neely was embarrassed by Scripps News. It did not. He cared less that there was over 9,000 liens sent out. But what he did care about was Congressman Kildee spoke out about it to Scripps News. And he stated, this is not what money, and I'm gonna quote him because I don't wanna use his words, my words, I don't wanna misquote him. And we need to have people who work for the city, who are elected to represent the city, to understand the condition that the city is in and in the people. Congressman Kildee stated in Scripps News, what's frustrating to me as a member of Congress is to deliver $100 million plus to the community and have them still arguing about how they're going to use it, and when neighbors can't get their remaining lead pipes fixed or the pump stations improved or whatever it might be, he said, that's not acceptable. Congressman Kildee doesn't weigh in generally. So when we talk about how many people will it actually help, because they have to meet those two requirements, you will probably have leftover money. And furthermore, right now, they're telling people, you know, we're relying on service lines. If your service line needs to be repaired, we're relying on Flint records. They have never been reliable records to rely on in the first place. And for us to do that is just inexcusable. That's not what the consent order. We have the TMF report, we have the administrative consent order report, and thank you to the new DPW director for giving me this report, because all of that makes sense. We have got 17 projects that's 0% completion in that. We have 5 projects that are between 20 to 90% completed. So it's not acceptable. People are asked to pay for something they can't even drink from the tap. They can't. And some of the people in this city just don't care with the flippant attitude. The water's high. And according to that report, we will have a water increase. What I think is 36% a minimum of. We pay some of the highest water, and for the water that people still have a fear of cooking with, brushing their teeth with, bathing their children in. And there's money out there with the state for $35 million that this administration didn't apply for. Didn't apply for to take care of water bills. And there's infrastructure money. We had Sharif from the state of Michigan, Eagle, who came here and spoke. But every single time it comes to let's threaten the residents, let's pimp the residents of the city of Flint, this has to stop. This has to stop. There is money to pay for water bills. Why didn't this administration apply for it? And it's grants. Do we have a grant writer? Maybe to Clyde Edwards, through you, Madam Chair, to Clyde Edwards.
City Administrator, will you please join us?
As he start walking up, are we applying for these monies and these funds so that we can take care of our water? You know, the mayor said a nice little thing that water is a human right. Yeah, but you want to be able to drink the water and still live. That's just the basic function. Are we applying for grants from these departments to take care of this?
Through the chair to Councilwoman Burns, we have maximized our capacity of people for getting grants or for working towards whatever we need in infrastructure. We don't have the capacity just to singly focus on that objective.
And okay, and so we don't. Then what we need to be doing, we want to plant willow trees. We need to take some of this money and get a direct grant writer. We need someone.
That you already approved. You already did approve a person to operate in that space.
So here's what bothers me. When we have residents such as Melissa Mays comes here, and she's got this list of organizations that I started calling. And she knows Flint didn't apply for the money, but then Flint was lickety-split to send out 9,000 in liens. This administration is not being proactive. You do have that list. If not, I will send it to you. Do you have that list, sir?
No, the list of, I'm sorry.
Monies that are available that Congressman Kildee even stated.
I'll be happy to take what you have.
I'll send it to you, and I'll send to you because they sent me another loan for infrastructure, and I did tell Mr. Miller I would send it to him. We got to do a better job. If they're offering us money, we need to take it and get it, because we didn't break Flint. The government broke Flint, and we have to do a better job of fixing Flint, and not on the residents just because they're here. They're not the ones.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? Councilman in the first ward, you have already spoken in this round, so you have to wait. 4 and 9 and 7.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward, you have the floor.
You know, the governor put a moratorium on having shutoffs. What was that, 6 months? How long was it, 3 months? I don't remember.
No, that was more like 2 years.
It was 2 years.
Yes.
So, and then the mayor went 6 months beyond that. Correct. I remember that because he and I had an argument over that.
Correct.
And so, you know, some of this is attributable to our governor.
Yes, well, the governor said we couldn't turn it off. She didn't say that they didn't have to pay for it. People just stopped paying it because they knew that we weren't going to turn them off.
Right, and so
So the
now
bill's
we're
increased.
in a process, we have these people who owe all this money because the governor said you didn't have to pay. Hey, if I'm not gonna get my water turned off, I don't have to pay.
That's
And
what
now we are in this situation where we have to have help somehow, some way, and this is somewhere. I do want to see the plan on this program, but also something that we have to think about is that we have to develop a good program that people can live with so they can keep their water, but pay down their water bill. Paying the past due balance plus 10% and then waiting till the next turn-off notice just grows the water bill.
Absolutely.
So that needs to be done. And so I really want to see what this program looks like. And I also think we need to contact our congresswoman and say, get us some money to help pay these people for we have Congress, I'm not Congresswoman, excuse me, our state representative,
Yeah, and just so you know, we do have a meeting tomorrow morning at 9 with some members of state of Michigan, about grants, so.
Okay, that would be great, because if the governor helped contribute to this, then the governor needs to pay. So, but I am interested in seeing how this program's going to work, and I'm looking forward to seeing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman in the Ninth Ward, you do have time if you would like to use it.
I would like to know, in putting the program together, I understand that if it's utilized properly, and those that participate, engage, and they do what they're supposed to do, they get 200 initially, and then potentially 250 in 6 months. So as I think one of you said, that serves 500 people, households. Correct. Do we know, or please share with me, how many households would otherwise qualify, but the $250,000 puts a cap on the first 500 that apply?
Oh, I'm sure it's well over 1,000, because I know when the RAP was here, before they ran out of funds, they had over 1,000 people that had applied and were qualified, but they didn't receive any funds because, the funds had run out. So I'm sure there's,
Okay.
well over 1,000.
So this, as I see it, will be one of those times where you ask for more money to accommodate the number of persons that otherwise would qualify, and then let us haggle bringing that number down, because that's $750,000 is too much. No, let's see how many would qualify, and maybe we modify this request to say, let's put in place to be able to accommodate all of those residents who otherwise qualify, and go from there. Because there is a possibility that some that get the first 250 don't make it to the second 250. Unfortunately, that's a possibility.
Oh, yes.
But why not have it set up such that we could accommodate all those that put forth their best effort to make the program requirements, and then if we have money left over because we haven't had to give it all, utilize it all because they didn't hit that second benchmark, then you all can come back to us and say, hey, we got more money here, we need to find a way to utilize it. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, yes, it does. I mean, my opinion is that this is like a stopgap for us, because we are looking into getting more funding. I mean, this is something that I've been engaged in with other entities, and it just takes a while before we get it. Just like Clyde said before, we did not have the capacity when that grant came up for some money, and so now we're trying to get to that, and this 250 is a stopgap for that.
Well, if this is a stopgap, this might be a plug of one size, but the hole is twice as big. So let's go ahead and maybe say, let's get that plug that's the appropriate size. Because you know, it's already been what, 2 weeks? How long do you think it would take for you to do, or your group to do the analysis to be able to come back with a number that says, you know, we've between pulling reports that show us how many people are past due, how many, because this is what I'm thinking. You got past due as one qualifier, and then you say who of those are current on their taxes, on their both their income and property taxes, right? Aren't those qualifiers?
Yeah. Yes.
So how long would it take you all to pull the report to say, okay, of these however many thousands past due, how many are current on their property taxes? How long does that take?
I'm not sure.
Because that's what you would do, right? Or
Yeah,
am I?
I mean, no, I mean, that's exactly what, I mean, I'd have to figure out, I just have to run some reports to figure out, you know, how many are delinquent and, you know, and the property taxes too, because right now, I'd have to go and look at Genesee County's website because our taxes for 23 are done here. 24 hasn't started, so I don't know if they've paid them over there yet or not, so that might take a while.
Okay. Maybe
But
I see this as a potential good, you know, a start to help to fill some of that gap. So thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So I am the last to speak in this round, so I will take my time. So it sounds like what you're looking at doing is a tiered system, right? So the 500 isn't necessarily guaranteed, it's just what's possible. The 200 is what is guaranteed?
If you meet the criteria, yes.
What was that full statement?
If you meet the criteria for the program, yes.
Then the 200 is guaranteed and the 500 is possible.
Yes.
250 is guaranteed, okay. And so then, how many are you projected to help with that 250? Just completely remove the 500. The 250, how many people did you project to help with that?
Well, I'm just hoping that all the 500 that apply, you know, that are approved, work it
can't
out
hear you.
and do that, so. I'm just hoping that the 500 that we get all work out, and then that way they get the $500. The two, you know, I mean, you know, I know I'm probably being, you know, dreaming on that one, but I just hope that everyone just takes care of what the business, so that way they can get their money. Because most people, if they know that they have this and they're going to get something else, they will pay.
So you didn't have a projected number of the 9,000 that would be helped. And from what I understand, they have to have their property taxes up to date too in order to even qualify for this water assistance, is what you're saying?
Yes.
You said their income taxes as well?
Yes.
So property taxes and income taxes
Yes.
they have to have both of those up to date to qualify for any water relief.
Correct.
Okay, and that is because we're using ARPA money for that.
I don't think that's an ARPA requirement. The income criteria is because of ARPA. Having the property taxes and income taxes is just general city policy that you have to be in good standing.
General city policy, so it has nothing to do with the fact that this is an ARPA attachment to these funds. So this is.
ARPA doesn't require it.
So even if this wasn't I know, but ARPA does require it because of our guidelines for ARPA. We made ARPA require it. So ARPA does require it for the city of Flint.
ARPA requires that have an income eligibility test.
What I'm saying is for our ARPA guidelines, even when we talked about with the home repair, the guidelines that we put in place with our ARPA dollars says that they have to have the property taxes and all of that put out, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so because of the city of Flint's ARPA dollars require that because that was the requirement y'all put in place for ARPA dollars, correct?
Right.
Please hold, go ahead.
That is just for the home repair, nothing else.
That's just for home repair, so it has nothing to do with, okay. So then for this, we're going generalized, and the generalized funding says that the only way that we can help you is if you're up to date on everything. So what if we have 9,000 liens, and out of the 9,000 liens, only 200 people are up to date on everything?
At that point, if we haven't spent all the money, I assume we'll come back to the city council to adjust the criteria so that we spend.
So
all
why
the
do you
money.
need to come back to adjust the criteria? Can we not adjust it right now?
That's a political decision. That's up to the council.
Okay, so I tell you what. I know you also said there was a paper that you had with the criteria on there that we need to. If we could please, Madam Clerk, get a copy of that right now. I know one of my colleagues did not take their time to make the motion. I'm chairing. I'm gonna move right into the second round, and I will gladly entertain a motion to.
Chair, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to put a motion on the floor to keep this in special affairs.
Is there, because I know that two people had an idea, a thought process on this. And so is it that we're keeping it in special affairs until the next meeting, or are we keeping it in special affairs until you get this paper? I need to know what the motion is
I didn't
going to
hear
be.
you. What was the second option? You said the first option was special affairs until we receive an answer.
That we receive that paper, because what I'm hearing us say right now is if there's an opportunity for us to adjust the criteria, then we'll just simply adjust the criteria. We don't need to keep sending it back. I don't understand if we can adjust the criteria, why we don't just adjust the criteria. There's a motion on the floor to leave this in special affairs. We also need that paper from you. Is there support? There's a motion to leave it in. Okay, it's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk. We just need the paper from you, and then you can have a seat.
I gave it to the clerk's office. They'll be making a copy, and I'll be here shortly.
Thank you so much.
Madam
Roll call,
Chair.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So before you call roll call,
Yes.
I just want to make sure that we have a point of clarity, because it's hard to hear down here on this end.
No problem. So this is to keep Resolution 240182, reallocation of ARPA funds, emergency water relief funds, in special affairs.
Okay.
That's what this roll call vote is for.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get clarity on what you said the second time. So were you saying that we
Point of
should
order.
take?
Please, what's your point?
We should be in roll call. There's no discussion.
Absolutely. So, just
Not
so-
a problem. We go straight to roll call.
I
Not a
understand. So just for a point of clarity, the only thing that is happening right now is that we're roll calling to leave this in special affairs, meaning we're done with this for tonight. Resolution 240182, reallocation of ARPA funds, emergency water relief funds. This is the roll call to leave it in special affairs. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah.
I know what I want to discuss this tonight.
What?
I abstain.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alleman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. Resolution 240182, reallocation of ARPA funds, emergency water relief funds, stays in special affairs. Moving on to the final resolution of special affairs for this evening, which is Resolution 240215, which is the settlement of 3 damage claims.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I make a motion to move 240215 to council.
There's been a motion to move this resolution to council.
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilperson in the 1st Ward. Is there discussion? Any discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Yeah, just so that we have it on the record, Attorney Kim, can you describe what this is for, please? In as much, this is what we went back in executive session for. We do have residents that are here, but if you can explain exactly what this is for, please.
Yes, this resolution authorizes us to settle several damage claims that are in excess of the thresholds that council has previously set for the law department, in which we have to get council's approval. So this is above the $6,000 threshold for sewer damage claims and above the $2,500 threshold for other claims.
And where were these damage claims coming from?
Two of them are sewer backup damage claims, and one of them is a more general damage claim.
In what area? Can we identify those? So we passed the resolution, and I don't even, do you have a copy of the resolution that we passed? Because I don't, if the Madam Clerk could get me a copy of it. Did it? Oh, you sent, oh, I couldn't get on my computer, but thank you, Judy. I'm gonna reboot. So we passed the resolution, and the resolution was to, when we had the pump station 5 failure, that it allowed the law department to handle claims that were in excess of $2,500 and to go up to the max of $6,000 as not to, I want to say maybe bottleneck things, so that you could have at your discretion to make these payments. And this was when residents' basements flooded with urine and feces. Is that correct?
That was the circumstances under which, yes, that resolution that you referred to that authorized us to settle certain claims up to $6,000.
Right, and then there were a lot of claims because we had people coming to council and actually went to the news directly because they couldn't get any help. There was a gentleman who went to the news, and we were in the Dome last year, and said and put pictures up and videos of feces floating in his basement. And so we had claims from the failure of that pump station number 5. So this would give relief to, you said, was it 3?
This is 3 damage claims. 2 of them are related to sewage backup claims that we've received, and one is a separate claim, but it's here just for convenience.
So this would close this out, and these, I'm not going to say that they were made whole, because when we heard about them, I think I ran downstairs to make sure my basement wasn't flooding, because this is serious. And can you speak to the number of claims that we've had?
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round?
Got you. Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you, and thank you so much, Attorney Kim. And thank you for being transparent, letting us know about the budget. So I do remember that, that this body put forth a resolution to use $250,000 in ARPA funding. So just want to make sure that we are clear. So we had enough money in our legal fund, per discussed at that meeting, but we had enough money in the legal fund to handle these claims, correct?
There is sufficient funds available to pay these claims, correct?
Thank you. So just wanted to be clear, because I've heard it several times that I voted against my ward when it's clear that we had more than enough sufficient funds in our legal fund to make sure that these residents that face this unfortunate event of flooding, that they're made whole. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure that we put that on record. Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Anybody else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the first ward, yes.
To you, the Attorney Kim. Can you let us know how many claims have been made in regards to this?
A little over 40.
You said over 40?
Yeah, I believe it's the mid-40s.
And also, how are we protecting the city against these claims for the future?
As part of the kind of claims process, assuming that the council approves this, approves the settlement, we'd get the personal information from the claimants, to include their W-9s, and as part of this, they would sign a release of claims, a release of claims to the city. So they would waive all their claims in return for the payments they're receiving.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody else who would like the floor in the second round? Seeing as how there is no one else who would like the floor, this roll call vote is to send Resolution 240215, settlement of 3 damage claims to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alleman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240215, settlement of 3 damage claims has been sent to council. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
There's a motion to adjourn by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alleman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned.
They pissing people off. Hey.
All right, it is now 9 o'clock, and we're looking for the Flint City Council meeting to begin. We're asking for all colleagues and administration to please make your way towards the front. Thank you. All right. The time is now 9:01, and the Flint City Council meeting is now being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alaman?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Present. Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? You have 8 members present.
We have 8 members present. So now it's time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilwoman in the 7th Ward, do you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So before we do our prayer or the blessing, first we would like to acknowledge anyone that may have transitioned.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I would like to ask for a moment of silent prayer for the family of Cynthia Anderson Shepherd and the family of Lawrence Bike. Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns.
I would like to ask for a moment of silence for the Biggs family, the Guy family, and for, I like to call, because he was a toddler, baby Cortez.
All right, anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and start the moment of silence now. All right. So now if we are on to the prayer or blessing, and we will be led in the prayer by our newly elected councilman in the 9th Ward.
After this manner, therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen.
So now it's time for the reading of the Disorderly Person City Code subsection, and we're going to let this be the call to order. So it goes as follows. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. So this will be the audiences as well as colleagues being brought to order so we can have a effective meeting. So next we're moving on to the request for agenda changes or additions. Any requests for the agenda? Okay, so hearing none, we will go ahead and move on to our first public hearing. We're at public hearing 240095.6. And just a reminder, that members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes to speak during a public hearing. A member of the public shall stand to obtain recognition by the president at the opening of the hearing or at the conclusion of the remarks of the previous speaker. Comments during public hearing must be germane to the public hearing. Council members may not speak during hearings or respond to speakers. So with that being said, we're going to move on to the public hearing 240095.6, community budget hearing, proposed fiscal year 2025, the City of Flint operating budget, 2025-2026 forecasted budget. And it states that this is a community budget hearing scheduled for Tuesday, May the 28th, in order to allow for public comment on the fiscal year 2024-2025 City of Flint operating budget and 2025-2026 forecasted budget as proposed by Mayor Sheldon Neely. So, hearing that, we will go ahead and begin this public hearing at 9:06. So, first speaker, well, excuse me, so is there a motion on the floor? Do we use these? Okay, all right. I'm being too formal. Okay, thank you. So we're going to just go ahead and just start with the public hearing. So our first speaker. Any speaker on the public hearing? Remember, you must be germane to the public hearing.
My name is R.L. Mitchell. Through you, Madam Chair, through the 9th Ward Councilman, the prayer that you prayed, that was the first prayer they told me how to pray when I moved from the St. John area to, in your ward, 1505 Tacoma Street. I was a little boy when I moved. Black dudes moving on a dead-end street, nothing but white boys over there, and we was on.
Mr.
And
Mitchell.
when the black boys found out we was over there, they called
Mr.
them,
Mitchell.
seen-
Mr. Mitchell.
I mean,
Your comments during this public hearing must be germane to the fiscal year budget.
Hey, it is the main. And like I was saying, sir, before we was in the I was interrupted. Like Miss Priestley talking about she didn't have nothing to do with DNA. And how she know that there was DDA was in 75.
Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Mitchell, you're being, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Mitchell, you are not being germane. You have been asked once, so please have a seat. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. We must be germane to the public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. You can speak during public speaking. Anyone else would like to speak on this specific public hearing?
Request for information.
What is your request, Ms. Burns?
The public hearing was for the budget, correct?
Correct.
His last words were the DDA, and that is being germane. You cut him off, he was speaking, he said, I want to speak to the 75,000, and I want to speak to the DDA. You took his time, and he was talking about monies. If we're doing the DDA, part of the budget tonight is, DDA has requested 560,000. I would ask that Mr. Mitchell get his time back.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and proceed with the next speaker. Thank you.
What the?
Thank
Did
you.
you hear what she said?
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Stay tuned up, 9th Ward.
Proceed, Mr. Dumas.
I'm gonna talk about the DDA. I know, I'm sick about, yeah, DDA. And as you all know, that I sent most of the council individuals about how long the DDA has been in debt since its inception. The DDA has been in debt since its inception. And also I want to say about the budget. Wasn't too many of you all here at the budget, was it? How y'all gonna vote for something y'all wasn't here to vote on? I know the finance director had to, or whatever, I know she was chair, she was here. I don't know who else was here. Ms. Burns was here a little bit. Hulla was here a little bit. So I don't know what this I'm really confused, and normally I'm not too confused when it comes to the budget. But I guess I would follow the lead of Mr. Jared, since he's an expert in money. An expert. I enjoy the questions that, and then Mr. Pfeiffer is a businessman, and so he's an expert in money. Now, I don't know about the rest of y'all. I know Ms. Burns is an expert in spending money. But anyway, the budget, I just would say that, I don't know, do you have to pass it by, you have to have a balanced budget according to state law, but I got questions about the budget that I really don't know the questions I have about the budget because it's so confused. This is a confused budget. And so again, just remember the DDA, that they've been in debt since there's been the inception of the DDA, when they built the Rutherford parking lot, some at $10 million, and you still owe $6 million on it. And that's right, the people have to pay. The people will have to pay. And I don't know if the $30,000 in the ward accounts, is that in the budget also? I don't know if it is, but if it is, I hope you all wouldn't vote for that. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Gladys Williamson, and I want to talk about the DEA too, and I also want to talk about the budget, because how can you have a budget and you always go over what you have in the budget? Now, if I ran my home like yous are running the City of Flint budget, I'd have to file bankruptcy. And this DEA, how can these people run rogue with running in the red for all these years, and yous don't correct them, and you want to give them more money? How does that work? I don't understand how that works, because it would put me in the street if I tried to run my home business of running my home, my taxes, my car insurance. If I tried to do what yous are supposed to be looking over, I'd be in the street. I wouldn't have a home. So my concern is, how old are you people before you get it that you can't spend money you don't have? You will put us out of our homes, because listen, I could go across the street and look at all the people that are 3 years behind in their taxes, and yous are after their homes. 3 years of back taxes means kiss your home goodbye. And that's the law. And yous are running through the budget, and I don't know where you're pulling this money up from, because you don't have that in the budget, not in the Flint budget. And to fund these people that run in the red since they started, and say the people of Flint will surely be glad to pay this money, is wrong. It is wrong. And I know Mr. Garrett knows that. I know Miss Burns knows that. I know Mr. Pfeiffer knows that. I even know that Lewis knows that. And I know that Priestley knows that. I know Miss Winfrey knows that. So what you know and what you do is you people don't, you say one thing and you do another thing. You can't run the City of Flint business like that. So I'm hoping, Mr. Garrett, I like what you did today, and I'm believing that you're in that chair and you're going to make the 9th Ward better off than where we were with Eva Worthy.
All right, next public speaker.
Baby doll,
I was here at the meeting when y'all had the budget, when DDA supposed to have been here, Miss Julie Priestley. They was not here. And for y'all to pass stuff when y'all told these people to show up, y'all keep asking these same people to show up. They don't show up to none of the meeting. Y'all give them the information, but they not giving y'all no information, and this is confusing to the resident that's watching online and residents inside here. I want everybody to explain to me what's going on with DDA and why come they asking for more money. That's something that we don't owe. They owe this money, so why do the resident or the city of Flint have to pay their debt off when it's their responsibility? So Judy, they didn't show up because it wasn't just a few residents here, like Mr. Dumas said. They didn't come. You need to keep telling the truth and set you free. You supposed to be a financial lady. Why is you trying to give everybody some money instead of the residents? You trying to help their debt out instead of the resident debt. I'm not understanding you, but you say you for the people, baby girl. You not, and you steady showing every day. You giving DDA some money to get out their debt. Get these people resident out their debt. I'm not understanding that. So my thing is, you need some help. You need to ask God to heal your heart. Whatever going on with you, the hatred or whatever, the envy or whatever going on with you, you need to grab your heart and go to your soul and ask God to change you. Because how y'all giving this money out to DDA when they ain't brought y'all no paperwork? Y'all been asking these companies to bring paperwork in here. Then you call the administration. They can't really answer y'all with nothing. All they do is look at each other and then they're like, I don't know. And then they look again. And then they get confused. So really ain't nobody doing their paperwork. They not doing their studying. All they doing is trying to grab this money, help out other people with debts, and say that they resident. Residents should come before anybody. The trees, DDA, everybody that y'all trying to pay the bill for, they should come before them. The residents are important to Flint because you guys are taking their taxpayer money and giving it to other people instead of helping them. Flint been in a hole. This ain't just started. It started back in the 70s when Buick and them said they had a problem with the water. You guys know that because it was messing up their perk. So at the end of the day, Judy, do your work. And Dennis, number 8 and 9 doing their work. Number 5 and 6 doing their work. And number 1, he's starting to come together and ask these questions. Y'all guys need to ask them important questions before passing DDA to get some money. Y'all don't want to ask questions. All you want to do is throw the money. Then when City of Flint already broke, so y'all might stop saying y'all got money. Y'all giving money that y'all don't got. So don't be giving them widow tree because the dude don't live in Pontiac. He live in Troy, Michigan. There you go.
All right, next speaker on this public hearing.
Good evening, Council. Tia Harris, First Ward. DDA, down, dirty abuse is what it sounds like to me. I think it is fiscally irresponsible to give money to a department that we can't even ask questions for. They have not made profit, from my understanding, listening tonight, for the last few years, and could possibly be since its inception. But it's okay for the council to vote to give my tax-paying dollars to a department that you guys can't even ask the questions. You don't know what they're doing with the money. I think that it's fiscally irresponsible for the down and dirty abuse. That's what it sounds to me like, down and dirty abuse, DDA. So I would strongly encourage you all to think very carefully about your decision when it comes to affording more money to a department that can't explain what they're doing with the money and haven't showed any profit.
So I too would like to talk about the Downtown Development Authority. It's 50 years old. It's been there since 1975, and I think we need to do an audit. Where has the money gone? They don't even bother to come to the budget hearings. I'm not even sure that I can even comprehend any of these fiscal things, but you can at least show up. I think they should start with selling their building downtown if they want to be fiscally stable. I don't understand how we could give anybody anything if there is a staff person who can spend somewhere between $7,000, $20,000, $35,000 and owes this money, and council tells us that the person has paid it back, and now we find out the person hasn't paid it back, or the person has paid it back, or it's in the paper she did pay it back or she didn't pay it back. Those are insults to the community. Sell your building, DDA. Give us that money. The other item, and think that's a budget item, is council going to a hotel resort on the taxpayers' dollars. When the community has been saying we want a resolution on the floor for roofs, furnaces, hot water heaters, but yet the class system at the council says you can go and spend your time and my money as a collective. I think that's just insulting. So years to fix the Saginaw roads downtown, or Saginaw Street downtown, or Saginaw Road, however it's referred to, downtown, is just, very poor planning. And the businesses downtown are very angry. And economic development is not going to come to Flint if council people want to fight with their fists. That's what they see. So we get somebody like Ashley Capital who comes in and pays off the council to get what they want, but we still haven't seen anything. There's nothing there. And now they're talking about they want to put batteries at the park. And we all know that batteries are pollutants. And these companies come in and say, we're going to give you 18,000 jobs, but if you look at other communities, it's 1/3. It's 1/3 of what they offer. So I can say, I'm going to balance your budget. I'm going to take all of your benefits away, all of them. And I'll see how long you will remain on the council if that happens. So I think I could balance the city budget better than the council is doing, and I certainly can't understand this. And one of the most outstanding things on here is that the mayor has created a city organizational chart, and who's at the top? The citizens of Flint. Who are escorted out? The citizens of the city of Flint.
All right, next speaker, please.
Let me run down here like everybody else do and get that money. Hello, my name is Kawana Mack, and I'm in Mushat's ward. Point of order for you. But let me get to this. I would like to talk about, this is the council meeting, page 5, resolution 240177.
Ma'am.
The appointment of
Liddell
Lewis and Judy Priestley to the Economic Development Board to steal that money.
That's your warning.
What? I'm being germane.
Ma'am, you're not being brought to order. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is a public hearing. This is not public comment.
What?
So,
I can talk about what I want to talk about.
no, you can't, unfortunately.
What I supposed to
You
talk
have
about?
to talk about the,
This is
no, you have to talk about the specific budget. I made it abundantly clear at the beginning. You must speak specifically
well, stop my
to the
time
budget.
and I'll stick to the budget.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, yeah, give me my time back.
No, ma'am, please proceed.
What? It's time to call the police on you.
Please proceed.
But let me say this: the budget.
Point of order.
Pause the time, please.
Way back though. Go back.
What is your point of order?
Madam Chair, you did take about 32 seconds of the speaker's time, and whereas you entered into discussion. And that was discussion, that was not. She should be given back her time to discuss this public hearing in regards to the budget. You did discussion on her time. You stole her time, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
thank you, Ms. Burns. So you will not receive that time back.
No.
Because when the chair was,
I say
this is not an
point
argument.
of order.
This is not an argument.
You're supposed to have a vote.
This is not, no. This is not an argument.
Because you say so.
This is not an argument.
Okay,
So
let
what
me
we're
get to the
doing
budget.
is we're going to proceed with your time because
okay,
as
well,
the
be
chair
quiet.
was trying, ma'am.
No, let
As
me
the
get my
chair,
time.
ma'am. I mean, either you can be brought to order, or we can move on to the
Council
next
people
speaker.
is not supposed to
Either we
argue
can
with
move
the
on to the next
residents.
speaker. So, again, when the chair was bringing you to order to let you know that you can't speak about anything that you want to, that's fine too. So go ahead and start our time. Proceed.
Okay, I want to talk about the budget. That y'all are, you know what, y'all want to put liens on people's house, put property taxes and all this stuff. Y'all stole the ARPA money. If you would have gave that to the people, they would have been able to pay that. And I want to get on Miss Judy, who walked down from that podium and went back there with the people of Pontiac asking for $25,000 that I'm supposed to look out my window that's cold air in the winter and my leaky roof and some willow trees. You tell me where that makes sense.
Excuse me, ma'am. We're
And
talking
the
about the
budget.
fiscal year budget.
Oh, okay, the budget. Did the
The
budget?
fiscal year budget. Go ahead.
You keep interrupting me. That's right. You stop that, bully. But I want to say this. Did that budget, this year's budget, involve you and Mushat going out of town on the taxpayers' money? And I want to tell Mushat, you ain't safe. You getting out of here. How dare you talk to Winfrey Carter like
Have
that?
a seat.
You know what?
Ma'am, that's enough.
You know
Have
what?
a seat.
Y'all play. I got time.
Ma'am, you're not being germane,
My-
so please have a
y'all
seat.
playing the shell
That is
game
your warning,
with
ma'am.
the citizens of Flint.
Ma'am, that is
money,
your warning. Please have
and
a
I'm
seat.
gonna kick that shell
Ma'am,
off
that is your
Mushat's
second
back.
warning.
She
You
getting
are
outta
removed
here.
from this meeting for being disorderly.
No, I'm not. I'm going to
Ma'am,
sit down.
Ma'am, that
you
is your
rude,
second
and I'm
warning.
going to
You
sit
are
down. I'm
you are
going to sit
removed
down
from
in
this
my
meeting.
seat. You come
Per
with
our
me.
disorderly
You come
person
with
city
me.
code subsection, you are being disorderly.
On my
So thank
own
you and have a
time.
good evening.
No, I'm not. I'm going to sit down.
Okay.
She can come back to the next one. She can come back.
Again, I would like to draw everyone's attention to the disorderly person city code subsection, which states that any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. So with that being said, we're going to move on to the next speaker for this public hearing, please.
James Moore from the Second Ward. I'll be brief. I won't be long. It's only 3 minutes that I had to work with. In regards to the City of Flint annual physical budget.
James, can you speak up, please?
In regards to the budget, the City of Flint annual budget, I'd just like to be able to say that, you know, due to a prior stand-up and stand-out, he always said that you guys hold the purse strings, all 9 of you, on the budget. Now, someone else can make up the dream list, but y'all actually have to finance it. It comes down to what y'all say is going to happen. And, you know, I just want to point out that, remember that. Be cautious on how you spend out this money. You know, because everybody's hurting, and the city of Flint and the residents are really hurting. And I believe you guys are hurting too, because y'all got to deal with it. But, you know, Eric Mays was real quick to point out, just, you know, you hold the purse strings, from Lindale being the president all the way on down to the last ward. Take that into consideration, that you don't just blow our money like a lot of people are already saying. And these people that are doing work and ain't doing it right, and we steady paying them, most places stop. They go, nope, you got paid for it. You get paid once. You live up to your contract, you finish it. And we don't have a lot of money until we get some residual income coming in. And I like to quote that they say when it comes down to a business is responsible for the area for which the business is in. That's why they hire locally. That's why you have residual income, because the ARPA funds, they're gonna run out. And if they don't, we're gonna lose them in 26. So let's do the best that we can to keep that in mind. And with that $30,000, I'm just throwing out a wish list. But until the citizens of Flint, Michigan receive their money, maybe you guys shouldn't take the $30,000.
Amen.
Next speaker. Okay, seeing that we don't have none, this public hearing is officially closed. So now we will move on to public comment. So Madam Clerk, first public speaker, please.
The first speaker is Melissa Zarembski. Melissa Zarembski.
Yeah, not here.
The next speaker is Shirley Wilson Johnson. Shirley Wilson Johnson. Next speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, I'm R.L. Mitchell. And I'm speaking about them cedar trees coming to Flint, from Pontiac to Flint. I don't agree with that junk because when I was in the 9th Ward, when I was a little boy, like I was saying, I grew up over there, and everybody and every kid over there always come to my house, about 60 of them at one time. And we decided to go on the north side with bikes. But the bigger dudes, they had cars, and they said, man, y'all can get a better hustle than this. We can take, which one of y'all crazy? We can take one of them in the pony. I thought they were just talking. They looked at, the leader of the bunch was Virgil Smoot. And Virgil I noticed everybody thought alike, and we didn't have to say nothing. Virgil would have took that dude out if he put us in one of them cars. Virgil Smoot, as little kids, we thought it like that, 12 and 11 years old. And that's why a dude from Pontiac, they say it's a crazy house over in Pontiac, they be getting people. When the dude, he looked around at me, wee boy, my brother, he was standing right there too. And big dudes, cause this is what Flint made out of. They were black too. And they go and they said they did a whole lot of time, got money, dropped. They act like they're your friend and drop them over to Pontiac, and this dude Tarzan looking dude with a beard, and Miss Priestley walked him out. All that, no. Dr. Lewis walked whispering to it, all that junk. Like he didn't want to stay for the duration. And like Flint ain't nothing but okay, just like Saginaw. All that junk up in here. And then, like I say, and it's still going on now. And with them old DD, what you got, DDA, that stuff like I was saying when I had my car. That's where it all started from. They didn't want the doctor used to park their car in front of the bank. That's what my bank account had, one of the citizens in Michigan National. And that's when I quit my top hat job over on Fenton Road. That's why it was a mall over there. We decided to go over in the South Side Mall, over there on Pearson Road. It was about 60 of us, all black. And that's when the dude said, they wanted to know what we was up to. Virgil told them we just gonna, And I remember that we was going, but this city gonna be dealt with. Let them team talking about Erskine Young got to do something for the 8th of June. Or Erskine Young let them team figure out how to do something like we did when the issue became a state over there in Southwest one day. But use their own ideas. Take that, America.
Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Jan Marie Arbor. Next speaker is Brian Miller. Next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
My name is Beverly Biggs Levy. My name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I'm in the 3rd Ward. And you guys are worried about willow trees, dandelions. And we need roofs on our house. Y'all, you go out and clean up the sidewalks, and we need roofs on our house. You know, but you got all the mattresses in your park, and we need roofs on our house. You got $75,000 to clean up the park, and we need roofs on our house. You worried about Tanya suing the city, but you get 75, and we need roofs on our house. You don't want to look up when the truth is hitting you, Liddell Lewis. You don't want to look up. Like I say, I don't live for karma. I live for Jesus. Amen. And you got to learn that. But we need roofs on our house. You got abandoned houses. You got weeds all over the place. And y'all looking for some damn willow trees. And it's going to take, if it take 3 years, you still going to have that mud in the yard. You're still going to have the mud. You're still going to have the water. You're still going to have the flood. But we need roofs on our house. You rather for us to live in the park? Because that's what it sounds like. Everything y'all get is 501c3. What about the residents of Flint? I'm going to start going to these churches and tell these preachers, you need to wake our people up, because you guys are not doing what you're supposed to do for the city of Flint. We're going to lose our city fooling with y'all foolish 5. We're going to lose it. And if our people don't wake up, I can say I'm going to knock on doors until the day I die to get y'all out of them seats. And I'm not going to stop. So if you want to, you're going to be the one that has the most recall there is. You got 4 already. And you keep cheating, saying we didn't get enough. We got enough. But whatever y'all doing down there, God is going to catch up with you. He's going to catch up with you. You can pull your lips if you want to, but I'm the wrong girl to mess with. I'm letting you know I am the wrong girl, because tricks are for kids. And you full of them. I'm going to give you the trick or treat that you had in the park.
And Madam Clerk, next public speaker, please.
Next speaker is Baby Doll.
Everybody know who I am. I'm Baby Doll. I'm from Detroit. What I gotta say to y'all, I'm not saying it to 9 or 8, 5, and 6 at all. I'm saying it to the rest of y'all. You mean to tell me willow trees and dandelions is important to human beings, that's important, then getting our city together, what we need to do is fix our home first. Fix this city up first before you allow a person lie to you. He don't even stay in Pontiac. So I'm doing my work too for y'all. He live in Troy, Michigan. Go on his page, you'll see where he living at presently. He live in Troy, Michigan, not in Pontiac, because they made it clear they don't live in Pontiac. And the thing is, some of you council people are backdooring, telling them some stuff to get the stuff, and you're trying to work with Land Bank. But how can y'all let them get some property through Land Bank when people from 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000, and all going further been trying to get empty lots, and then y'all turn them down, and then Land Bank do too. So what y'all doing, paying each other just to get people to come get our land? People in Flint, black people, all races been trying to get empty lanes next to their house, and Land Banks deny them. And then y'all don't give no jobs to no black contractor, so stop the bullshit. Y'all saying y'all love us, they need to get you out these motherfucking chairs. I'm tired. I'm so tired. You don't give a damn about the kids. You don't give a damn about Flint, none of the residents, because you're showing it every day. And then when other people doing better than y'all, y'all want to go against them. Like this man in 9th Ward, Priestley and Liddell. Y'all was wrong how y'all was taking him. Y'all mad because he asking the right motherfucking questions. And y'all don't like the shit. You don't like the damn truth. Y'all don't want the truth to come out. That's why y'all keep hiding the shit like this and backdooring. And Judy, you always in meeting with everybody. And then you don't even pass the information to your colleagues. But you always got something to say. And then when they ask you, when did you get it? Oh, I got it this. But you ain't passing on the information to them. So you ain't trying to work with nobody, baby girl. You doing backdoor with your racism ass. At the end of the day, I'm sick of y'all. I'm sick of you. Because at the end of the day, y'all full of shit. You're not for our city. Go back home where you came from. Wherever county you came from, go back home, Liddell. You was from here, but you went out of town and you had to come back because they ran your ass uphill, back uphill. So at the end of the day, you need to quit fronting because you act like you're doing everything on Client Road. All them black-owned business on Client Road helping their damn self, and that's facts. Because Steve is doing a good damn job on Client Road. Take that. You smiling, you know who the hell I am.
All right, next public speaker, please.
The next speaker is I. Keys. The next speaker is Yaz. Yaz, Y-A-Z, Yaz. The next speaker is Tia Harris.
Tia Harris, First Ward resident. I'm gonna change the mood a little bit. I got joy, joy. Joy down in my soul. I got joy, 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 joy for the world to behold. And let me tell you why. That's because several of the council people have been a little high on power, and the others a little drunk on authority. But last week, Attorney Terry Johnson litigated for Councilwoman Burns, as well as the rest of the citizens of the city of Flint. And the law was upheld by Judge Paquel that it is illegal for co-equal counsel to remove an elected official from their seat. So I've said this before and it bears repeating. Several people have toxic relationships with the truth. And they've been cheating on the truth with lies. But when lies slap the hell out of truth, then the baby of change is born. And that's what has happened. The baby of change was born on last week. So let me admonish and strongly encourage this council. to check yourself before you wreck yourself.
All right, next public speaker.
Next speaker is A.C. Dumas. The next speaker is Wilbert Jarrett. The next speaker is Lottie Durrett.
I am, and I'm gonna do that part. I'm gonna keep it holy. My name is Lottie Durrett of the First Ward. Last week I was put out by the police, escorted out. It was unnecessary. Quincy not here, but Ms. Liddell started it off. For you to sit here and say that you feel unsafe, how you think I feel? I feel unsafe. When that man came with a gun, a taser, bigger than me, to walk me out, that was unnecessary. And then, we don't need no trees, because if you can't hear or see, it was so many shootings and killing just this weekend alone that they don't even need to be in here. It was horrible this weekend. This was like a war zone this weekend that passed. And for y'all to sit up here and have a situation talking about a tree, it's sad in this world when we got to compete against a tree to get some help. When you want to choose a tree, a non-living thing over a person's need, that speaks volumes for the person, for your heart, where your heart at. You want to see a tree, and people died in the streets this weekend. Then y'all that little tree hugging lady, did not one of y'all call that police officer to escort her out of here, and she was belligerent and violent to say. But nobody fixed their mouth to get her because she suited your agenda. You wanted it to seem like, oh, we need the trees. Baby, we did a tour this weekend. You couldn't stop at a corner. You couldn't see. I'm surprised it ain't bodies laying around. I'm just telling y'all, it's much more than that money can do. Y'all need to help the residents. And as far as that water, if y'all eliminate alone late fees and penalties, people water bill can be affordable on them old water bills, because just as high as the bill is, the late fees and penalties is just as much. So if you want to help somebody, either you're going to help or you're not going to help. But baby, do not slap sit in my face and say you gave me something when it's almost $100 million out here. We suffered during the pandemic. Business have insurance that helps them out with lost revenue, and DDA know they made money in that flat lot during the pandemic because they charged $5 a car, and every weekend it was full. So it's revenue. They own every single parking space in the alley, on the side of the building. So they making money. Listen, I'm telling y'all, one thing I know to be true, and this is God's word. Whatever you put in this earth, you shall receive back. So every time you slap a cuff on somebody, remember it's a set of cuffs waiting on you too.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is James Moore.
James Moore back once again from the Second Ward. Yeah, let me make sure I'm hollering in this thing so y'all can hear me. I want to say a thanks out to my council person, Lindell Lewis. I want to say a thanks out to Brother Brown over the blight for the city of Flint. I want to thank the volunteers that came out to help clean up on Clio Road. But, you know, it's tit for tat. You know, it's the right way and the wrong way. I talked about them tailgate people and how we should maybe communicate with them to learn some things from the community. I'm glad you cleaned up Clio Road. I really am. But I heard a lot of complaints from elderly people saying that they like those bushes covering up the back of their houses so people are not leaning on the fences, being able to see in, especially in their dining room window. Maybe if we just cut down half of the tree and left the other half behind the fence so that it won't get over on the sidewalk, I think it would have been a little bit more better for the community. But any kind of help we can get over there, I appreciate. And like I said, tit for tat, we cleaned up Clio Road, but right there off of Canterbury, the little small parts before the car wash, I seen a young man standing there waiting for the bus, and the grass was as high as between his elbow and his shoulders. The wind was blowing this weekend, and the grass was moving like palm trees back and forth. I find it strange that we have a zero turn on one side of the street and grass that you can't see past the other side, and it didn't get cut. But that ain't all our fault, I get it. But he was an MTA bus rider, and they did clean up 5 feet from their sign in both directions. So if you look to the south, you can see clearly because it's been cut and it's been cleaned up. And I thank you, Liddell, for that. But we got to do something about these here shut down businesses that get to grow out of control because no one is there. I had a conversation with the 6th Ward, and Mrs. Burns had pointed out to me, she said, we do, and we try with everything that we have. And I tried some of her advice. I took the lawnmower and I went over there and I cut the grass. I mean, it looked terrible down, but it looked a lot better down than it did when it was up. You know, sometimes we just got to kick in, ante up, shut the hell up, and get out there and get something done. And if we clean up more on our curbs, and our city will look just as nice as any other city. So I just want to say I thank Mrs. Burns for giving me that advice. Sometimes we just have to hope that someone in the neighborhood will just step up and just cut the grass. We can only do so much. And it rains here and the grass keeps growing. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. E. Taylor.
So good evening to the city of Flint. I think it's really important for us to think about how we speak to each other tonight when we had the concerns about the loss of Miss Beverly's family. I felt that council members, and you know who you are, were very rude when most of the people in the room were very near tears. I just don't get how you don't have heart for the people. But the other side of that is you'll talk to us incessantly about COVID hurting downtown Flint and DDA. You have heart for that. That doesn't make sense to me. I think another thing that's really outstandingly important is when Kildee makes a public announcement about how the money was poorly spent in the community. The community has asked for furnaces, hot water heaters, roofs, and some courtesy at the council. That just doesn't seem like a lot. But we can talk about the importance of businesses, but the taxpayers have to have some courtesy, some concern, some thoughtfulness. And you can't pitch one park over another park. And then there's a council person who says, "No one likes me." That's your quote. But you want to pitch one park over another park. And you said tonight that you can't get the people in your community to help. That doesn't look like a leader to me. I think we're lacking leadership up here in many cases. I'm enjoying Mr. Jarrett, Mr. Priestley, Ms. Burns, Ms. Winfrey Carter, and I want to elevate you to the level so that we hear your names more for helping us. One of the things I want to talk about is 2 council people went to a hotel and a resort on the taxpayers' dollars. Dubuque, and then you want us to apply for grants. We're exhausted with applying for grants. We're exhausted. For 10 years, we've been applying for grants, and we don't get it. I think it's time the council deliver the money right to the community. They know who need. We've identified 9,000 households. And if the mayor thinks that he can cut the water off for 9,000 houses and not hurt this city,
Thank you, ma'am.
poor, poor thinking.
All right, so next public speaker, please.
The next speaker is Kermit Lyons.
Yeah. Good evening, council. I only got a few minutes, so I'm gonna go through this real quick. I need to know, did the field trip to Iowa, how did it benefit our community? I see these TVs here. I would like to see them used for more than just counting time. I'd like to see them show a few of people's greatest hits. When you say don't do things, I didn't do this, I didn't do that, put them to good use. We don't need to spend another dime on parks and blight right now, because we got a blight department. Money has been given, much money has been given to parks and blight. And Ernst & Young, they don't need another dime. They don't show up. Anybody with dignity, if I was being tagged as something I didn't agree with, I remove the tag. That is so simple. And we got a crash course on what ARPA funds were for. Well, according to your logics, daffodils, butterflies, and willow trees ain't on the, that's what, it wasn't sent here for that. No, trash can, yeah, that's too much. And it was, there's people here from Pontiac, willow trees again. If you're so concerned about them getting money, give them some of yours from your park. Because we seen your park this past weekend. I thought it was supposed to be one of the best parks in the city. Not. But I didn't come here to be, we just need to do better with spending money. Mr. Jared, you are a breath of fresh air. Like my granddaddy always said, count that money, boy, count the money. Follow the money. Old school. Miss Judy, Miss Judy, Miss Judy. You should ask for a bulldozer for your, for the fourth ward and just tear it on down. Cause ain't much of it left. You like a queen without a country. There ain't nothing there. Thank you.
All right, we have any more speakers, Madam Clerk?
Next speaker is Claire McClinton.
Good evening, council. I want to talk about petition and communications, item 240180. Tax reverted property disposition, Genesee County Treasurer. Communication received April 30th, 2024, regarding a listing of 2024 property tax foreclosures in Genesee County. And watch this. And a memo regarding the local unit's right, that would be you, the local unit's right to purchase property prior to auction as mailed to local unit clerks. And we have asked over and over again about the previous 190 properties that was sold to a investor. Y'all getting mad about Troy and Pontiac. What about Florida? Coming up here buying up our properties and our homes. And we got people right here that do business in this community. They don't live in Flint. They didn't drink that dirty water. They don't have those high water bills. So I'm just saying, we let certain people, we let certain hand-picked people go to the front of the line. And those of us that need just the basic necessities of life, we got to scrap and scramble, beg and scream, get ousted out the meetings and everything. And that's why I'm so glad that we got a new council person. And that's why I'm so glad that Ms. Burns, Councilwoman Burns, prevailed in the courts. Because we deserve these victories. And if we keep at it, we're going to get victories. And we want a victory for $16 million additional dollars for home rehab and rehabilitation. And Dr. Mona and them, and Community First, and Phil Schultz, and Ridgeway White, and they don't have to come in here and defend their issue and get kicked out. They go to the front of the line. But we got to wait till see if we got some left over. Is there any money left? That's nonsense. Before the first check was cut, we was at those community meetings demanding these same things. So my time is up, but I will be back again. And we will escort residents out of here to prevent police brutality.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Lawana Terry.
Judy. A couple weeks ago, when Liddell was talking to my 12-year-old daughter, you made a statement that says, I need to train her. Well, I want you to know she's very well trained. But tonight, I learned that somebody need to train you because you think willow trees is more important than human. So it seemed like you had that backwards. You mumbled it under your breath wrong. You should have been telling it to yourself. Maybe you need to write a memo so you can listen to it every day. But then Liddell. That's the one. Next time you feel you want to talk to my daughter, can you talk to the mama? Oh, the brother said you can talk to him. So you can pick either or. And I also want to remind you, I still say you the reason my cousin dead today. Because you had the police down here escorting people out when they should be out on the streets doing their job and not in here escorting the citizens out. So just to let you know, it's coming, baby.
All right, next public speaker.
Next speaker is Kawana Mack.
All right, next public speaker.
The next speaker is Gladys Williamson.
Ma'am, you have been removed from the meeting. Please exit. All right, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Gladys Williamson.
Okay, we're going to speak about the rudeness of people not looking up when somebody's talking with their 3 minutes. That'll be the first thing. And I got to tell you, Mr. Jonathan, I appreciate you looking up. Mr. Pfeiffer, Miss Burns, Miss Winfrey. I ain't too sure because you kind of hidden behind your little thing there. But the rest of yous, Judy Priestley and Miss Lewis, you people got a lot of nerve. And you take a tissue and your mouth. You know, listen, when somebody's talking, you could at least give them a respect of looking up. But you can't even do that. But you know what? We're coming for your chair. And get that. We're coming for your chair. And you know what? And I don't care about a party. We are the party. And you people are uniparty rhinos and Marxists. Uniparty, yeah, you get that smirk on your face while you sit on our city council, Judy Priestley, because you don't do anything but steal the convention of the Genesee County Republican Party. That's what you did. You started the meeting 48 minutes late when the door should have been shut, and then you brought people in to steal the convention. And as long as you sit anywhere, Judy Priestley, I'm going to raise hell with your name, because you are dirt underneath my feet. Dirt. And when you sit up and you can't take care of the east side, which certainly needs somebody way better than you, while they're still a ward, because they are not on the Flint master plan as a ward. So that's right, the Flint master, you shake your head all you want. Read the master plan of Flint. The east side does not exist. That's going to be union. That's going to be part of the college. Yeah, and Kersley Park, that's college town. That's right. That's right. That's on the Flint master plan. And you look down. And you give the east side lip service, because that's all you do is give some lip service. And then you try and hustle $25,000 from the people of Flint to tooey on you.
All right, Madam Clerk. Next speaker.
Excuse me, Ms. Williamson was the last speaker.
You said Ms. Williams, she was the last speaker? Okay, thank you. So public comment is now closed. So now it's time for council response. Any council members would like to respond?
Sure.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Ms. Tia Harris, thank you for bringing up the people's victory, because the law prevailed with Ms. Burns. Yes, and it's a shame, because more tax dollars are going to be spent because our city attorney can't handle it himself, so he's got to spend outside dollars. So we're going to spend, what, $10, $15, $20, $30,000 trying to appeal this decision. So it is just a matter of, does that help the residents of the city of Flint? Does removing a council person, is that first and foremost where we need to spend tens of thousands of dollars of taxpayer dollars just to have the ability to remove a council person?
That was elected.
You know, every day we get pissed on as the city of Flint, and they tell us it's raining. And it's a shame that we have just a derelict of duty and the financial responsibility of this city that we're going to appeal a decision that has zero or no benefit whatsoever, other than to repair pride. That's all it is.
It's a pissing contest.
Yep, that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, anyone else would like to participate in council response?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Thank you. I want to say to the residents first, this was your win. This was your win. And to my colleagues that did support me, who did not vote yes to remove me, that believed in democracy, this was a win for us because you were targeted too.
Yes.
4 of us was targeted. We were targeted by 5 lawless council members. They didn't even state the truth inside of the resolution because living with the lie, they're very comfortable with. Very comfortable. It was not easy. They tried to shut me down every way. Even when I came to spoke, Rule 29.3, they were on social media. She can't read, she can't read. No, I can read. Attorney Kim told a lie in court. He stated in court that, and it's a shame because he's our chief legal attorney, that I had the amount of time to prepare. That's not true. That was a walk-on resolution. It was given because I went and picked it up off the desk and turned it over. It was not on our agenda. I did not have time to prepare. You need to take your loss like the chief legal attorney and move on and let us do business. You are costing this city money. If you had given them good legal advice, average, or even at the very best, it's poor or D-, we wouldn't have had to have been in court. And now you want to appeal it? Judge Burkell, thank you to you for justice. Thank you to Attorney Terry Johnson, Attorney James Mikowski, who took up and believed in me and believed in Flint, believed in good lawyering. And for you to want to waste money, sometimes you got to set your pride aside and say, you know what? That one I could not win. I owe Councilmember Burns an apology because Attorney Terry Johnson, he ate up your entire basis, what you wrote. You got schooled that day.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Burns. Next person for council response.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
You said he had basis? Attorney Kim, you are the worst. I just need to put that out there. I would like to thank the residents, and I would like to congratulate my colleague Tanya Burns for going all the way and for doing what was necessary for the residents of the city of Flint and for the colleagues and for Councilman Mays. Councilman Mays is smiling down right now. He's smiling right now. But how dare Attorney Kim want to take taxpayers' money to appeal? You need to leave it alone. In fact, you probably need to go to your office and read some more of your law books, in my opinion. But, you know, we still got some more work to do, and it's gonna get done. It's gonna get done. It's looking up. And Councilman Jarrett, you are a breath of fresh air. You handled it last week. Yes, you did. You handled it last week by yourself. I was at home. I had a really, really bad headache. But when I heard Councilman Pfeiffer said that he was gonna have to leave, I started to put my clothes back on and come down here. But you know what, Councilman Jarrett, you stood on business. You stood on business. I'm proud of you.
All right, do we have anyone else for council response?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley, go ahead.
I want to let the residents of the Fourth Ward that they matter. Because these people inside here obviously do not think that you do. They have done nothing but criticize you, and belittle where you live. I'm here to tell you I care, and I have shown it over and over and over to my residents. I stand up for you, I defend you, and I support you.
Excuse me,
Thank
pause
you.
your time, pause the time. This is council response, not council back and forth. So I'm going to ask you again. I can't see over there, so esteemed colleagues that hear the yelling out, which equates to being disorderly, I please ask for you to call out individuals that are out of order, because our colleague in the 4th Ward is taking her time. So again, I can't see all the way over there. I'm relying on my colleague on that side of the room to make sure that we're calling the audience to order. Proceed, Ms. Priestley.
You see, some people in this city don't feel that you deserve anything. They talk bad about you and where you live. People are burning down houses around you. I'm fighting with the administration constantly to try to get a win for you, get an arrest. If you see something, say something. Let's get some of these people who are burning your city put away. You do matter. Your lives matter. Your property matters. Thank you.
All right, anyone else would like to comment during council response? All right, so seeing that there's no one else, I'll go ahead and I will take my time to be the last speaker. Mr. Moore, so I heard you mention when you were at the lectern that, that we have residents that did not like the fact that the bushes were cut and they serve as privacy. Well, unfortunately, we're supposed to maintain all fence lines. And we're talking about the ones that are at your house. So if you have a fence line, you're not supposed to let overgrowth grow over into the next side. Now, what you have on your side is your side, but once your overgrowth begins to compromise the other side of the fence, which a lot of times our neighbor's property, which we get calls for all the time, it's a problem, and you must clean up your own fence line. Furthermore, on Clio Road, so if they leave their fence line unkept, their overgrowth grow onto Clio Road and it looks a mess. So that's what we were cleaning up. However, I do encourage your residents that will like that privacy to invest in a privacy fence. A privacy fence will handle that when we do have a few residents that have one erected. But we want to make sure that everyone is doing their part to keep blight at bay. And that starts with, again, something small, clean up your fence line. Now, I really hate hearing people come at the 4th Ward talking about how we need to be bulldozed and stuff, because if you said that, anybody said that about the 1st Ward, it'd be a problem. And so what we need to do, we need to make sure that where we are, we're doing our job as a responsible citizen. And so that means making sure that your trash is put out appropriately. Let's make sure that your fence lines are clean. Let's make sure you're not parking on your lawn. It's a lot of things that we can do to make sure that we have ideal neighborhoods. But making sure that your fence line is maintained, that's a primary duty of a homeowner. And so unfortunately, we can't grant a pass to individuals. Clean your fence line so we can have a clean Cloud Road corridor. So with that being said, council response is now closed. And we are moving on to the consent agenda. What's the pleasure of the body? Ms. Priestley.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
There's a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda.
Support.
And supported by the councilwoman of the 7th Ward first. And so we're going to go ahead and All right, is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yes, I need to separate one resolution. I just have to find it. Yes, it's 240167.
Did 240167?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a page real quick.
Just a second, I gotta find it because I had it bookmarked.
Okay.
On my PDF.
Page 12.
Page 12.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
1 second, Mr. Pfeiffer. You said 167?
Yes.
Okay, cool, got it. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
separate 240177 and 240181.
Hold on, you said 177? It'd be helpful if you called out the page number as well.
240177 on page 5.
Mhm.
240181 on page 9.
181? Okay.
240140 on page 11.
240140?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Any other separations? Yes.
240157.
What page?
Page 8. Bottom of page 8.
Mm-hmm. All right, anyone else? I didn't hear you, Miss. Councilwoman.
Madam Chair, I was asking what was just separated.
Oh, okay. So, 1 second. So seeing that there are no more separations.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to separate 240187
What page, please?
on page 10. 240187.
Hold on 1 second. You said 240187
Yes.
on page 10?
Am I wrong page? Page 11, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the old copy.
Okay.
240189
Okay.
and 240174.
And you said 240?
174,
Okay, and that is
page 9.
page 9.
What number was that?
Okay, page 9, 240174. Okay. All righty. So I will go ahead and just read back what I have separated. I have separated 240177, 240157, 240174, 240181, 240187, 240189, 240114, hold on. Oh yeah, 140. And then we have 240167. So go ahead, Ms. Burns. Okay, and that is located where? Did you say 8? 240131.2, okay. All right. All righty, and so we're adding to that 240131.2. Okay, so with that being said, we are now voting to pass the consent agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. L. Alleman is absent. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda passes. So now we're looking at resolution 240. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so now we're about to do the presentation of minutes. So is there a motion on the floor?
No, that's part of the consent agenda.
Huh?
That's part of the consent.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thanks for the clarity. All right, so now we are, and also the petitions and communications too, right?
Yep.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Priestley. All right, so we're on to our first separation, which is 240177.
Motion to approve.
All right, it's a motion to approve and supported by the councilman in the 7th Ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I will be voting against this. I can't, in good conscience, vote seeing what's happening in the 4th Ward. And I can't, in good conscience, put Ms. Priestley on there and say that that's what I want the entire city to be like. So I can't do that.
All right. All right, is that it, Mr. Pfeiffer? Oh, okay. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
I heard Ms. Burns first.
Yeah, when we talk about economic development, and that's very serious, you really have to have some type of integrity, especially with businesses. I will not be supporting this because when I look at the fact that decisions will have to be made, her input will be made, and she was okay with breaking the law and saying, hey, I want Councilwoman Burns out of here. I'm not agreeing with that. I mean, ethics plays a big part in this. She was okay twice to vote on the lie. I will not be supporting that. Economic development is important to our community, and it's important for us to survive, and we need to have fair people. And so when your voting record, when you vote along with people who you know that they're wrong, I will not support that. I will not. We need a fair chance. We need people who can stand up when something is wrong, people who can speak up and say, hey, we need this for downtown development. Not just go along with the 5 rubber stampers, even when they're wrong. I will not be supporting this.
All right, that's your time, Ms. Burns.
I'm done.
All right. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes, thank you. I too will not be supporting this appointment because, first, I don't trust the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. I don't trust her. And in my opinion, she doesn't have a high level of integrity.
Thank you.
And she's not ethical. She's just not ethical.
Put her in the chairs. That's right.
Nor is she fair. So I will not be supporting this appointment. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the first round? All right. Anyone in the second round? All right,
Dr. Lewis, I would like the floor, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
Councilwoman Priestley, and I know you are getting beat up a little bit tonight. It happens. Everybody has their day, and unfortunately today happens to be your day. I will say that I do see the work that you attempt to do in your ward, how you attempt to offer some sort of relief, and how you stand up and recognize the voices that you do hear, that you get calls from in your ward. And so I don't want you to feel downtrodden or beat down by some of the things you're hearing tonight, because you know the work that you do in your ward. The only thing I can do is offer you some encouragement. It does not look like this is going to pass tonight, but you do have my support, because I know how near and dear economic development for the city is to you, and how important it is that we are able to offer diverse industries for residents that live here and would like diverse industries to work in, as well as residents who may be interested in moving into the city. And so I do believe that you would be an asset to that board in helping just kind of navigate through that process and offer some sort of experience that you have. And I mean, I think that you would be a plus to the Economic Development Corporation Board, because I understand how bad you want to see Flint come up, and part of that fight starts with you in the 4th Ward, so just thank you for your efforts.
All righty. So since I was the last speaker in the second round, I'll go ahead and take my time. I will never hold your ward against you, because our ward had problems before we got there, and it didn't happen overnight. And so we are elected to serve and to fix and to change things. So to demonize you for having a ward that, again, just like mine, I have blocks on blocks that don't have homes. We have challenges, but we are elected for solutions. And I think you are beyond capable of providing the solutions that this board may need. You will definitely add to it. So thank you, Ms. Priestley, just for your willingness to serve. And also what I don't want to do, I don't want to slap your residents in the face, because saying that you're not fit is telling your residents that they voted for the wrong person and that you don't deserve to be in that seat. And I'll never do that. Your residents have faith in you as you continue to fix the massive problems, and I have faith in you. So thank you for your willingness to serve, and you definitely have my support. So with that being said, we are moving on to the vote for Resolution 240177, the appointment of Judy Priestley to the Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
I'm going to abstain because I'd like to have opportunity to work alongside Ms. Priestley for a while.
Mr. Alleman is absent. The vote is 3 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 3 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention. So that resolution fails. So we're moving on to Resolution 240131.2.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to approve 240131.2.
All right, motion on the floor to approve. Any support?
Support.
Supported by the Councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Any discussion?
Yes, Emily, you're already headed down. Thank you, Madam Chair. Emily, can you describe what this is? If you could please share. We got a book for people who don't know.
Oh, absolutely. Good
This is
evening,
what we
Council.
got today.
Yeah. No,
As a mother.
Good evening, Council. This is the resolution that is for a brownfield plan. Brownfield plan is not a tax abatement. What it is the brownfield plan. It takes the future taxes that are created by this company's investment, and a portion of the taxes are captured to repay some of the upfront costs that are prohibitive against development. So in the case of this, 1809 James P. Cole Boulevard, it's an old paint factory building. DuPont owned it, contaminated the soil. Obviously, we all wish that wouldn't have happened. I don't have a time machine, so instead what we do is we fix it. What happens with fixing it is the company that owns the building, they are responsible for paying for it. They could go out and try to get a tax abatement from the state, but that is not what this company is doing. What they're doing is saying they're going to front the money, do all of the environmental remediation, and then some of that portion, the portion of that cost that is beyond what the actual market value of this building is, will actually get paid back to them when they are actually paying taxes in the future that are not currently the value. So the current value is all going to continue to come to the city, and any new value created by their investment is what the portion that is captured from. And just for clarification, this is something that the reason it says amended brownfield plan, this property actually submitted a brownfield plan. It was approved by this body years ago. they actually sold off a part of the property, hence the amended brownfield plan that is tied to the new property lines. So,
And as soon as you started talking, because we got so much stuff over here, I remember us talking about this. We did have discussion on this. So thank you for putting that out there, because I just could not wrap my head around. There's so many things that we've got up here. Thank you, Emily. Madam Chair, I'm done.
All right, anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Ms. Dorr, what is the capture amount and the duration of this? Is it a 30-year?
No, it is a 27-year, and the full capture amount, let me tell you, that is the full eligible expenses. Let's see here. Here we go. I just want to make sure I give you the updated one because I had the old one in front of me. Here we go.
Is this 5.9? No.
No. Okay. Okay, so the numbers here, so the expected 52 full-time jobs based on the building square footage, 27-year capture, and the total number is also, and my apologies, also Nicholas Maloof from the actual developer. He was here at the last meeting and was here for about 7 hours and did not get a chance to answer any questions because the meeting did end. So he did not come tonight, but he was here before. So I did want to mention that. Taxable value is 75,000 square foot building. That is, let's see.
Are these the numbers I'm looking at on page 12?
See, I'm on page of a 75-page brownfield plan. I'm on attachment E. That is the actual table. Here we go. Cost. Okay, so the full eligible cost is about 3.1 million is the site eligible activities that they will be fronting that then would get reimbursed. 3.1 million is the total site, and then additional there are also some administration costs, so it's just over, the 3.1. It's attachment E. Again, it says, I know it's a very long packet, 75-page packet. It's page 37.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Thank you, Emily.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Garrett.
Through you to Ms. Dewar. So I want to make sure I'm trying to understand this correctly. So the 3.1 million would be over the life of the 27 years?
Correct.
Okay. And this is going to be somewhat of a new development, am I understanding that correctly?
It's remediation of an existing building that is at 1809 James P. Cole Boulevard. And but it would be a new, it's currently vacant,
That's what I
not
was
producing
getting to.
$27,000 of
Okay.
taxable value. And so then there will be new taxable value because they'll remediate it and then be able to actually have a company working out of it, paying taxes.
Okay, so you referenced, I think, 28 jobs also. did I hear that correctly, 28 jobs projected?
That might be the construction, the actual, the number that there might be 28 jobs tied to temporary, oh, here we go. So construction jobs is roughly 33.8 over a 10-month period, but no, the actual, the estimate is the number of jobs that would be in the building once it has been remediated and they can actually use it would be 52.
52?
Yep.
Okay. Do we know or have a commitment as to the 33 jobs during construction? How many of those are going to be City of Flint taxpayers?
No.
Is there a requirement?
That is not a requirement.
Okay. Of the 52 that are projected, any requirement or understanding of those? How many might be City of Flint residents?
So it would be based on whoever the company that rents the building.
Do we have a projection as to when those jobs will be delivered, the 52?
So my understanding is that they have a commitment for a company operating out of this building as soon as it is remediated.
So they already have a signed tenant?
That is, the developer is anxiously awaiting to be able to get started with this,
Okay.
correct?
So of this 3.1 million, is that number in some way negotiated, or is that a flat percentage of some other percentage which generates this dollar amount?
So they have to aggregate eligible activities, and so again, I know it's a kind of a beast of a packet.
Is there a factor of that does tie back to the number of employees? Is that a factor in that amount at all?
No, actually, when the eligible activities, when they are tied to, so for example, if some projects they would have 3.1 million of remediation costs, and it might lead to 10 jobs based on who rents it. This one is 52. I've seen other brownfield plants that are 1,000 jobs. So it kind of more depends on the cost that it takes to get the building cleaned up, and then what the tenant that will be rented. So those are not tied to each other. It's just getting the building from not used to being used.
And this 3.1 represents what they're going to put into the building?
Exactly.
So is there an obligation on our part to give them back dollar for dollar, or can we negotiate something different?
So with a brownfield plan, if the body approves it, the way that it works is that there's a reimbursement agreement where taxes that are paid every year, then a portion of them are captured and then paid back. We call it a bridge lender. So whoever pays that 3.1 million up front then would get paid back a portion over 27 years. If you wanted to negotiate, it would be a certain, you would just say, instead of 27 years, you're saying, you know what, we don't want to do 27 years, we only want to do 25. Or you would say, we don't want to do the capture that you're asking for, we want to do a partial capture. That's kind of how, I guess, the negotiation would work. I don't know if the risk is that if it's not funded, they might just continue sitting on the building and not doing anything with it. But I don't know that. So.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round? Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yes, Ms. Storr, how much, do we know how much they're paying taxes on this building right now?
$27,000.
$27,000 a year. And if it's renovated, what are our estimated taxes on that property every year? Do we have, estimated?
Yeah, estimated. Again, that was from the city assessor. Let's see, we've got that table as well.
Where's Stacy when you need her?
Yeah. No, she did she does for all of the brownfield plans. We actually don't put them on the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority agenda until Stacy has gone through them to make sure their numbers are correct. Okay.
You don't know where it is exactly in there. I know that we've had some discussion on this one before, so that's why I didn't know if we had.
No, I just want to make sure I get the correct numbers.
It's hard to
For you.
find sometimes. That's okay. That's okay if we don't have it.
Well, I'll pull it up, I just, like I said.
But we also have the income tax from the employees working there, as well as additional income tax, or, excuse me, property tax revenue from taking a building that's not being used into being used, as well as personal property tax that would be inside of the building for the equipment and everything else that's in it. So I'm willing to do anything within reason to bring economic development to this town. We will never recover without it. We will always be in a decline. And we want to bring our residents' living standards up. We want to support our residents. And without industry, we can't. So I'm going to go ahead and vote for this because I think it's important to our city's future. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round? All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, seeing there's no one else in the second round, we're going to go ahead and call for the vote. So we're looking to approve Resolution 240-131.2. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. O'Alleman is absent. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I make a motion to approve 240181.
You said 181?
181.
Okay, because next we have is on page 8, and that's 157.
And I make a motion to approve 240181.
Support.
You said 101?
181.
Support.
It's on page 9.
Okay, so just real quick, are we going out of order?
Yes.
So when you do that, Madam Clerk, is that permissible?
A motion is always in order.
Pardon?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so yeah, just a little questionable because when we do the changes to the agenda, how we redirect the order, so we'll be going out of order, so that's why I asked. So if we're going to skip all the way to 181, we'll go ahead and the chair will entertain a motion. And what was it?
Motion's already been made and seconded
Well, okay, so what was it?
to approve.
Okay, and who seconded?
I did.
All right now. All right, any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Well, this is the designated videography area, City Council chambers. And I do not support this. When we have cameramen in news, those big cameras, they cannot, it's just ridiculous. I mean, we have to allow space for the press. And I think this council spends far too much time trying to control every part of everything, and it's not working. It's not working. Just as much as 810 has a right to be there, so does Paul. That's right. And this is the way it's been. And if we don't like being on camera, this is part of the job. You know, you shouldn't be in this seat because that is going to happen. Our meetings are videotaped. We shouldn't be putting people back in the corner. Right now, we got 2 police officers that are back there in that corner. And it would have to be rearranged, remove a couple rows to accommodate something that I don't feel is fair. I just don't. Has the video been flattering to each and every one of us? No. Paul has put his camera on me so many times, my daddy called and complained. But he still has a right to have his video there. I don't have a problem with that. It's a part of the job. It's growing a thick skin. I'm not gonna hide in between dividers. It is what it is with me. I'm 55. I'm gonna own what I say, and this is what you get. And I think limiting the press, podcasters, or whatever you wanna call it, people videotaping, is limiting how information is sent out into our community. It's not dangerous. I mean, if someone's got, say a cord across, then we can ask them to remove the cord or to where it's safe. But to say we're putting everybody in the corner because we don't like certain people, like they're kindergartners, that's not what should be done. I will not be supporting, I think this has been coined is tripod gate. I will not be supporting this because it also limits, if we have, a pod, or we put up a stand, it will limit Councilman Pfeiffer's stand, which he had up there, and he had every right to have one. So it limits not only the public, but it limits us also. And I'm not into limiting and taking away rights from people. I'm not doing that. And people say, oh, well, the White House has a whole press room. From the front to the back, people are in there with cameras, their phones, and this is what they're doing. Let people record. If you don't want your behavior recorded, don't do something stupid. Simple as that. Because Lord knows it will be caught, and Paul's very good at catching it now. He's good, and even 810. So if I'm looking for something, I go back to either one of those because our new cameras are very broad. They don't show individual. And sometimes you can't hear, so you may have to flip back to one. Having multiple people recording these are important because there are some things you don't even hear. Best audio is with the cities, I think, that our clerk has, because you hear all kinds of stuff was not meant for us to hear at all. But the different angles are coming from 810 News Media Group, and I don't even know I think Paul changed Spectacle TV, that name changes. So I will not be supporting limiting and putting people in a corner because you don't like or people don't want to be videotaped. I'm just not going to do that. I mean, I can't believe, no, I take it back. I can believe with this council. And this is some of the problems that we're seeing. Our votes need to be independent. Stop voting in the block. Be independent. Your thought process, because when you vote in the block and you go along just to get along, it's showing tonight things are changing. Things are changing. Council members are reading, four that I know, they read these agendas and they go through them and they look at what is the rights for people, what's good for the public. And that's all I ever wanted was independent thinkers, people who are and truth tellers and being transparent. Cameras record what needs to be shown, and I'm gonna support all of them. And I'm not even in agreement with Paul because I did admonish him for what he said to Miss Elizabeth Taylor, and you still owe her an apology. But I will not be supporting this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very well said.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Murphy-Carter.
I too will not be supporting this resolution. You know what? It's about freedom of the press and public access. It's about transparency and accountability. It's about accessibility and inclusiveness. We focus, rather than dedicating time and resources implementing unnecessary regulations on videography, whether or not people stand and get you on camera and stuff. We need to be focusing on the business of the city. This is petty. It's petty. It's petty. But we know what it is. We know exactly what it is. We need to be addressing the pressing issues of this city. And I understand there was a resolution ordinance or something brought to council last week that didn't make sense? We gotta stop.
Mr. Mitchell.
And the
please.
thing about it,
Mr. Mitchell, you're being brought to order. Let's stop yelling out.
you need to stop
Proceed.
my time if you're gonna be speaking out while I'm speaking.
No, I was about to. Not a problem. We'll give you time back, and let's not yell. That's not what we're here to do.
Yeah, but you shouldn't have done that.
1 second. So if we could you give her 10 more seconds, please? Thank you. Thank you. Proceed.
Here we go. Here we go again. The lawlessness. Just, it's always something up here with some of these people. But yeah, we need to prioritize and focus on what we need to be doing for the residents instead of trying to disenfranchise our residents. This is the residents' chamber. They have a right to come in here. They can bring their cameras. They can bring their phones. They have a right to stand and video. And we can't limit that. We cannot limit that. So I will not be voting on this resolution. I'll be voting no. And this to me is a tactic of retaliation. I'm gonna retaliate against some people that I don't like. Yeah, we know what it is. We know exactly what it is. So I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Not a problem. Anyone else in the first round? All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, so seeing that there's no more speakers, we are voting to approve Resolution 240181. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Thank everybody.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. The vote is 3 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no. Resolution 240181 fails.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I vote to approve 240140.
What number did you say?
240140.
All right, any support?
Support.
All right, supported by the Councilman of 7th Ward. Any discussion? Any discussion first round? Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Okay, as requested, we received a letter from the attorney dated May 22nd. Sorry, my my thing isn't on. And it has attached a copy of the cashier's check for $20,000, dated May 22nd. I do find that part interesting. And it is from, and it is showing that it is paid in full. So the money, there's a cashier's check on the second page of that letter. And it says, as stated in my letter last week, this letter serves as verification that all such amounts have been paid, and I'm attaching a copy of a cashier's check to the DDA in the amount of $20,000, $20,336.75, which covers the total amount of personal and/or unapproved use of the DDA's credit card account. So it has been paid.
Okay, is that all?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yep. So I find it weird that after over a year, they can't get any response from the person that allegedly misspent. And magically, when we get a bailout request of $600,000, they magically got a check. So my question is, who paid this? Because this is from the attorney. So is this some kind of accounting game where the attorney's gonna pay it and then bill it? I think that's what Trump is in court right now for. So where did these funds come from? That's my question. And it's real questionable that they picked a bank in Fenton to get this cashier's check from. Like, I find this very weird when even the attorney is on Court Street in Flint, but the bank is in Fenton, and this magically appeared. Like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but hell, if this don't check a lot of boxes.
Excuse me, audience. Let's stop yelling out.
This is just very, very, I'm gonna say very coincidental that these magically get paid, but they won't tell us who it's from and who actually wrote the check or paid cash to get this cashier's check. So I would like to know, and I would like this attorney to come and swear under oath where this money came from.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
It is very suspicious, and it does check a whole bunch of boxes, and not good boxes either. When we were told this was paid, it was actually put in MLI, the Flint Journal, that it was paid. They told a journalist it was paid last year. The amounts have varied. People have supported and stated it had been paid. Some people supported that it was okay to make these transactions, which total up to $20,336. That's a whole lot of spending, and that's not just eyelashes. That's a lot. And looking at, and we did ask for the check number, we do have that. But when we're looking at it, May 22nd, which was just done, why didn't they give this to Ron Funger when he said it was paid? Why didn't they give him a copy of the check then? Because he was told it was paid when he put in the article. So there's no trust. So when trust isn't given, I think I agree with you, Councilman Pfeiffer. I would like to know some more about this. I'm not just passing and saying, this is where, when we go to putting people on boards and different things, paying it back is not the issue. The issue goes back to it should have never been spent. It should have never been spent, and then it should have never been covered up with stating on the record at our council meeting, we had discussion, that it was paid back. And it wasn't. It's not okay. And then now, 6 days ago, we now have a cashier's check. Who is Ann? I don't even know, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Moore. Who is Ann Hawthorne?
Mr. Moore, could you please approach the lectern?
She's the authorized signature.
It's a bank employee. Excuse me.
So this is a cashier's check, but usually there's a signature, well, on the City of Flint Downtown DDA. So she authorized.
Request
It's
for
still-
information?
Yes.
Please, wait, well, excuse me, that goes through the chair.
Okay.
So, again, he's new, and as he learned, we will do
I'm
things
taking
in
my
order.
time while you talking.
So-
This is my time.
Please pause the time real quick. Ms. Burns, we will be in order. And so as our colleague is new, we want to make sure that all colleagues know how this works. So thanks a lot. Thanks, Mr.
Okay,
Jarrett.
through you to the speaker.
Go ahead,
Are you aware that particularly at the state bank, the individual tellers sign off on the cashier's check? So the Ann Hawthorne may well be a teller at the bank.
Okay, and thank you for that information. As someone who over here thought it was okay to spend money and return it back, rob a bank, then put the money back in is what I associated with. You know, and to state she want to tell somebody to be in order.
Ms. Burns,
okay.
let's not speak
I'm
to
talking-
people's
I'm not speaking to you when
pause
you
our
said
time.
that.
Please pause our time.
You stated that on the
Ms.
record. Would you like me to play it back for you?
Ms. Burns, as we're saying,
And this is
let's make sure,
pertaining to
Ms.
this.
Burns,
Miss Lewis.
let's make sure that we're not violating Robert rules and speaking to other people's motives. Let's not do
You're taking the
that.
floor. I'm not speaking to
So,
your motive.
so
I'm
as we're
speaking
going to
to
go
what you
ahead, you
said.
can restart her time as she speaks on this
See, this is when
resolution.
people
Thank
have
you.
control. I'm speaking to what you said. It's not your motives. You said on the record it was okay for the DDA director to take these expenses, and yeah, and I know she paid them back, and she didn't. We got a check here today that states she didn't, a year later. So somebody lying. You stated she paid it back and it was okay. You're on the record. I'm not speaking to your motives. I am fact-checking you. Big difference. Big difference. So, Mr. Moore, I don't need you. I do know, I'm not because I don't like seeing you, but my colleague in the 9th Ward, who I'm quite sure does not believe that it's okay to spend frivolously on city credit cards, cleared it up, that it could have been a head teller or someone with this amount who did this, who was the authorized signature on this check for May 22nd, 2024, which, not speaking to motives, facts, the councilperson in the 2nd Ward stated we had this check, it was paid for. She said it was paid for and it was not. So this is why we have a problem with approving this, because people haven't been truthful. When you have people in leadership positions who are not truthful, we are supposed to vet
Point
it.
of information.
What is your point, Ms. Priestley?
Didn't you, through you to Ms. Burns, didn't I hear Dr. Lewis say that she was informed last year that it was paid back? And that's what she reported on? Whether what we found out was that it was not true?
No, that's improper, and you are taking the floor illegally. I'm not going to let you defend her. because you
Proceed,
are
Ms.
unethical
Burns.
yourself. So I absolutely am not, because you should have checked that. We are just now getting this 6 days later, and this is a year ago. This is 20,000. It started out at 35. But that's how y'all do, y'all cover for each other. Instead of being independent voters, being independent in your processes, and not following policy in order to.
All right, thank you, Ms. Burns. Anyone else would like to speak in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
For me, the repayment itself of the money was not the greater of my concerns. It's what seems to be the lack of oversight on the DDA's part of their financial matters. And then we are asked to approve a budget for them that we don't even get to scrutinize. So I'm not in support of the way they are handling funds, the way they are overseeing their operation, and that is independent of the the concerns that this actually brings as well. This is a whole different matter entirely. And I hold a corporate card. And I know that, yeah, I could swipe it wherever I choose to swipe it. But if it ain't a matter pertaining to something that I'm supposed to swipe it for, there are going to be repercussions and consequences that would be beyond just, as the example, I robbed a bank, you caught me, and I tell you what, I give you the money back, just let me walk. That ain't how it works. So I won't be supporting this resolution. I won't be supporting this resolution.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Murphy Carter.
I too will not be supporting this resolution, and it's kind of, this is fishy. It's just really fishy. I'm looking at this cashier's check. So it was dated on May 22nd, 2024. Wow. Now, so if it was paid back, wouldn't it have been paid back some weeks ago? Months ago? A year ago? Yeah. I mean, so now all of a sudden, just out of the sky, we get this cashier's check. How come it wasn't presented to us last week? Why did we have to beg? Why did we have to beg for this? Something's not right. And I have a question. Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore, could you please approach the lectern?
And Mr. Moore, I'm gonna ask this question while you walk. How many P cards are there issued at the DDA? Do you know?
I don't know. We don't have any control over that.
It sounds like to me, it appears to me, in my opinion, there's some covering up going on here. There's some covering up. Because, see, I'm just curious as to how many P cards are there at the DDA, and are there mismanagement of P cards there? Are they just frivolously spending on the P cards, and they're covering for each other here? You know? And it's apparent that they have a problem, mismanagement and lack of accountability. Mismanagement of funds and lack of accountability. So I can't vote to approve this resolution. I just simply can't. Something's not right. This is not, they're not being transparent. I don't know. Somebody trying to throw a wool over our eyes. Yeah, and I'm not going for it. Like my grandmama said, don't take no wooden nickels. And this right here, yeah, something's not right. Something's not right. So I will not be supporting this resolution.
All right. Anyone in the second round? Mr. Pfeiffer.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney. Mr. Attorney, is it against the law to make unauthorized and unapproved credit card using public dollars?
It depends.
In this case?
In this case, honestly, I don't know enough about this case to really give an opinion. There are circumstances under which that could be, and there are circumstances under which it may not be.
Can you give me an example of each? What would be a circumstance where this $20,000 and not paying it for in excess of a year would be allowed?
It would be allowed or would be criminal, I guess, would be the difference.
Yes.
Because that's
Both of them.
not, that's not necessarily the same thing. And that's,
No, I
that's
know it's
essentially the question, that's one of the questions that would.
Well, I'm trying to get at, if you don't know enough about it, why didn't you inquire about it? These are public dollars that are gonna come out of that were gonna come out of the coffers of the city of Flint. Don't you have a fiduciary duty to see if this was criminal?
No, because as has been stated by a number of people, the DDA, while its board is appointed by the mayor with the consent of the council, and so is the director, it is a separate legal entity that
I
has its
understand
own,
that,
has
but-
its own legal counsel.
But I'm not talking legal counsel. You are the chief prosecutor for the city of Flint. And crimes were committed against the city of Flint residents with improper spending. So don't you have a duty to see if that was criminal?
That would be a duty for law enforcement to do an investigation. That would not be, the law department does not do investigations for criminal matters. That's not our role.
So at any point did knowing this and knowing the circumstances around this, at any point did you inquire with the chief of police to do an investigation?
We do not regularly request
All right, well,
that the chief of police investigate any crimes. That's not a general practice of the department.
But that's not a true statement, because I believe that you have made phone calls to have people removed from this audience. So how does that mean you don't make recommendations to the police department?
We don't initiate investigations. That's not our role.
Okay. I yield.
All right, anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Is that Ms. Burns?
No, it's Judy.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yes, so I'm looking at this check, and it's from the IOLTA, I don't even know how to say it, IOLTA account, which is the trust account for the attorney. That's usually, isn't that usually like a money received from the attorney from a client or from another attorney in order to pay out a claim? Or a
I'm assuming you're asking me.
You,
So an
who
IOLTA account is a trust account that a private attorney would maintain to make sure that the client's funds are separate from their own funds. I believe in this case, it's noted as either coming or going into an IOLTA account, which this is just basically me speculating, but if it was coming from an IOLTA account, that would indicate that an attorney made the payment on behalf of one of their clients. It doesn't, I can't say more than that.
We don't know where the money came from. Okay. Yeah, I haven't only know about them because of my work with QuickBooks, so.
We can't hear you.
All right, that was my question. Thank you very much. Yeah.
All right, anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
So, if you don't have you to Attorney Kim, you're saying you don't have the capability, or you don't initiate investigations. So should we go to another investigating agency such as the FBI then?
Well, the FBI's remit is to investigate federal crimes. Whether frankly, given what, I know essentially what you know here, and I'd assess that the chance of there being a federal crime here is probably fairly low, because you need a violation of some federal crime. At the minimum, you need some sort of interstate commerce type claim, which
Okay, well.
just.
Okay, and I appreciate you weighing in on that. But one of my other questions is, when Councilwoman Priestley did not call me to tell me, and did not notify me, and didn't feel the need to tell me that they had taken off the DDA, if you're being transparent, you show up. They didn't show up, and it was removed off. It's nobody's responsibility. You, the chair, call me. I'm the one who emailed you. And now you know, oh, this is out of their trust account. You know, how would you know that? I mean, each time somebody talks, it's not looking good. You know, and one of the things that's really troubling to me is that I was told that you were in the meeting, Judy, with them last week. And I hope that, and someone saw you. So if that's true or not, you said it wasn't true, but this person was saying that you were in the meeting. Who I know they didn't meet with was us. And I was really interested in what was going on with the DDA, what was their plans, and even us, no, that was even separate from the check. That was separate from the check, which the check, I'm quite sure Ron Funger wouldn't have wanted to write an article that wasn't factual because he was given erroneous information. It is never okay when you are a card holder, generally, that you can just go, you know, swipe it and pay for whatever you want to, because you have to turn in your receipts. And I believe every 3 weeks, the DDA has to turn in their receipts. So they knew about the spending. They knew about it. And so it's not okay to balance your budget with city funds and then come to us for a $560,000 bailout and then not show up for a meeting when we said, hey, you know, we want to hear about what's going on downtown. Because a lot of money's been invested downtown. So when you cover up, in my opinion, I have a problem. I have a trust factor. I don't trust what you say, Judy. I don't. I know that you have not been more than transparent with us, even with the ARPA money. I don't trust you.
All right.
Did I speak in the second round? I did I not?
Huh? Let's see. All right. So let's see. So did you already speak in the second round?
I did.
Oh, okay. All right. So anyone else? All right. Seeing that there's none, I will be the last to speak. Again, you are only as good as the information that you're given. And so we were never too late to be in order. So we want to make sure that we are. Here's the deal. The DDA expressed that money was paid. Now, when I spoke to utilizing the travel card, I'm talking about on the federal level. So if you don't work on that level, I guess you can't respond because you don't know. But different levels of government, they have different rules. And so what we need to do, it sounds like that, I'm not sure, but you know, we can look into seeing what rules that they put in place for their P cards, for the use of their P cards. Some places have it as long as you are on travel. If you use it for travel, you pay back those funds, that's what it is. Different definitions for different organizations, period. I was called a liar stating that they didn't pay. The letter last week said they didn't pay. This week we have a cashier's check saying that it's paid. So I know my colleagues are not going to apologize for continuing to call me a liar, that's fine. But we have a check right here that states that this is paid in full. I don't want to keep.
A request for information.
What is your request?
It was not paid at the last meeting. We did not have a copy of the check. Is that true?
Like I just said, I gave the information that I had, and I was continuing to be called a liar and someone that's misleading the council. Let's be clear. No one is being misled. I'm stating the facts that I was given. And the fact that they said that it was not paid, we asked the attorney, we asked for all of the receipts. We asked for them to make it clear. Is it paid or not? This states that it's paid. Now, other issues that my colleagues have with the DDA, have at it. But the issue of the money being paid is paid. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and call for the vote to pass Resolution 240140. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
The vote is 2 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 5 no. That resolution fails. So the chair will entertain a motion for Resolution 240157 in respect to the gentleman who's been patiently waiting all day.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve 240157.
Support.
All right, supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes, these, we've gone through the bid process. They are the winners of the bid. These carts are not costing the city any money since they are all being paid for with grants. I've had residents asking me when they were going to be getting their carts, and they're eagerly awaiting them. So I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Okay, go ahead. Ms. Burns?
Through you to the gentleman with the carts. I know you've been waiting. Those seats are not comfortable. I apologize. So, and I know we had a very big agenda. So they call them carts. I call them trash cans. And it's just, basically a name. So Heather may as well come up here too. So the trash cans we're getting 196 gallon, and I don't think we were clear if we were gonna get maybe a 96 or a 65 or for a second one. What is it that we have contracted with you to get?
You want to speak?
Are looking to get?
I can
Did the
speak
gallon
to what I
size?
think, but yeah.
Yeah, I kind of shared a little bit at the last meeting that unfortunately we don't have the size, design, and everything set in position. What we asked of the RFP is that they provide what the cost would be. Based on the recycling cart and what Eagle requires, it has to be at least 65 gallon for the recycling. And then usually the highest number we have is about 96 gallons. So we know that that range is going to be there, and we did ask for those pricings. But we're
How
still.
much is it per can, per trash can?
The cost?
The cost, manufacturing
It
cost.
depends on the manufacturer. It also depends on if they're adding all the other fees, travels and things like that.
So-
What I can tell you, it's cut in half by having the resin donated.
Are they the manufacturer?
Yeah, I can speak to that.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Okay, because she was speaking in third person.
obviously
Wait a minute.
it depends on the
I'm
size
like,
of the.
aren't they the manufacturer?
Yeah, I can definitely speak to that.
I'm like, I said that to you back there.
The cost of the container, it'll depend on, what sort of decorations, whether labels or information, additional features are put on it. But the average cost for a 96 is around anywhere between $53 to $55. And a 64 gallon is probably somewhere in the, $46 to $49.
What are your gallon sizes? So 96, 64.
96 gallon, 64 gallon, and 35 gallon.
Okay, and so your company is looking to contract. How long will it take you to build these or to manufacture them?
We manufacture about 2 million carts a year, so I can manufacture these in probably 90 days.
So
From
we're
start to
looking-
finish, but we could be distributing the carts while we're manufacturing at the same time.
Oh, okay, thank you
So
for
there's an
that.
overlap between manufacturing and
So
distribution.
as you're making them, you can start dropping them off, and you're gonna be now you will be making sure they're, I don't know how that goes.
Yeah,
getting
so
to
we're
people's
the
homes.
manufacturer of the carts, so we actually, make them out of the plastic that they're made from. But we also do the distribution as a service too, and that's part of the contract with the city of Flint, would be to do the distribution of these carts to individual residents and
And
track
how many
those.
carts are they? Is it 28,000?
Oh, total? I thought 72,000.
It's how much?
A total of 72,000.
72,000.
I believe that's the number. I'm
And
sorry,
so-
I'm tired, so I may be
No,
off, but
I know it's late. So we're looking at, and there's some extra, because how many
there'll
households do we
be,
have?
yeah, there'll be 500 of each type that will be set aside for distributing any problems that we might come across or new residents that come in, things like that.
Okay, and what's the total cost of these trash cans?
That's a little hard because when they give us their price, it's for everything. Then we have to deduct the resin cost. So we'll be deducting portion of that as well, because they'll be receiving that for the making of the carts. I think that Brian can probably answer a little bit more on how that resin comes in, because you don't get it all in one lump. They have to do it over the course of 90 days, so maybe he could share that.
So understand, as part of the grant funding, you've got grant funding from the state of Michigan, EGLE, Department of Environmental Great Lakes and Energy Recycling Partnership, as well as a donation from Dow Chemical for 1.2 million pounds of plastic to offset the cost. So we'll be taking that plastic in during the manufacturing process as part of the cost offset for the city of Flint.
Okay, and so people are being asked, so within 90 days, so if this is approved, you'll be able to start manufacturing and delivering to people who want these trash cans. So I never had a problem with the trash cans. I just had a problem with our trash contract and the price. I think it's smart. I lived in a community in Chicago and Illinois, and they had them. And it was easy, it was great to put it in there.
Every day.
Yep, and it cut down on rodents, and, you know, Flint is full of everything living everywhere. So that's my time, but thank you.
Madam Chair?
1 second. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So your bid was 3.5 million, and this is for 1.2 million. So are you saying that the deduct for the resin that you are going to use that in is a $2 million range?
You want me to explain?
Go ahead. Yeah,
So there's three different pieces to it. So the 1.2 million, as I understand it, is the EGLE portion. So that EGLE is covering 1.2 million. They require a 200,000 match, and then the recycling partnership and Dow. So part of Dow's donation of resin is in the recycling partnership's funding of the balance of everything. So let me put it this way: 3.5 million is the total cost. The state of Michigan's given a grant for 1.2 million. Recycling Partnership and Dow Chemical are covering the rest.
Well,
If I could iterate the matching portion, the match is being covered by Recycle Partnership, not the city.
No, I get that.
So I'm
I'm
sure
just
we
trying to
got
figure out,
allowed. Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out how we fulfilled their bid at 3.5 if this is only for 1.2.
The Recycling Partnership is covering the rest.
So that's another thing that we're gonna have to approve to,
You've already approved it.
we've approved for Cascade to get,
I'm sorry, for both funding sources, you've already approved that portion. So we've already approved the resin donation as well as the monetary
no, I
donation to
understand that,
Recycling
but their
Partnership.
bid is for 3.5 million, so,
Yes, but you're asking how it's being covered. It's being covered by the Recycle Partnerships, resin donation, and additional 2-point-some million, and then the 1 million also from
so,
Eagle.
I guess I'm just trying to figure this out. How many more resolutions come before us to fulfill this contract?
This is it.
Confused.
You've already accepted the money. Now we're just accepting the contractor that can start doing the work on the carts.
But
And then moving
don't we have to accept and approve their $3.5 million contract?
That's already been, are you talking about their contract?
Yes.
So.
The
that's what-
Recycling Partnership
yeah.
is paying it directly to me as well as I.
Okay,
understand it. Yes.
that's
So
my.
does that make sense? Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So I'll
So
have to
they're
essentially
paying
have
you
two.
directly, it doesn't come before us.
Correct.
This
Well,
is
the only-
our other match contribution per se. Then that makes sense, okay. So, they're paying you, but,
The Recycling Partnership works nationwide and provides grant funding. I've worked with them for probably 35 projects in total. 25 projects are in the state of Michigan.
I'm trying to figure out if we've ever done that where we did a contract where we put it out to bid and somebody else paid it. I don't know that that's ever happened before. Because usually we get the grants and then we turn around and approve the full contract amount. I'm trying to think in my recollection where we have done a full bid contract and somebody else picked up another portion of that without first awarding the dollars through us, and then we in turn distribute it like this 1.2.
So part of the concern that's been all along of talking about this is the money.
Right.
Nobody wants to see the money come from us. And the one way to do that is, yes, we have to do, there's something we have to pay up front, and we get reimbursed by Eagle. That's a requirement. The Recycle Partnership, they can do the rest of that so that we don't have to come back and forth and do the money back and forth. So our agreement is going to be in the services and the product that they're going to be producing for us. And then the Recycling Partnership is going to be the party that's paying for that portion. So there's more information, I believe, that's possibly written in the contracts that have already been approved for receiving that funding from Eagle and from the Recycle Partnership. I believe that has some of that information in there. And then I know on the last time we were here, we also discussed about how that money was going to be allocated. Everything would have been run through both of those funding sources if it was not for Eagle's requirement that the city has to pay that portion up front to get reimbursed, because that's how their grant fund works.
Okay.
If not, we would have done the whole thing and we never would have seen the money.
All right. Anyone else in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Murphy Carter.
Okay, so Heather,
Yes,
how
ma'am.
did we get here? Now, initially, this whole garbage collection contract, we were told at first, that we had to approve that contract with priority in order to get this grant for these carts, right?
It wasn't worded exactly like that. What we said was, in order for everything to fall into line, it was a requirement by the funding sources that we had a definitive contract in place that would allow them the time to be able to do this process, get them made and distributed. The contract with the waste hauler would have been over with. And there wasn't enough time either to go out and then set up another 3-year contract when we were still trying to submit this process. So that's what we were saying, is that in order for us to be able to move forward and to get these carts and to get the fiduciary responsible parties to provide the monetary contribution for these carts, we had to have everything in place.
So essentially what we did, we approved a contract with priority for an extended period of time. What was it? 6 years, 8 years?
So we were in a 3-year contract with 2 1-year extensions. So we were including that into that request. They required additional 3 years, I believe, after that. And they were going to leave the rate the same through the course of that time in order for them to recoup what they need to do to prepare for us. And then secondly, for us to get everything into place and functional. It takes a lot longer than I think people realize to do all of that stuff.
Okay, and then, so how much of our ARPA funds did we pay out?
For this purpose?
For the whole thing, for
trash
the
service
contract and all of that.
Okay, from my understanding, the last several times that ARPA money had been brought to this body to ask for it to help cover for deficiencies in the funds, they have, at this point, I don't believe they've been approved. So I'm not aware of any ARPA funds going towards this particular program.
No,
or
I'm
this
talking
contract.
about the whole garbage contract, the whole garbage collection contract.
Okay.
$2
I'm
million?
going to defer to
What
Mr.
is
Moore
it?
because I'm not aware of our money being used particularly for this.
Yeah, $2 million. $2 million.
Was that approved?
2
Because I wasn't
million.
here. Was it approved? Because last
Okay.
I knew it was not. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna
2
let Mr.
million,
Moore,
and
he'll
then,
know.
Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Moore, how much was it, Mr. Moore?
Oh, the administration's requested $2 million for 2 years. At the last meeting, that was referred back to the Finance Committee, I believe.
Okay, and then it's an additional how much more?
I don't understand what the question, in terms of,
Something about a 5 million?
Or special tax assessment.
I'm not sure.
And that's coming up tomorrow, isn't it?
for
Well,
the-
I guess my point with this whole thing is this, and I'm not voting for this, because this whole garbage container, trash can, recycling bin, in my opinion, was a trick. It was a shady way for Priority to get an extension on their contract without even going through the bidding process. Then they told us, oh, we're gonna get these lovely garbage cans, these recycling bins and all of this, okay? No, no, no. I've said no from the very beginning. It was a shady way. Now, the garbage cans and everything might be nice, but look, we're not in a position to go without our bidding process. For what? We're stuck in a contract now, what, for 6 years? 8 years? 9?
All right. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Jarrett?
Well, my colleague in the Fifth Ward there brought about, I need a little bit of clarification on. What is, from, I guess, through you, Madam Chair,
Okay.
to Heather, is it?
I'm
sorry.
Heather, yes.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
What is the relationship between this company here and our trash delivery service?
In the trash hauler?
Yes.
Well, first off, I can tell you that there are 6 larger companies in the United States that provide carts such as what we're asking for, high quantity and quality product. Priority Waste uses a company called Schaefer. We did not choose them. So that relationship isn't anything that's specifically, I don't know, they're not, I don't know if
this
they even work
company
with
isn't directly tied.
No,
Yeah,
we
Not
supply,
directly.
we supply the carts, so we supply them to Waste Management, GFL. I do supply some parts for Priority and things like that, like for replacement parts and contracts they've taken over. But we work with everybody. We're hauler agnostic. We have nothing to do with the collection side.
So
We
not
just provide
directly
it. Not
related.
nothing-
So
relationship.
when the waste company made reference to the cans, they weren't necessarily talking about this company. They may have been sort of playing that they knew about this other free can deal, and they sort of, it sounds like may have in a way leveraged their bid by saying there's an opportunity for you to get free cans, but they didn't necessarily tell us because there's a grant out there. Necessarily, but you don't have to answer that. Never mind. Okay, so my question is this. Doing or not doing this business with this company does not in any way directly or indirectly impact our relationship with our current trash provider.
If I'm understanding you correctly, no.
Okay.
It's the carts themselves that are
cart.
going to be the direct partnership.
I don't know that there is any recourse in this deal to our however many year contract was entered into bypassing the normal process?
So the extension of that extra 3 years is what bypassed that process that you're referring to. That was their, it was one of two things. We either accepted their requirements and then not get the carts, or choose to get the carts and work with that requirement. That's how it came about. And I know that there's a lot of different dialogue going on. The contract actually ends in 2028. So we only have 4 more years on this contract. That, it's how it is.
I know I'm new in the seat, which has been referenced a few times for various reasons.
Sure.
But I remember the discussion a few years ago when those that were on the council had concerns about entering the contract initially. But what I want to make sure that I understand here with this resolution, this is a standalone, call it deal, between us, Cascade, and the funders that will match funds, and it has really nothing at all to do with, is it priority? I want to
Priority waste, yes.
It has nothing really to do with priority other than they may have said, and we can get you carts. And really, they weren't getting this carts. It was this other opportunity.
So the carts are a little different. Obviously, it's a big push everywhere for people to do carts. Their staff have less injuries. There's a lot more material. There's a lot of positives to it.
Good.
We brought it to them. They didn't come to us.
Okay. That's my time.
All right. So just in case, anyone else in the first round? All right. Anyone in the second round?
Madam Chair.
So Mr. Pfeiffer and then Ms. Burns.
Yeah, let me start off to say that I will be supporting this. And like Ms. Burns says, I think that we were all supporting the carts. And I don't want to conflate this issue with being held hostage and being forced into that no bid contract that I would believe will be a huge financial burden on the city. So that these carts, we were basically gun to the head saying that if we don't choose priority, we can't get the carts. So, and that's exactly what it was. So, but that's not here nor there. I think residents in general, or for the most part, want a cart. They just don't want the higher rates. And we all know that the higher rates are coming, and they're coming because of the carts. So to say that we get free carts is a load of bull. But I do have a question I'm sorry, can I get names real quick for the record?
My name is Matt Mays.
Matt?
Yeah, I'm Brian Miller.
I'm sorry?
Brian Miller.
Brian Miller. How did you come up with a price if we don't know the size?
You want to answer? Sorry.
Don't fight.
So the city provided a RFP that had a specification. And so when we respond to bids, we put together a package based on, what the specifications are. And so we responded based on 36,000 carts for 64 gallon, 36,000 carts, 96 gallon, the amount of time of production, amount of time of delivery, freight, et cetera, things like that. And then we provide you with a package.
Okay. Heather, I believe the last count we had was 31,000 water accounts. So we having 5,000 extra carts?
Well, I've brought to the attention of this body that you can't go by the water count to determine how many carts are out there.
What are we going by?
There's many factors you have to do. I know Ms. Priestley has brought up about like doing the house count. In general, a person's supposed to have running water for it to be a viable house. That doesn't mean it's not being lived in. So we're looking at homes that are not only receiving water, but are also paying a tax, waste assessment.
So are we sending them to houses that don't have water and maybe owe taxes in the arrear?
So if they are a viable property that is owned by someone, irregardless.
But it's not a viable property if there's no water with code.
Can I just address?
Yeah, stop.
May I address?
You gotta talk.
Okay.
You can't talk.
Go ahead, Ms.
I have
Priestley.
next, Judy. I'm going to make a motion to add 2 minutes.
Make a motion to add how many?
Support. 2 minutes.
All right, 2 minutes. So there's a motion on the floor to add,
One round in 2 minutes.
all right, so an additional round, everyone get 2 additional minutes? All right, they hear support from the councilor in the 6th Ward?
Correct.
All right, so that's the motion on the floor. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to add 1 round of 2 minutes per council person.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Another round with 2 minutes per council person has been added. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. And so, at this
Point of order.
What's your point?
We're still on the round of 3 minutes right now, though.
Correct.
Right.
That gives you an opportunity.
Right, to come back after that. So we'll wait for the Madam Clerk to get the clock together. So, Heather, my problem was never the carts, because my residents wanted the carts.
Right.
My problem was marrying the Republic no bid contract with the carts.
Are you talking about priority waste?
Yeah, I'm sorry, priority.
Okay, I want to
Yes.
make sure, because.
And so that was my issue, having a no bid contract, because according to our charter, page 76, section D, the city shall by ordinance establish procedures to protect the interests of the city to assure fairness in procuring property and services. And then it goes on to say the order shall require competitive bidding for purchases and contracts, but there may be cases clearly defined in the ordinance in which competitive bidding is not required. The ordinance shall define lowest responsible bidder. My problem with this is we were told that we had a contract with Priority that was $9 million higher than the lowest bidder before. So we're saying $9 million, we're adding $2 million from ARPA that we have to balance this account for the next 2 years. Then we got to figure out how to pay for that 5 years, and either it'll be in a special tax assessment, or they stated, the guy with the good hair that doesn't move, he's not his Priority, that he stated that it would be a reduction.
You're talking about
in
Dan.
service.
I just connected it, sorry. We're talking about Dan,
Yeah, his
okay,
hair was
yeah.
always together.
Yeah.
And that he said it would be a reduction in services. So that is my issue. It's not the carts, because it helps to keep rodents from around here. We got deer walking down Saginaw Street, I've seen. So, I mean, nature is coming back into our city. And so my issue was never the cart. My issue was we were told we had to do it. It was twisting our hand. I don't know how we gonna pay, and I am going to support the carts. I don't know how we gonna pay for Priorities contract. I don't know. You know, I don't. Everybody want to do open burn. Maybe I should vote for open burn and we just start burning our trash too. I don't know. But I'm not supporting, we were not given the truth, because we obviously didn't have to have that. You're here, this is and it's a grant. And communities are moving towards having those trash cans. Flint is really behind. I mean, probably about 10 years behind in Illinois with these trash cans, because I've used them and I lived in Illinois. And so I will be supporting this part. I don't know when we get to that part with that marrying that no bid contract with Priority. And I'm still against that part. That's not for me to worry about. That's gonna be for the mayor and the administration to figure out. That's above my pay grade. He gets $140,000 a year. We get 25. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, anyone else in the second round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
And this is where I'm coming from. I felt tricked, bamboozled, okay, deceived, all of it. Because like Councilwoman Burns said, they presented it to us together. It was like, okay, if you don't approve this extended contract, then we can't have these carts. And you gotta approve the extended contract in order to get these carts. I'm not crazy. I heard what I heard. I heard what I heard. And to say that the residents are not paying for this, yeah, you're paying for it. You're paying for it. Eventually, you're paying for it. This is not free. It's not free at all. So that's where I'm coming from. That's my problem with this. And I just don't like it. And if I say I'm gonna be for something or against something, I'm gonna stick to it. Because we were tricked. We were tricked. Because you guys did mirror this together. We were tricked. And that's how I felt. And I still feel like it. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else in the second round? All right, hearing no one else in the second round, we're going to go on to the third round. Anyone else for the, go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Heather, can you go back and discuss on how we're determining the numbers and who we're ordering carts for?
I'm sorry, the number of the community, how we chose the numbers. Okay. So we actually just used the last house count that we had provided. We know that that's probably not going to be the correct number. I'm going to wager that there's probably actually more than the number that we used. When I was hired into the city.
We only have 2 minutes, so what things are we looking at to say, yes, this house needs a cart? That's what I want to know.
So we're going to look at several things. We're going to look at, does it have a meter? Okay, because there can be.
What kind of meter are we at?
A utility meter. A utility meter.
So if they got power on it, we're going to pick up trash.
If we can, whatever we can see from the curb, because it's private property, we don't go onto the property. So whatever we can see from the curb, usually you can see it on the side, then yes, we would include that.
Okay, that's it?
No, I didn't want to take your time. In the beginning, when I was hired, we looked at several things. We looked at everything from USPS. We looked at the water bill. We looked at the taxing and assessment. We looked at the voting and census numbers. We looked at various things to try to figure out what is that best number. None of those numbers match. No one matches. So the only thing that we could do to calculate a number was actually go house to house. And it took us about 8 weeks to go house to house and to check those. When we first went from a sanitation in-house service.
And when was that done?
The last one?
Yes.
A couple years ago.
So we're paying trash fees to Priority for numbers that were a couple years ago, and we all know that we've had a population decline, and then we're also going by, not by if they're paying taxes, so we're paying for trash pickup, and they're not paying taxes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer.
All right.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
The last number that we had was 34,305. The last number that we had is 34,305.
And so water accounts was active with 28,000.
Again, we're using different numbers for different purposes. So the water count isn't necessarily, and even Amanda will tell you that changes on a daily basis.
All right, anyone else would like to speak in the third round? Anyone else want to speak in the third round? Seeing none, we will go ahead and call for the vote to approve Resolution 240157. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Yes. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I abstained. I felt tricked with this entire process, bamboozled, deceived.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. The vote is 6 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. That resolution passes.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
make a motion to approve 240174.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to approve 240174. Any support? Supported by the Councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Any discussion? Any
Madam
discussion in
Chair.
the second round?
Madam Chair.
No.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. If I could, through you to Ms. Dewar, I believe is going to be the.
All right, so, Ms. Dorr, please approach the lectern.
So I understand that this is a request for additional funds under, I believe, Phase 2 of the program. What remediation did they find additionally needed to be done
So,
for this?
yeah, thank you. Thank you, Council. So there was a grant for remediation from Eagle for Clark Commons. And it's increasing Phase 2. It's more like a budget adjustment, so we are moving the $150,000 from what would have been spent during Phase 3 to Phase 2 because they spent more money on remediation during Phase 2 than expected. So it's not moving money, like it's not adding money, it's moving it from saying that it could still be spent by instead is saying we spent more during Phase 2 and now we are actually doing all that cleanup of unpaid invoices. So we're getting through that. So it was just additional remediation that happened during Phase 2 that was unexpected when they put the budget together.
So they found additional problems? Is that what I'm understanding?
There was more dirt that needed to be moved that had asbestos based on when they were going through the soil testing. All of the parcels that are being built during that are part of Clark Commons once had other homes on them, and so we did part of it because of the federal funds and because of these are families, these are households that are going to have little kids. There was a pretty high level of testing for the soil, and so they actually ended up moving more soil out of the foundation work than they expected.
Okay.
Yep.
So how are we tracking now with Phase 2? Are we where we're supposed to be as far as dates, or are we behind in this program altogether?
So Phase 2 is done, actually.
Okay.
We are going through and making sure that all those invoices are correct. We are very close. We've been working on it. I started a year ago, and it definitely has been. We've been working on that all year to get Phase 2 closed out. Phase 3 has begun, and so those roughly about 120 units of Phase 3, you can drive up to Ward 5 and actually see that new construction happening as we speak. Maybe not right now, it is midnight, but tomorrow morning they'll be back. And so Phase 3 is on schedule to be completed this fall.
Okay.
Yep.
That's all I have for now. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the first round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Through you to Ms. Dorr. So, Ms. Dorr, Phase 3 will be finished this fall. Will that complete the project, The $30 million HUD project?
Yeah, so the Choice Implementation Grant, $30 million, the housing component is one of 3 components, and that housing component will be completed this fall, which is roughly about 21 million of the 30 million. There was additional funds as well, in addition to that 21 million to build all these new units. The other remaining 9 million is 4.5 people plan, 4.5 neighborhood plan.
Right.
The people plan, the contract with Mott Community College for the people, they were the partner chosen in 2017. That contract will end in September. We did get an extension to not have the grant close for another year, but we are starting to wrap things up. So that their contract will end in September. There will be additional services that are happening through the Housing Commission. But the housing will be wrapping up this fall, and then our neighborhood implementation, that's the other 4.5, all of those projects should be done by the spring, so then that way we can get everything closed up ahead of the expiration, which is next September 25.
Right. And how are we doing with the money that's earmarked for blight and demos?
We are moving along. HUD just approved so every single change has to be approved by HUD to the budget, and there was going to be demolition of homes, of structures that were land bank owned, not only in the Clark Commons area, but there was also going to be originally the plan held for South Flint to have some demolition.
Right.
Then that was removed, I think 3 years ago, when the new construction phase 4 did not happen in South Flint. So then now we have gotten HUD to approve the updated cost projection for the demolition by the land bank, and actually they just emailed that last week. So
Okay.
that one, it's just over $500,000 for the land bank structures. I believe it's 14 that are in the area,
Okay.
all Clark Commons.
I so wish that the developers, I felt like they should have included parking, more parking. And I feel like it was enough room in back of the townhouses where they could have made a parking lot or something, because now we have a parking issue over there on Wood Street, Williams Street, Avenue A, Avenue B, Avenue C, okay? So, and then, we got the new apartment building getting ready to come up. It's gonna be really congested now in that area as far as parking, enough parking spaces. So I don't think they didn't consider that.
It did go through site plan approval, so the parking requirement did meet the zoning requirement, but I appreciate the input. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm done, Madam Chair.
Anyone else in the first round? All right, anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
just came to mind, Atherton East, that was part of something to do with this project as well. So what is happening over there, because it's very much blighted?
Oh, absolutely. So the entire grant, the 30 million, was granted, was applied for and granted because part of Atherton East, a public housing development, was built illegally on a floodplain in the 1960s. And so the replacement of units, that is the 227, I believe, units that are the new construction units in Clark Commons, is to replace Atherton East. So those units have been built. The residents from Atherton East had the option to either move or take a voucher and move somewhere else.
Right, but as far as that lot
So
over there?
the existing buildings have been being emptied out, and then next step is the asbestos testing. So they put it out to bid, received 4 bids for doing asbestos environmental test an assessment, and so then they're going to choose the contractor to do that testing and give us a report. That way, then we can bid out the demolition with the environmental information as part of the bid.
So we have funds committed and allocated for the completion of the project or that site there.
So we have funds committed for the demolition of the buildings that are on the floodplain, which is not the entire Atherton East. So that is a discussion, is to decide the parts of the Atherton East that are not on a floodplain. Are we going to have go after other funds to also demolish those, or would they be up for sale? But yeah, HUD's commitment was to the buildings in Atherton East that are on the floodplain, and that floodplain kind of splits the property.
Because how soon is the decision being made on what to do with that other part, the other parcels?
The environmental assessment, once we get that will help us with the cost estimates, because that is one of the most costly parts of demolition. Is if you can just demolish a structure and take it all to a regular landfill, it's much cheaper than if you have to demolish the structure, but while demolishing it, you bifurcate all of the contaminated materials to go to a separate landfill. It's far more costly. So once we know how much of those hazardous materials are present, then we'll actually, I think, have an understanding of what we're getting into if we were to then demolish the other building. So, because we assume they were all built at the same time, we're going to assume similar makeup.
Thank you.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So let me get this right, Ms. Dorr. Half of Atherton East, we don't have any funding to demo?
We don't have HUD funding to demo. We would have to go after other funds, or in future like CDBG rounds, allocate money.
But currently, we don't have any funds to demo half of those.
We have funds to demo the buildings in Atherton East that are on the that are within the floodplain, but we don't have.
We don't have any dollars for the portion that is not in the floodplain.
That has not been budgeted for yet. That is correct.
And how much dollars has HUD earmarked for the demo of half of it?
I think it's just under $2 million, I believe, is for the buildings that are in the floodplain, plus the environmental portions, the environmental assessment.
And what do we anticipate those dollars to be coming in at?
I don't.
The environmental one. You said $2 million for demo and then plus the environmental.
Yep.
What do we anticipate the environmental? I'm trying to see how much we're going to be on the hook for the other half.
Oh, that's exactly what we want to figure out. So
are we saying asbestos could be another $2 million?
So the expectation is that the asbestos abatement and demolition of the buildings that are on the floodplain can be part of the $2 million. That's the expectation. Unfortunately,
what's the realistic thing?
Well, it's environmental assessments will uncover the realities. I mean, that is unfortunately the hard part about demolition.
And you mentioned that it could be for sale, but we can't legally sell it, right? We don't own it. Who owns it?
The Flint Housing Commission.
So they can't legally sell it if there's known asbestos in it, right?
You can if you do a baseline environmental assessment. It actually sets it. And
so either way, they're going to come back before us and want a tax abatement or whatever for the asbestos. So
I don't know that, actually. HUD is really particular about what happens with buildings that were built with HUD money. So I think that what's more likely is either it would be repurposed for rehabbed affordable housing, or it would be, we'd have to figure out funds for demolition. They're very specific because HUD funds built them.
When do we anticipate the dollar or the bids to be coming back for the environmental?
So we had 4 bids that came in, and I just, admittedly, what day is it today? It's May 20th. I think we have a meeting to go through those bids next week. So I think
and you don't know what those bids came in back at?
I have not looked at them.
Okay.
It was just, I think literally like the end of the close was just last week. So
can you give us any kind of an update on that when you?
Absolutely,
review?
yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the second round? All right, seeing no one, I will go ahead and take my time. This is definitely a great project, and I trust colleagues are going to vote for it. It's in the 5th Ward. So colleagues definitely vote for things that are happening that way. We love to see some of this work happening in wards 1 through 4, and we're looking forward to seeing that happen. What is your point?
Madam Chair, you're speaking to motives, and that is Rule 43.21. You probably should admonish yourself.
Admonish. Okay. So, definitely we would love to see things like that in wards 1 through 4. I wish that a parking lot was the least of our concerns. Like we have people parking on grass and everywhere else. Great project, again. Would I be jealous? Absolutely. But looking forward to seeing some great things happen on the north side, specifically the 2nd Ward in the future.
Can I actually tell you, we do have a planning grant for Northeast Flint. So there is just so you know, HUD did grant $500,000 for an 18-month engagement process with Northeast Flint residents based around River Park Apartments. That process is about a year in, and so the plan will be finalized by the end of the year, submitted to HUD. So we're trying to get $40 million to do this in wards 2 and 3. So, well, at 1, 2, and 3, I should say. Even a little bit of 4, depending on the lines. I know, exactly. I got to think about where the ward lines are over there by Buick City.
I can tell you.
So, anyway, we are working on it.
Ward 2 is not included.
Okay.
It's 1 and 3.
Oh, okay.
But nevertheless, great things happen on the north side. Thank you, Emily, for staying. All right, we're going to go ahead and vote on Resolution 240174. And this is the budget adjustment, Choice Neighborhoods, Clark Common Project, Phase 2. Let's go ahead and get to that vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes and 0 no.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
make a motion to approve 240187.
A motion on the floor to approve 240187. Any support?
Support.
Supported by the colleague in the 8th Ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Jarrett?
if we could ask that the CFO come forward, please.
All right, Mr. CFO to the lectern.
Through you, Madam Chair. Mr. Moore, we spoke about this one a little bit last week.
We did.
And one of the questions I had was how it was going to be or was determined as to which parts of the sidewalk were getting replaced. Can you?
We'll be looking at the condition of the sidewalk. Most of the sidewalks are pretty poor condition, and as a result, it will be replaced. But the newer ones that are still in good shape will remain.
So is it still that the request is staying at the 120, or we don't expect to expend all of that now?
We're budgeting for what we think we're going to expend for that project. We're requesting for what we think it's going to take to do the project.
So it really didn't change?
Not most of it's in pretty poor shape, yes.
Okay. Now, for our residents who also have real tripping hazards, how are we going to, I don't want to say save face by doing something more in the community, but how are we going to let them know that the safety in front of their home is just as important as the safety in front of City Hall?
We would agree with you. We do what we can do.
that is a response.
Yeah.
Point of information.
I would not say, in my opinion, is that how I say it right?
Point
in
of
my
information.
opinion, that's
So,
not
Mr. Jared,
an answer
Mr.
that
Jared,
I would
Mr.
necessarily
Jared,
look to hear.
You gotta stop talking. When someone says point of information.
Through you to the speaker, we approved a contract for sidewalk replacement for tree. Where sidewalks have lifted up for the trees as well as tree cutting down as part of the ARPA. And that's already been approved, so that takes care of that. Does that answer your question?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, proceed.
And we'll take that under advisement and see exactly how much
We have multiple
allocated.
programs. We are replacing streets in the residential neighborhoods this summer.
Okay. Like I say, when I did a little bit of inquiry as to sidewalks, like I say, I understand that there's some kind of grading scale.
There is.
Can we get understanding, or can you provide for me understanding as to how I will be able to determine, does this sidewalk that we're replacing here, how is it comparable to the sidewalk that we're replacing there, to see?
I'm not the person to ask that question.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. I definitely want to support safety.
Right.
And I have seen when we were out, knocking doors, I had a good opportunity to walk streets and blocks in the 9th Ward. Now, again, I understand all wards have different issues. I get that. And there's even been some inference that, the 9th Ward doesn't have, but we do. And one of those is sidewalks and safety. I got a call today about how a tree has impacted. One is leaning over and about to fall. Branches are covering the sidewalks now, but it also has lifted. So I really need to be able to understand how we can provide that level of safety in the neighborhoods as well.
We have recently passed a contract for both the trees and for the sidewalks. So I can't promise it's going to be that particular one, but we are going throughout the city working on trees and sidewalks.
Now, did we approve enough to where the 9 of us not going to have to trip each other to the application line to see who get it first? There is enough to make impact throughout the city, correct?
It was a significant amount we're spending a lot of money on sidewalks and trees. I don't know if it's going to be enough to take care of everything.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
All right, 1 second. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So this is for the back of City Hall. This is not including the front of City Hall. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct.
So how much is the bid for the front of the City Hall?
They're
and why aren't we prioritizing the front of the City Hall? That would be the most pedestrian traffic, I would assume.
Front of the City Hall is going to be done in 2 phases. The first phase will be under the threshold where it comes to the council. When we get to the second phase, that'll come to the council. That's actually a little bit bigger contract than the one in the back.
So, what is phase 1 of the front going to be?
I don't know the details of that. I just know that they're because of the way that they're working it, they want to do one section first and then do another section after that.
And where is this money coming from? Building improvements?
The building improvement fund, yes.
And we have And then this is a budgeted expense?
It's been budgeted, yes, sir.
How much did we budget for sidewalks?
Well, it's going to overlap 2 fiscal years. And so, but between the two, it's, I believe it's going to be about $240,000, if I remember right.
So how can that contract be more than this one if this one's 120?
I may have my numbers right. You asked me to do math.
Yeah, I listened to you. I listened to you.
There was, the other question, which I think you asked the last time, had to do with why we picked one contractor front versus the back. One that were for the back bid on the stairways in the back. We're looking at either stairways or a ramp in the back. The other contractor, which is lower per square foot, did not bid on the stairs. And so that's why that contractor was picked for the one in the back.
Okay, when is this other, when are the other ones coming before us?
The first one, phase one of the front of City Hall, that should be happening in the next week or two. Okay. The second phase will probably be either late June or early July is what the plan is.
And why does that need to be in 2 phases?
You'd have to ask Lee that. I don't know that.
All right, thank you.
I think they're trying to maintain access for the public.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I had a whole conversation with Catherine Newman about this, and I am supporting this. One, it's going to make sure our sidewalks are handicap accessible, and in addition, they're actually seeking out minority vendors, and I am supporting this. I can't remember the entire conversation because it is 12:26 a.m., but it was at length. So I am supporting the sidewalk project. And I appreciate that this department department's actually seeking minority contractors because we don't normally do that. So that second phase will be July, is what I was told. And because of the lateness of the hour, that's all I got. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round? Or anyone else in the second round? All right, no one in the second round. I want to go ahead and call for the vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk, for the approval of Resolution 240187.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Murphy-Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
All right, it is 7 yes, 0 no.
Madam Chair,
The resolution passes. Ms. Priestley?
make a motion to approve 240189.
All right, motion on the floor to approve Resolution 240189. Any support? Supported by the Councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Any discussion? Any discussion in the first round? Ms. Burns?
Yes. Now this is, Emily is still back there. Emily, this is the, I have some other concerns, with some serious concerns. This is the grants with the local initiatives that is supposed to help 40 to 50 small businesses. And so my concern, my other concerns was, my concerns period, was the criteria with this. And I believe Councilman Jarrett got into the fact that he said something with eco, because I did watch it, but there's other concerns. Can you tell me about this, please?
Absolutely. So this is in the council adopted budget for ARPA, there was $500,000 of community grants that were budgeted for small business grants. And so this is that part of the budget. And the criteria, number one is that affected by COVID, so it must be a business that has was in operation prior to, so as of March 17th, 2020. And so then that way we can show how that the impact of COVID, the pandemic, and the quarantine.
Did they have to be in operation within the city limits?
Yes, and that was another thing, they have to be within city limits. There has to be an actual brick and mortar location. That is a decision that we have made based on wanting to support our commercial corridors in the city. That will be part of the criteria.
So when would these grants be available?
So the average grant is going to be about $10,000, so hence the 40 to 50 businesses that will be assisted. $500,000, no more than $50,000, 10% will be used for administration. However, we will be billing that, have LISC be actually billing us as on an hourly basis, so that way it's not just a flat fee. We want this to be, we want as many businesses to get helped as possible, so if they don't take as much time.
Who's putting these out? Who's the fiduciary?
So it's going to be a city internal grant through my department, but we would have LISC do our underwriting, and the underwriting is going to be mostly going through applications to look at. I'm hoping it's going to be no more than 2 pages for the application, but some of those questions will be looking at some of the how many people do you employ? What happened before? Where were you at before COVID? What happened during COVID? Did you get a PPP loan? Did they get forgiven? What is some of your paperwork showing what your revenues were? Did you file your taxes last year? So all of those things, and kind of doing a basic underwriting, we are going to have LISC do that because I have my city staff busy doing a lot of other things. So yeah.
When did you say that they will be able to apply? When are you thinking people will be able to apply?
If this body approves this, we would be able to put that contract, we have a draft contract that we've been working on, so that way we could hopefully move it forward for execution, and that they could actually launch this in July.
So has Tyler, does he have people already in the pool?
So we have not accepted applications. We've been telling people that if they are interested, that they should stay tuned. We have a list of everybody who is.
How are you getting that information out to the community?
We haven't been, because I didn't assume you would approve it. But after you approve it, we will be getting that out mostly through normal both social media as well as our website. But we have an ecosystem, and this is kind of what was being asked. The SBA grant that was awarded to the city 3 years ago allowed for the city to be the collecting data on about 350 businesses in the city of Flint that came and received assistance through that SBA grant. It was the SBA Community Navigator Pilot Program, CNPP. And so all 350 of those businesses that did come through that program, we'll reach out to them. We have their contact information, and then also wanting to invite other businesses as well who didn't participate in that program.
So it's a first come, first served basis?
Yes. I think that there's opportunity for adding additional criteria if that is what this body wants to see. I'll say that. So if there are other things that you want to see incorporated, we are listening.
Okay, so they must have a brick and mortar building, must be within the city limits.
Yep.
Must have, they had to, criteria through COVID. That's my time.
All righty.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So Emily, who actually picks who gets chosen?
So, I mean, based on whoever meets the criteria, it would be the let's say 45 businesses that meet the criteria who have applied. I mean, that is, in theory, first come, first serve, depending on what that criteria is, which.
Who makes that final decision?
The recommendation will be made by LISC, and then it would come, I guess, to my department, so.
And we don't, get to choose what these businesses are.
You can absolutely choose the criteria. I'm listening. Yeah. If there's additional criteria, then beyond brick and mortar within the city, operating prior to COVID, so therefore impacted by the quarantine, I'm listening if there are other things you'd like to see.
So isn't this wasn't PPP loans put in place instead of this? Like, I guess
So PPP loans, one of the issues that a lot of our businesses that we interacted with through the Navigator program was that the application, I know, shocker, put out by the federal government, kind of confusing. So a lot of our small businesses in Flint did not receive PPP loans. And if they did figure out how to apply, we also had a number of them who then did not have success in the right paperwork to get them forgiven, and so then some of them actually ended up not getting them forgiven. So this is different. That's a federal government. This would be an ARPA program that we would be running. Am I clear? Sorry.
Clear as mud.
Yeah, right.
So, Emily, I would like to put some more thought into this, and it's way too damn late to be talking about this, so I'm going to make a motion to send this back to finance.
Support.
So there's a motion to send resolution 240189 back to finance. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240189 is now sent back to finance.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
last resolution of the night. Make a motion to approve 240167.
Resolution to approve 240167, a mercy ordinance about air pollution control and open burning. Any support?
Support.
Madam Chair,
Supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to postpone this indefinitely.
The motion on the floor to postpone this
Support.
indefinitely is supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I guess yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
And the vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That resolution has been postponed indefinitely. So now the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn. Any support? Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. It is 12:38 a.m. and this meeting is officially adjourned. Have a good night.